Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to EVCon, Benzinga's EV conference. This is an all-day event dedicated to all the happenings, all the things going on in the electric vehicle landscape. We put the call out back in the spring, and we asked you, what kind of topics do you want to see for a full-day event? And one of the things we got was EVs. We want some more EV coverage. What you asked and we delivered. We're talking to I don't even know the exact number. I think it's between 15 and 20 companies today. Most of them public. These are companies that are traded on exchanges, companies that are traded on OTC markets, and they're doing everything from batteries to infrastructure. To actually, making cars. We have a great slate of guests. Let me just share a little bit about the kinds of companies that you will expect to hear from today as I bring up. This is a watch list that I made in Benzinga Pro. These are all the stocks that are going to be at the conference today. GM, XPeng, Luminar, Re-Automotive, Ideanomics, Helbiz. Did you guys see Helbiz yesterday? If you haven't seen Helbiz, look at HLBZ. I'll be honest. I don't know what's going on with the stock. I don't know why I did that, but I know we're going to hear directly from Helbiz today, later on. So tune in for that. We've got Archimoto, the company doing those really cool. They're called fun utility vehicles, the FUVs. They're really cool, like not quite a car, not quite a motorcycle, sort of in between. So we have a great day of speakers, presenters today. We're going 9 to 5:30 all day. So thank you, Luke Jacoby. Thank you, Jay Bird. Everyone do me a solid and hit that like button first and foremost. So I can feel good about myself, right? I can feel like, okay, people like the stream, which means they like me, which means I'm good to go. So hit that like button, please, and thank you. Some other housekeeping items to address before we get going. As we do with every event, we have an interactive component to today, and you can win a free year of Benzinga Pro. Here's what you have to do. You just have to scan that code that's up on the screen there, and during the day, at random points, whenever I deem it necessary, I will just bring up questions from our Slido poll. All you got to do is participate. You don't even have to get them right. You just have to participate. And at the end of the day, we will do a random drawing, and a random person who participates will win a free 1-year sub of Benzinga Pro. So just scan that link. I'll put this code up again throughout the day. So not to worry if for whatever reason you don't have your phone right now or whatever. So I'll make sure that's up throughout the day. So a great day of speakers today, interviews, panels, presentations. I just want to say again, and I do say this every time. I said this with the All Access event. I'll say it with our healthcare conference next week as well. This is a conference that Benzinga works really hard to put together. Our events team has been planning this for literally months. I don't know when they started, but it was probably back in the early summer as soon as we got that feedback that we wanted to do an EV event. So this takes a lot of time to put together. And as I say every time, all the companies that are appearing at our event today, because it's a virtual event, they are paying to be here. That being said, all these speakers, they don't know what we're going to ask them. They don't. You can always ask questions in the chat that we will then ask on behalf of you. So they don't know what's coming from the chat. They don't know what's coming from us. But just like we do for real in-person events, in the normal before times and soon to be, is companies will pay to speak at real events and they pay to speak at virtual events as well. So companies are paying to speak here today, but they don't know what we're going to ask them. They don't know what you're going to ask them, and they are okay with that. And then last plug before we get to our first, our keynote presentation is I want you all to go to bzevents.com and check out our upcoming calendar. Our next event is next week, but our next in-person event is only 3 weeks away in October. October 14th and 15th in New York City. I'll be there, okay? At least I think I will. I'm pretty sure I'll be there. I'll be there, okay? I want to see you there as well. So, I didn't even know that I was playing. Never mind. That's on my own thing. So bzevents.com, okay? Check it out. our next virtual events, and our next in-person event. We're almost there. It'll be our first in-person event since before COVID. It'll be hybrid, don't worry. So it'll be in person and it'll be virtual. So not to worry about that. But yeah, check that out, benzingaevents.com or bzevents.com. Now, all that, I think I got through all the housekeeping things. I told you all to hit the like button. I told you all to subscribe and check out the site and all the good things. I think we can go now to our first presentation of the day. It's our keynote presentation. It is Grant Sabatier, who, if you're active on YouTube, you may know he is the founder of Millennial Money. And Grant is joined by Alan Wexler. He's the Senior Vice President of Innovation and Growth for General Motors. So Grant, take it away.
Spencer, we're super excited to welcome this next guest. Alan Wexler is the Senior Vice President of Innovation and Growth at General Motors. Alan, I'm really looking forward to this discussion about EVs and the investing opportunity at GM. So Alan, tell us a little bit about your background before you came to GM a year ago.
Hey, Grant, thanks. And I'm really excited to be here today to speak to all of you and have a conversation with you specifically, Grant. But my background, I've spent my entire career dealing with disruption, and specifically in the area of digital. And from the consulting space, I led a large consulting company using the blend of creativity, technology, and business strategy to help companies either disrupt in their industries or protect themselves from disruption by embracing not just digital products and services, but also changing the way they work, starting with culture, starting with the way they develop software, starting with a focus on customer experience. So, spent my entire career doing that. And then, got a call about 2 years ago from General Motors and had some great conversations with Mary and other members of the leadership team. And I just would share with you that the vision of zero congestion, zero crashes, zero emissions is something that kind of got me to answer the call. First of all, to do something really meaningful for the planet and for people. But really, when you get to connect with the leadership of General Motors, you find that there's this kind of mission orientation, there's this amazing culture and this passion to really make a difference for the world. That was the thing that first attracted me. And the second thing I would just say is, this industry and GM specifically has an opportunity to really transform the way we think about vehicles and beyond the vehicles. And, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity to really be on the inside of a company at a time when transformation and disruption is just, so in front of us.
Yeah, so thanks for that. And welcome to GM. Let's kick things off by talking about the broader EV industry and market. There's been so much movement over the past year, given the new infrastructure bill, increasing environmental concerns, the increased interest from retail investors. Where is the EV industry and market headed, in your opinion?
Well, for me, it starts with climate change, first of all, and addressing climate change really requires every company to do their part. It's an imperative, frankly, for our planet. And so having sustainable transformation is a way of really making or contributing to make an impact. More specifically, when you think about EVs and the government, what needs to happen, we really need to invest in infrastructure, and the government needs to help with that. And that has to do with fast charging stations, specifically on, along highways and particularly in cities. We need to focus on incentives for consumers. And so focusing on, both the electrification of the grid to support the infrastructure for these vehicles, and also focusing on creating the right incentives to assure that consumers adopt. So pretty amazing time in this market. And there's no question as to what's happening. I mean, the tide has turned, not just with General Motors, but with our competitors. We're all in.
So one of the things not a lot of investors might know is that GM's been in the electronic vehicle market for quite some time. So this isn't your first time around the racetrack, but everything is moving so quickly. Can you talk for GM specifically? What's your approach and what goals does GM have towards moving to an all electric future?
Yeah, it's a great question, Grant. It's 4 years. I mentioned zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestion, but it's 4 years since we announced that as our vision. And what we did is we announced Ultium as our EV platform. And because of Ultium, if you follow the technology and how it works, we've taken very much a platform approach to design and the technology. Have the privilege of getting to go to our design center and seeing the vehicles and the models that we're working on, not just the ones we announced around the Hummer and the Silverado and the Lyriq, but other things in our pipeline. And what really hits you, which is striking, when you get to meet with our head designer, Mike Simcoe, and others, is because of this technology, because of the way it's designed, the creative landscape for our designers to create all these different vehicles on top of this platform is just amazing. And to see it with your own eyes, it really brings it to life. We did mention the Hummer EV, and I've had the privilege of driving that vehicle. It's unlike anything you've experienced in the past, whether it's the crab mode or it's the turning radius, or it just feels very nimble for a pretty large size vehicle. And it's because of this Ultium platform we were able to do that. And we're also excited about the recent announcement of the Chevy Silverado. I think it redefines how people think about trucks. I'm a proud owner of a Silverado, and frankly, I can't wait for the EV version to come out.
So one of the things not a lot of investors know, and we are at an investing event, is about your transition towards more of a software company than just an auto company. So can you talk a little bit about, from an innovation standpoint, I know you've hired just an immense number of engineers over the past year. You're investing in the different software platforms, and you're also making these platforms available to other vehicle manufacturers. I know you have different partnerships, all across the globe. Why should the audience and listeners place their bets on GM as an investment as you extend beyond just making vehicles?
Yeah, Grant, thank you for bringing that up. The platform word is really critical, frankly, when we think about the future of the company. As when I speak about Ultium, I speak about it as a platform, and not just a platform for the 30 EVs we announced, but a platform for partnerships with Honda and others. When we talk about Hydrotech, frankly, because that's a technology that we're really very excited about, and we announced our partnership with Navistar. We are rethinking the company, frankly, in our future as a platform company, and it goes beyond vehicles. With vehicles, it extends to things like BrightDrop and our commercial delivery vans, but it goes beyond vehicles. We think, given this technology, there's an opportunity to power planes, trains, automobiles, and even beyond transportation. So excited about that. And software specifically that you asked about, the vehicles, you look at the vehicles as a platform, and with the advent of all the EVs coming out, it gave us the opportunity to rethink the vehicle as a platform, similar to how you might think about your iPhone, your Android phone. And with that, we believe there's all these opportunities that we're working on to create experiences and services, leveraging data in the vehicles and beyond the vehicles that we have on our customers and what we think will make them excited and create value for them, but also even going outside of the vehicle. So great experiences in the vehicle, going outside of the vehicle, OnStar Insurance. We announced Guardian, which is a safety app that extends OnStar from in the vehicle, outside of the vehicle. Obviously, Super Cruise. We think it's the predominant and the best, self-driving capability out there. We're really going in a very big way around seeing the vehicle as a platform and becoming very digitally centric company as we extend the software opportunities to help create better experiences for our customers.
Yeah, and going back to this idea of early mover advantage, I know you were early in the EV space, have done a lot of innovation. I know when your CEO, Mary Barra, came on board, she was really the first of the large automakers to make such a declarative commitment to EVs before any of the car companies were talking about it, and just the multi-billion, I think it was like $25 billion investment over the next several years. Your stock has been really, on a tear this year, outpacing the S&P 500, certainly outpacing Tesla and most of the EV stocks, in the market. Can you talk a little bit about GM just from an investing standpoint? You have so much at play here. A lot of America thinks that everyone's going to be driving a Tesla in the next 5 to 10 years. I actually wholeheartedly disagree with that. I've had the opportunity to drive a number of Teslas. I'm not a Tesla driver, but when you think about the market opportunity here, but basically Tesla drivers are on the coast, whereas most of America, they're going to be driving the GMs. They're going to be, driving your cars. And so I see just the scale of this investing opportunity being so immense, and just your storied history behind it. You are the quintessential, automaker in the United States. And I think that the market really does value that. So you're mixing your history and your deep passion for innovation, with this new market. Can you talk a little bit about, from an investing standpoint, what does GM actually need to do to be successful, to capitalize on this opportunity in the coming years?
Yeah, it's great. And Grant, I think you partially answered the question, because I hear the passion in your voice, and you're honing in on, I think, what's so special about GM. I mean, we have a heritage of really making a difference for people in the world. And a lot of that's primarily through the vehicles that we built, but all of the engineering that we've done over the years at scale, very much a focus on safety, creating great experiences. But also, when we talk about these 30 vehicles by 2025, for us, it's always been about kind of going wide in having multiple brands, multiple types of vehicles for all different, whether you're on the left coast or the right coast or in the middle. So our focus has always been on kind of going broad to appeal to customers in different segments, different desires. And so we're doing that, as I said, with the Ultium platform. So from an investment perspective, what I'd ask the investors to think about is look at the scale, the history of GM, the mission, our engineering capability, and then I'd say, look at the team. This is as a mission-oriented team as I've ever seen in my experience in consulting. I've worked with companies in many different industries, including the industry I'm in now, and I've never been with a team of people who are as passionate for all the right reasons about this transformation. I would also say that, the way we work is changing. I think you see when we announced BrightDrop as an example, it's not just a vehicle. When Mary announced BrightDrop at CES, we focused on a solution. So we're approaching this first and last mile aspect of delivery. The tests with FedEx already, have proven over 25% efficiency gain, because we're focusing on not just the van itself and the experience of the van and the electrification, but we're developing a software solution around that, and devices starting with the e-pallet to actually deal with the first and last mile opportunity. So we took a solution focus. In this case, we brought in a software entrepreneur, Travis Katz, to lead that business. And so we're building out a solution for that. OnStar Insurance, I talked about OnStar Guardian. We won a great defense contract with the infantry squad vehicles. So what you're seeing with General Motors that I'd ask investors to take a look at is the reshaping of our business and our business model, and not just the business model, but how we operate to achieve, our market potential, which goes well beyond the businesses that we're in today.
And what about the global opportunity? I believe you have one of the best-selling partnerships for tiny vehicles, is this tiny EV vehicle in China that you've worked on. Can you talk about some of the global scale of this opportunity, from an investment standpoint?
Sure. I think the opportunity beyond North America is huge. And frankly, there is an opportunity from a disruption perspective in some cases where, we might not have a lot of scale to move like a disruptor, so move like an early player in some of these markets. And with the advent of EV, there's really this opportunity to approach these markets, and you're seeing it with the vehicle you mentioned in China in kind of a new and a fresh way. So I'd also say that as we design these vehicles and gear them towards, different countries and different markets, using the Ultium platform and technology, there is tremendous amount of kind of flexibility in the design of the vehicles, and how we think about the front seat versus the back seat, and how we think about range and size, and so there's really an opportunity for us to look at each market from a more custom way.
Yeah, and I love this idea of innovation and disruption. We were talking a little bit about this offline. I'm a huge fan of Clayton Christensen's work. I've had the opportunity to chat with him and hear him speak, a couple of times. And we certainly are in this age of disruptive thinking. But I think, those words get thrown around a lot as kind of buzzwords in the industry. Can you talk a little bit specifically about, how do you think about disruption and innovation, especially as it pertains to General Motors? Is it the software platform? Is it the subscription model? Is it the partnership with how do you define innovation and disruption in this industry?
Yeah, Grant, I spent my entire career dealing with disruption. So I've seen companies get disrupted, and I've seen companies successfully disrupt. And disrupt might be a little bit of a harsh word, but when you think about self-disruption, what really the essence of a great company for me is one that's willing to take a risk, a business risk, not a safety risk, but a business risk in disrupting how, not just what we do, but how we do it. So, our announcement around Ultium, we could have easily said we're going to electrify ICE vehicles and, do it in a very serial process. No, we actually, made a very big announcement around Ultium and electrifying, 30 vehicles with this new platform. So what you see with General Motors is we're leveraging our scale, our capability, our legacy, our knowledge of our customers, our data, but we're working in new ways to really change the way we think about our business and what we could do for our customers. And that goes beyond the vehicles. So for me, I'd say, in my career, where I've seen it work right is when the leadership team of the companies, they have the willingness to disrupt how they do business, what they do, but, they also go all in. And so while General Motors is a very large company, 160,000 employees or so, in some ways, in my experience, we work very much like a startup in terms of how connected the leadership team is. How the other thing I'd say is how connected our people are, starting with our vision all the way through our behaviors and our values, how we think about ESG and our role, in the world. One last thing I'd share with you is early on when I started, we developed what we call our growth strategy. And our growth strategy, what it does a couple of key things. It specifically calls out platforms. You and I've talked about that a bit. It specifically calls out software and services, not as something that's an add-on to a vehicle, but that's as important to our future as the vehicles themselves. It specifically calls out how our people are part of this journey. And what we've been doing with this growth strategy is basically it's been the guidepost, if you will, or to set the context for our future for our people. So while we do share it externally, some aspects of it, it really sets the context for our people to innovate. And then what we do is we focus on retaining and recruiting the best talent in the world that goes beyond the vehicle. And then we encourage everyone to really take ownership for the direction of where we're going and innovate. So that to me is the magic of great companies that disrupt themselves, is when everyone is on board. Everyone is creating the future, and we're all in, as we say.
Yeah, I know your passion for this is really infectious. I love the answer around just culture and how it's being transformed from the inside, and you've got a lot of innovative thinkers who are willing to take risks and move quickly and operate very much like a startup, which is certainly needed in this space. So last but not least, whether it's software or a particular car or something else, what are you most excited about in the pipeline?
Yeah, for me, there's a couple of things I'm excited about. One is, as I mentioned, when you get a glimpse into our design studio and you get to see the things that are coming in the future, boy, it really hits you. When you get, I've toured most of our manufacturing facilities now, and when you see what our people are doing to kind of embrace our future, and a bit about GM's culture, you get really excited because everyone you meet is excited within the company around leaning into the future. I think the other thing that excites me the most, and like I said, I think not the industry. I mean, there are other industries that have been disrupted. You can go back to travel, financial services, retail. They've gone on that curve. But when you think about General Motors and you think about our industry, it's early days of disruption. And so what gets me most excited about is that our future, I think the future of our company looks very different than the way it is right now. And whether that's EVs or it's autonomous, think about autonomous just for a second, in our ownership of Cruise and how we're thinking about autonomous in the future. At some point, the riding in the backseat of a vehicle or riding in a vehicle, the experience will be totally different than the way it is today. And that gets you to start thinking about what software and services and experiences can we deliver when driving is really unlike what driving is today, in today's context. You're sitting in the backseat. I think about an elderly person who now can't, go to the beach or go shopping. And now, with autonomous, they can. And while they're in the vehicle, what are they doing in the vehicle? And how do we create these experiences that I think are great for people, frankly, but also will be great for business? And I would tell you that we're leaning into all of that, thinking about the future of our business model, how we operate to achieve it, running like a big company because we have the scale and the engineering and the people and the culture, but also acting like a small company when it comes to how we think about developing software and services in the future. So it's a pretty magical place to be right now, Graham.
Well, thanks so much, Alan, for taking the time to chat with me today. I'm excited to follow your journey and GM. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This is Alan Wexler, the Senior Vice President of Innovation and Growth at General Motors. Thanks for the chat and hope you have a nice day.
Thanks, Grant.
Oh, sorry to cut you guys off there. Didn't mean to do that. Thank you both, Alan and Grant. We got to move this right along, though. I'm doing my absolute very best to stay on time today. Our next guest, our next speaker is actually here. I see him right there in the green room. So if we can, guys, let's bring him on. Peter Freer. He's the founder and CEO of Freer Logic. I wonder where they got that name from. Peter.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are we doing today?
So far, so good. Dark and rainy. I hear it's the same in Detroit.
Yeah, you know what? It's the first day. I'm afraid to say the C word, but it is cold. It is actually cold today. It's like 55 degrees when I was outside earlier. So yeah, first day of jacket weather here in Michigan. And but it's okay. I like the fall. So okay, we have your presentation, I believe, guys. If we can get that shared up on the screen.
You go ahead
and or you can do that, Peter. And
let me know if you can see that.
I can see it. We're good to go. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. I am Peter Freer, and we produce neurotechnology. And I hate to say it, but it is quite disruptive. So let's go ahead and take a look at how this actually works. Neurotechnology for the uninitiated here, and I'm going to move through this with alacrity because we have limited time. Neurotechnology helps us understand what is happening in the brain in real time, right? Whether it's consciousness, thought, higher order brain activity. And it's necessary, especially in automotives, for safety, health, and wellness. And this will transition from the waning stages of manual driving into autonomous driving. And I'll discuss a little bit about how that works. And the brain is comprised, so just to give you some of the science behind it for, again, the uninitiated here. The brain is composed of billions of cells called neurons. And these are like your cell phone. They basically are useless if there's only one of them, right? It's a paperweight. The use of neurons as your cell phone is that it can communicate with all the other cells on the planet, right? Your cell phone is connected to all the cell phones on the planet. It's connected to bigger networks and so forth. And that's the way the brain functions. Now, the cells are contiguous rather than continuous, right? So they're next to each other, but they have a little gap between them. In order to communicate with the cell next to it, it has to fire a little electrochemical pulse. Now, we measure that electrochemical pulse when en masse. So, in other words, when hundreds of thousands, if not millions of neurons are firing at one time, we measure that, and that is called a brainwave. It's actually In the past, we used to consider it just a little electrical field, but it's actually an electromagnetic field that we pick up, and this is how we do things differently. In vehicle, you can't imagine wearing one of these things on your head, and this has been the problem in the past, right? We've had to wear these sensors on our heads, and it's prevented neurotechnology and its great benefits from being used in the automotive industry, because nobody's going to wear something like this, or even if it's more elegant. As a matter of fact, some of you may have seen that Mercedes just came out with their headset proposed for their futuristic car. And I think Wired magazine said that it was a deal breaker if we have to try to put something on our head, right? The other alternatives are camera technology, which are much slower than looking at real-time brain data. Here's what FearLogic has done differently. If you look at the one on the lower right-hand corner, the graphic in the lower right-hand corner, we actually have embedded the technology in a headrest. So you don't have to touch the headrest. As a matter of fact, you can be about 10 to 12 inches away from it, and it will still read your brain in real time. It will sense whether your cognitive load's too heavy, like if you're trying to text on your phone at the same time you're trying to drive, or if your fatigue is so great that you're starting to get drowsy. And in, gosh, I think over 9 tests now, and a paper will be coming out from Honda's research on it very shortly in IEEE journal at the end of this month or middle of next. And they'll discuss how they've used this technology, my technology, to monitor the brains of drivers really successfully and beating the industry standard called PerClose, which is a camera technology. And that's been done, and we've beaten the industry standard, gold standard, PerClose, in about 8 or 9 tests at this point, able to identify fatigue far earlier. But it's not just fatigue, right? It's distracted driving. We can predict drowsiness, cognitive load, stress and relaxation. Impairment is what we're working on right now for alcohol and marijuana. We can sense life in the vehicle, whether you've left your puppy or your child in the vehicle. But then it can also be used for, and this would move us into autonomous driving, for peak performance and error reduction, emotions. We can look at road rage, those kinds of things, practicing mindfulness, meditation, all kinds of health and wellness features can be built in. So that we actually do in our consumer division. We already make those apps, but they can be used in vehicle right now. So for example, if you're driving, the car could actually say to you right now, I noticed you're stressed. Can I change your seat position? Can I reroute your drive for you? Can I change the environment of the car for you and make it a little cooler? That can be done right now. All right, so I'm going to stop there and stop the share, and then we will get back here. Okay, so now I'm going to demo, I think would be the best way for you to actually see this. So I'm going to demo what this actually does and show you a little bit about what it is we do. So one moment. Let's try this.
Let me just jump in here. Just make sure you're sharing the whole screen, Peter. So
okay.
Whatever demo you have. I have some interesting questions, but we'll save the questions for the end.
All right, let me know if you can see the brain on the screen.
I do see that. Yep. Okay.
So we're going to connect. The headrest is right behind me. I don't know if you can still see my graphic while I'm sharing. Can you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so you can see the headrest behind me?
Yep.
It's turned on, active, and we're going to connect, and then we're going to look at real-time brain data coming off of my head. There is so much, let me hit this again. There's so much Bluetooth in the room. It may take a second to connect. There we go. All right, so the raw signal at the very top are all of the brain data coming off of my head in real time. And that is from about 10 inches away right now. No contact. I don't even know the sensor's there if I'm the driver. Then it is parsed into respective bandwidths that have been known in the field for about 100 years. If my delta that you can see right there, which is measured in hertz, about 1 to 3 hertz, if it were dominant, then I would be fully asleep. Theta is the twilight of sleep, or when you're really not paying attention to anything, drowsy. That is about 4 to 8 hertz. Then alpha is a relaxed alert stage, about 8 to 12 hertz. Then beta 1 is my cognitive processing state. One of the things I want you to notice right here, if you'll pay attention to the red wave while I'm talking, you notice how big that gets because I am processing a lot of information. But watch what happens when I just silence my mind. Watch what happens to that wave. There is a profound difference between when I'm processing data and when that I'm not processing data, and you can see it in real time. All right, so I'm going to disconnect so you can kind of get an idea of what we were doing. I'm going to give you another application of this that you'll be able to see. And what we'll do is give you a sample of what cognitive load is. If everybody is not certain, cognitive load, if we look at the brain as a processor, cognitive load is the ability to use information, but our processor gets bogged down. If you open up 50 windows on your computer, it gets to be too much for your processor. The processor slows down. And in driving, that can be quite hazardous. So we like to monitor cognitive load when people are driving. So that's one of these things. And we'll actually see how we can do that here with this app. And this is just a demo app. It's not something we actually use in vehicle. So right now I'm going to share this screen with you. And let's see, and if you could tell me that you can see a kind of a blurry road picture here. Can you see that?
Yes. It's blurry, and I see it.
Great. Okay, that's perfect. That's just a video pause. I'm going to connect now. When I connect right here, you'll see this green bar fill up. All right. Now that is going to tell you how much attention I can pay to this. So when I get quiet, I'm going to focus in and try to raise it up as much as I can. Notice what weight just talking to you has on my ability to pay attention. Now imagine this is the person next to you in the car, or me on a cell phone. And you can see that I have trouble paying real attention to the driving space while I am talking to another person. So that's a load placed on me. Now, again, if I get quiet and really focus on the road, this is all based on brain data in real time. And watch what happens when I start the video. I'm going to try to pay attention to this driving experience, and hopefully you'll be able to see that in real time. And I'll turn it on after I reach about 50% here. Let's say I start to talk to you a little bit, and you notice that, again, I'm distracted far more than I am if I'm just paying attention to the road.
To resume driving.
Now, what if I yell at the kids? Stop, I'm turning the car around right now. It can actually detect this in real time. And let's see what happens when I'm on my cell phone. Let me start this up again with my mind, focusing in on it.
To resume driving. Pay attention to resume driving. Driver distraction.
That's if I text. So we can see there is a definite load placed on the brain in real time. Now this is all happening without any connection to my head in real time. Now we can also do that, and we've proven ourselves highly effective in detecting fatigue and drowsiness using the technology. There is one more application I'd like to show you as well. In order to do that, it's a mindfulness activity. So let's say that right now I'm pulled over in a parking spot, and I'm waiting for my better half to get out of the grocery store, or my kids to come out of karate class or piano lessons or swim class. And I want to practice a mindfulness activity in the vehicle. There'll be a closed lotus flower on the screen. Now, with my mind alone, I'm going to manipulate the lotus. I'm going to open it pedal by pedal by being mindful, being in the moment, being in the zone. If I lose that state of mindfulness, the pedal that I'm on will close. So I'm in a real-time feedback loop that allows me to become a master of mindfulness. So let's go ahead and start that up, and then I'll share that with you. right? And if you would let me know that you can actually see a lotus flower on the screen. Can you see the lotus?
Yeah, I got you.
Perfect. All right, so you can see here when I'm just talking and I can't pay enough attention and be in mindful state, the pedal closes. And I'm going to get into a very relaxed, mindful state. Deep breathing.
This is very relaxing.
It is, but I have to stay very attentive to make it happen. You can see when I'm talking to you, I can't do it. Let me get back to mindfulness.
All right. Sorry.
If I get interrupted in the middle of it, the pedal starts to close. Go back to being mindful. All right, so I think we get the idea of how this can be used very quickly. Let me stop sharing. How this can be used in automotive very easily, and it actually will become more like, if anyone here is familiar with Iron Man, it'll become like Jarvis. So it recognizes my every need, whether I'm stressed, whether I'm fatigued, whether I need to wake up for my meeting in 5 minutes when I'm in a fully autonomous vehicle, and put myself in a peak performance state before I enter the meeting. So I hope this makes sense. I know we have very limited time, so I tried to make that as quickly, do it as quickly as I could. Any questions, I think, at this point?
Oh, so many. I don't know where to begin, frankly. So, let me just start with the platform that you showed, where you had your phone up and it stopped driving. Explain. So, like, is that like integrated in? That's not part of the headrest, or is it? Or is that integrated? Like, I guess, how is that integrated? Is my question.
So let's say that we wanted to look at cognitive load of the driver. Now, that's not the app we use for cognitive load. It's just something I can demo to you very quickly, because it's hard to describe neurotech in a very short amount of time. So I give you an app that you, as a matter of fact, you could come and sit right here, and within seconds, you instantly would be controlling the screen just as I did. So it works by looking at the brain in real time. And if you're overwhelmed, we need to tell you, right? If you've got, it could be the engineering of the car and you're trying to fidget around with your GPS while you're driving, something like that, we need to tell you, because it's hazardous driving. If you're trying to text and drive, we need to tell you not to do that.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, and all of this is great. Like, telling people and having the information is super valuable. But then the other side of that is, then of course you need to do something about it. If the person's not going to do it themselves, right? So, how do you cross that bridge? Is this a question of like a company, an auto manufacturer integrating your technology into their cars in some other way? Is that how this is going to work?
Each have we work with about 14 OEM and 3 tier ones, and each have a different idea about how to address it, because you're trying to change human behavior. Right. So initially it starts off very mildly, and typically most of them want some type of haptic response initially in the seat, because we know people will still be in seats in manual and autonomous driving. So there'll be a vibration in the seat. Some OEM want to waft the coffee scent into the car, just to get you perked up a little bit. Okay. Some want to ask you if you want some music played to wake up, or to give you an auditory or visual prompt on somewhere where it will be really evident. And then it escalates. So it'll start combining these prompts to really get you to do it. And in autonomous driving, or the waning years of manual driving before autonomous driving, they really want the car to be able to pull off the road, because you're just in a dangerous state. Can you share the manufacturers that you're working with? I can't, because they're all doing something different. Okay. And they're all doing something secret. The only one I could tell you about was Honda, because Honda is releasing a public document. Right now, it's being displayed at an IEEE conference. And when it's fully published very shortly, that is all public domain. All right, let me ask you this one then. Are you working with manufacturers in North America, Europe, and Asia? Yes.
Okay. See, now we're getting somewhere, everyone.
It's
Now we're
global. It's global.
okay. Okay.
And because, you know, neurotechnology is incredibly powerful, as you've just seen, right? But nobody's going to put a weird looking strap a device to their head when they get in the car. Just not going to happen. And that's why this is so functional, because it's doing everything, and you wouldn't even know if it's there, right? You can't see it. It's in this headrest. You can't see it. So it's very passive.
This is extremely cool. I will say it's a little bit of a bummer you guys aren't publicly traded, because I would totally be interested. But my question is, what is your production capability like?
We don't produce. We license. We're working with several tier ones.
Well, no, I mean for the headrest. I mean, are you, or for the technology within it, whatever you're making?
The technology in it is, what we do is license everything. So we license the hardware, we license the software. I don't intend to compete with a Denso or a Magna to produce headrests. Okay. Right. We work with them and we license to them. Those kinds of things. We would license to them. We would. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of the coolest things that I've seen. To be frank, I didn't even realize this sort of thing was possible. What is the timeline for when I might be seeing this technology in a new car, you think?
I think we have been working with this one particular tier one who's going to take it to market, and we've been with them for 4 years. So we're at that mark where it's within a couple of years we should have it in the vehicle. And what their choices are many, but what they'll go to market with first is still for them to determine, because they have to figure out whether it's going to be safety, or whether it's going to be that HWW, right? Health, wellness, well-being, be first and foremost. Because it's very cool to understand that you can, and we've done this, by the way, on my training side with Da Vinci robotic surgeons, nuclear power operators, NASA pilots, those kinds of things. We've trained them using this technology. Really the same way you're training a person not to be in a state of cognitive load. So there are many things they can do with it, and they just have to decide.
Just to put this in perspective, how long did it take you to get to this point now?
Gosh, I've been in the field of neuro research almost close to 30 years. But for just this headrest came out right at 4 years ago. And it took a while to do it. It's never been done before in history. That's why people still attach weird things to their heads. And it is far more functional, obviously, in this environment, in the automotive industry.
I just want to get that out there, because we've been waiting for full self-drive. Elon's been talking about it for a while, and people get impatient, but this stuff takes years, right? It's taken you 4 years, in some respects, your entire career to get to this point, but it's taken you 4 years since you've been working on this. So this is really, really interesting. I got to say, one of those technologies that I didn't even realize was possible, and yet here we are. So Peter Freer, you're the founder and CEO of Freer Logic, and there's the URL on the screen. And all I can say is, I hope we see this in cars soon. It looks really cool, and I thank you for joining us today. I learned a ton, and I'm sort of in shock still, trying to digest that this is possible. So
thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it, and it's great to communicate it with a larger field of folks who are in the industry.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Peter. And this gets at to something that I think also should be said when we think about companies like Tesla, for example, or GM or Ford or whomever, any auto manufacturer, right? And they're making these cars full self-drive or whatever. They're not going to be able to make the whole thing in-house. They're gonna have to rely on external vendors like Freer Logic or a dozen other ones, right? I mean, for anything, right? There is just no way that a company, name your manufacturer, there is just no way that they're going to be able to build all the technology in-house. And that's where companies like Peter's come in. And I think we should do well to remember that just as investors and also as consumers, right? It's just like this stuff is really complicated. All right, it's 9:50. Let's keep the show on the road here. Keep the trains on the track. Stay on schedule. And our next speaker, our next presentation is here. Actually, I think he's here. I don't actually see him yet. Yeah, there he is. Okay, Craig Nicol. He is the founder and managing director and CEO of Graphene Manufacturing. Craig, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Spencer. Yes, I look forward to running you through the presentation on Graphene Manufacturing Group. We're an Australian company listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange. As of now, we've been listed on the Ventures Exchange for 6 months, and look forward to running you through our energy savings and energy storage solutions. Usual disclaimer about forward-looking statements for a public listed company. Graphene Manufacturing Group is a disruptive clean technology company, and as I said, we've recently listed under the TSX-V exchange with the symbol GMG. We're led by former Shell executives, including myself and a number of board members, including our chair, and we're focused and proven and now producing graphene from a readily available natural gas feedstock, which means we can produce our graphene anywhere. It's a very high quality, low cost, scalable, tunable, and no contaminant graphene. We had this process built from scratch. We actually created this and own it as a trade secret inside the company. And now we've got a number of product patents, which either licensed or owned, which are patent pending, which we're making now, putting our graphene in the focus of energy savings and energy storage solutions. The chief focus for us, of course, for this presentation today is around our graphene aluminium ion batteries, which are really next generation batteries. And we're happy to talk about that on this presentation. So what is graphene? It's the carbon wonder product that is either described as the wonder product that you wonder what you can actually do with it because it's got so many things you can do with it, or whether it's wondrous because of its properties as well. So it is a carbon product invented in 2004, and the person who invented it got the Nobel Prize pretty shortly thereafter. Amazing properties of having a melting point near 1,000 degrees and massive thermal conductivity, very high enhanced lubrication, and very good at energy storage. So GMG's competitive advantage is that we actually take our natural gas feedstock and we put it through an electric plasma to create hydrogen and our graphene, which is our black powder. That is our true competitive advantage, and it's what makes us the company that can produce our graphene in our definable high-grade quality outcome we need for our products. Other graphene producers take mined graphite, and then with some distribution and crushing and then chemical processes, they'll get to a graphene oxide, which they then need to go and post-process to get to a graphene or reduced graphene oxide. It is obviously then coming from a mining constraint, and it has a variable definability, which means we have this ability to be able to make graphene with GMG in a way which the other industry members can't, with our ability to be able to supply the graphene we need at the right cost when we need it. So our process and our product are both our competitive advantages, and we'll go through our product shortly. But we take natural gas. We have a proprietary process which cracks the natural gas into graphene or carbon and hydrogen. That's in a continuous process. Then we define that graphene through our process to then go into our different product lines. And there are 3 products there that we've mentioned. Those are the 3 main products that we're focused on: thermal XR, graphene lubricant or G lubricant, and aluminium ion batteries. Our product markets are varied, and that gives us both strength, but also we need to continue pushing these into the markets and understanding them and working them out with our customers. So that's also something that we've got to do at the same time. We picked these three products or these three markets out of some total 200 different experiments we did with our graphene around the world. And we saw that our graphene works best in these three areas of all the areas that we've trialed with our graphene. The first market we're going to talk about is our energy savings coating system, which relies or provides greater heat transfer through the use of our graphene's coating system, and which is a very large market because of how many air conditioners there are in the world. And we simply spray this on existing air conditioners or new air conditioners to make them more efficient. The graphene lubricants is an automotive fluid additive market product, and we're working with various different tiered lubricant manufacturers to test our graphene concentrates with them. The third market, obviously, for most importance on this call, is our aluminium-ion battery, which we developed with University of Queensland, and that provides next generation opportunities for the battery market. The graphene aluminium-ion battery was actually this particular design was developed by the University of Queensland, which is one of the top 50 universities in in the world. And GMG has exclusive license of the patent pending technology for the battery cathodes. The aluminium-ion battery has, or definitely compares with lithium-ion batteries and often supersedes it in terms of its ability to perform in the work that we've done so far. We are at the laboratory stage, and we are working through building our pilot plant. So a lot of this work that I'm about to show you is sought to be verified with more produced batteries as we expand our ability to do it internally and also with University of Queensland. These batteries that we're making will be interchangeable with lithium-ion batteries. They'll be rechargeable. They'll be up to 70 times faster charging, which is what we've seen so far in our work, and will likely have 3 times more battery life. They'll definitely be greener and safer, and we can talk through that. We have no lithium, cobalt, manganese, any other rare earth materials, and no copper as well in these batteries. And as we develop the batteries, we'll obviously be collaborating with University of Queensland with them on the IP as well. So what have we achieved so far? Initial performance data from testing in coin cells show that the GMG graphene and UQ perforated technique for aluminium-ion batteries achieves around 150 to 160 watt hours per kilogram, and really amazingly 7,000 watts per kilogram. So it's acting like a battery as well as it's acting like a supercapacitor with that kind of bottom of the range supercapacitor power density. So it's commonly called a hybrid supercapacitor battery. The energy density, whilst not what I'll call stellar performance for an electric vehicle, we have the energy density potential of somewhere over 1,000 watt hours per kilogram, and that testing data is at 2C. So we need to obviously test it at a lower Coulomb charging rate. As well, the expectation is that 150 to 160 watt hours per kilogram would not need any cooling. So if you actually took the cooling element out of a lithium-ion battery, there are definite similarities around this and what current lithium-ion batteries are. But whether or not EVs are the exact first battery market we would be taking this to is really a conversation we're working in right now. And you'd likely see the EV market come on board after first initial other markets where this would probably be benefiting the power density properties more. As it says, if you took this and had this in your phone, it would charge your phone in between 1 and 5 minutes, depending on how fast your charger was acting. And it would last pretty much about the same time or a bit less around as your current battery lasts for charge. So the interesting thing about this chart is it shows that the UQ work tripled the next best aluminium-ion battery outcome, which was done by Stanford. and then doubled, or more than doubled, the power density. I think that was in 2019 from memory. So the technology that UQ has developed for the aluminium-ion batteries is really quite unique. The cathode is actually where our graphene is loaded, and the anode, which is not normal. Normally, obviously, the anode is where the carbon is located. So the cathode has our graphene, and the anode is the aluminium foil, and only aluminium foil. And that means it's quite a light in terms of volume and also weight and lower complexity type battery, with obviously the aluminium chloride being in the electrolyte. Now, this is a diagram that shows how the aluminium ions are stored in the graphene. And with a certain type of graphene, you're able to get up to 92.5% utilization of the aluminium ions sitting inside the carbon, which gives you the much higher and what we see as world-class storage or energy storage capability of this battery, which of course enables it to be both a supercapacitor as well as a battery at the same time. Here we see some performance test data of 2032 coin cells. Now this was announced earlier this year, and since then we've had hundreds of companies all over the world wanting to talk to us about how to use our batteries. So currently we're sitting over 3,000 cycles, charging cycles, and with no reduction in performance. And you can see we're starting at 200 milliamp hours per gram, which is about, I think, 2C. And then you can see with, sorry, that's at 10C. And then you can see we've increased the charging rate up to 30C, and we're still getting 150 milliamp hours per gram. And it's still going 1,000 cycles with really no performance difference. And then we step it up to 66C in the last stages there. And the performance cycling was then called off after 3,500 cycles. So what we're seeing here is a battery that is performing at extremely high current rates and extremely high energy storage density, which is, I think, got a enormous potential for many, many different applications. Now, this is only 6 months of work in. This, of course, over time will get better as we optimize the weighting of our electrolyte and our graphene, and then also how we produce and perforate our graphene. So really, this is really the first step of many years, in fact, decades, you could say, of optimizing this as we continue to produce better and better batteries as we actually produce and sell them at the same time. So GMG aims to manufacture commercial battery prototypes, first of all, for personal devices, so in our coin cell batteries, and then also for laptops and electric vehicles. And eventually, we think these prototypes could also work in grid storage as well. And we're looking to make and finalize our commercial prototypes for customer testing by the end of 2021. These will be the basically prototype that will be swappable out of a lithium-ion battery. So they'll use all the grandfathered systems that you have, all the voltage and such forth that you would use for a lithium-ion battery. So we're aiming to deliver by the end of 2021, which is not far away, but we believe that can be achieved. And then a pouch pack prototype, we believe, for full customer testing should be ready by the end of 2022, just allowing for some more complexities around what type of prototype we should be first making before we can actually go and finalize it with potential customers. So that concludes the presentation around our battery technology. GMG, as I said, is listed on the TSX-V. You can see our total market capitalization there. And after a recent raise, we've now got a bit over $14 million Canadian, Australian Canadian in the bank. That's all for me. So back to you. Thank you.
Craig. Thank you, Craig, Nicol. Thanks for that presentation. And guys, something I neglected to mention at the outset is we've got chat moderators. We are watching for questions. We can't always get to them if we don't have to, if we run out of time, for example, or whatever. But we are doing our very best to watch the chat. And if you have a question, drop it in there. It never hurts to ask, right? We may not ask it, but it never hurts to drop your questions in the chat. So please do that. Second thing I want to say is let's go to a Slido. I mentioned this off the top. Participate, scan the code on your screen, win a free year of Benzinga Pro. Here's some trivia for you guys. How many EVs do you think were sold in the US last year? Oh, no, wait. The correct answer was marked. Wait a minute. All right. The answer is on the screen, everyone. I'll fix that for the next few. I've got 9 more. I've got 9 more trivia questions. I got 9 more here. Let's change that so that the I'll do it later. I told you at the top, you don't have to get it right. You just have to participate, and you could win a free 1-year sub of Benzinga Pro. Scan the code on the screen. Maybe there will be a trivia question where I just give away the answer on the screen. And yeah. Oops. I'm going to leave it up. I'm going to give you all a chance to, I wonder what it could be. The one that's marked green? Maybe? That was my fault. Oops. It would be funny, though, if y'all didn't pick that one. But no. 231,000 is the answer. This is just in the U.S. last year. There will be more trivia to come, though. I'm going to take that off the screen now. More trivia to come throughout the day. If you missed your chance not to wear, I'm not going to give all of them away. At least I hope I'm not. That'd be not good. All right. How are we doing on the likes front, guys? Am I doing okay? Can we get to 500? I know it's a steep goal. What are we at now? We're at 180. Let's get to 230 before our next speakers. Our next speakers are here. I'm going to bring them on in a second. We've got Foresight Autonomous Holdings, ticker FRSX. I know you guys, I know you love the public companies, especially the ones that trade in the US. Foresight trades on the NASDAQ. So you all should be able to have access to that. FRSX is your ticker. I'll bring Doron and Eli on in the second here. I want to see if we can get, we're not quite at 200 yet. Get me to 200. Forget 230. Get me to 200 in the next like 20 or 30 seconds. And then I'll bring Doron and Eli on. I don't want to make them wait too long. But at the same time, I do want to make them wait because I can. Let me catch up on the chat. Anything there that I missed? I'm like a substitute teacher. Thank you, Mitch. You said I'm like a substitute teacher. I'll take it. Guys, as always, let us know if there are more. This whole thing came about because we asked people what they wanted to see, and they told us EVs. So if there's another area of the market you want us to get companies for, it could be, I don't know, it could be anything, any sector. It could be global, it could be US, it could be any niche industry. If we get enough feedback, enough demand for it, we will do our absolute best to make it happen. We got a lot of comments back in March, April, and May about EVs. So here we are a few months later making it happy. So email us. I'm going to say email events@benzinga.com with the kind of industries you want, because we have healthcare next week. We've got everything from EVs to healthcare to small caps, but let us know what you want to see, and we will do our best to make it happen. Pharma, biotech. Vincent, next Wednesday for you, Vincent. Pharma, biotech. All right. Enough of that. It's 10:10. Eli and Doron are here. Let's get them on. The CFO, there's Doron, CFO, and VP of Biz Dev at Foresight Autonomous Holdings, ticker FRSX. Guys, how are we doing today?
Hey, good morning, Spencer. How are you?
Good morning, Spencer.
Great.
Doing great.
Doing great.
Yeah.
I see your slides. I see your presentation. Let's get those up on the screen. Producer Aaron, and I'm going to give you the floor. The floor is yours.
Hey, thank you very much. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for today's presentation. My name is Yoresh. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the company. Joining me on the call today is Doron, our Vice President of Business Development. Good morning, Doron.
Good morning.
Now, in today's session, we will provide you a brief overview of Foresight Autonomous Holdings and its group of companies. How do I flip the slides here? Do you see the slides now?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah? Okay, great. So let's start. Let's start with the company's structure. So the trading entity is Foresight Autonomous Holdings. As Spencer said, ticker FRSX. We are a duty-traded company. We're traded in NASDAQ and also in the Israeli Stock Exchange. And we have the aim of accelerating and enhancing safety across the entire transportation ecosystem. Our main shareholder is an Israeli company called Magna BSP. This is a private company specializing in surveillance vision systems in the field of defense and security, and the rest are public flow. Now, under the trading entity, there are three segments. First one is Foresight Automotive, and this is where we are taking automotive stereo vision to the future. In today's session, we will try to focus and elaborate mainly on this entity. Underneath Foresight Automotive, we have iNet Mobile Ltd. This is a company which is a cellular-based vehicle-to-everything accident prevention solution. And basically, iNet solution can predict accidents before they actually happen. iNet is in the early stage of commercialization with first commercial contract and a few proof of concept projects in place. And lastly, we have Rail Vision Ltd., which provides accident and safety solutions for the railway industry. And this is actually a pure financial investment in which we hold a little bit less than 20%. And Rail Vision is currently in the stage of commercialization with a few contracts and projects already in place. So now let's try to dive deeper into Foresight Automotive. And Doron, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ali. Okay, so Foresight Automotive. Foresight Automotive is actually specializing in developing 3D perception solution based on stereo technology. Basically, we're a software company. We use hardware, but the hardware is off the shelf. We're specializing in software. And our technology is actually aimed at both existing ADAS systems, which exist today, all the way to full autonomous systems. As Eli mentioned earlier, he mentioned Magna BSP, the main shareholder. We're actually a spin-off of Magna BSP, basically taking the defense technology and civilizing it to the automotive industry. So basically, our technology is based on 2 decades of expertise, so we didn't start from scratch. We have around 70 employees, mainly in the R&D, 9 patents in different stages, and founded back in 2015. So let's talk a little bit about what we do here at Foresight. So basically, the heart of the technology lies in stereoscopic technology. It's basically using 2 cameras to create 3D perception. It's very similar to how your eyes work. Now, what you see in the top left picture, we're actually showing a depth map created by 2 visible cameras in stereo. Basically, this colorful map is actually a pixelized map. Every pixel has its XYZ location in space. So the red represents short distance pixels, and the blue represents long distance pixels. On the right-hand side, we're adding to the stereo thermal technology. Okay, thermal cameras in stereo as well. And this allows us to see under very harsh weather and lighting conditions. I don't know if you can see, but on the right-hand side, there's a short video. On the left-hand side of it, you'll see visible cameras in stereo, completely blinded by night, rain, and oncoming glare of a car. On the right-hand side, the thermal cameras in stereo penetrate through these conditions and see all these obstacles without any problem. At the bottom, we're actually fusing the visible stereo and the thermal stereo in order to increase the obstacle detection capability. In this case, as we enter and exit the tunnel, the visible cameras in stereo on the right-hand side are blinded because of the high contrast of the light. Thermal on the left-hand side pick up the car that actually stopped outside of the tunnel, and by fusing it, we'll always know what's in front of it. So this is how we increase the obstacle detection capabilities. Okay, let's talk a little bit about market traction. So first of all, in terms of customer engagement. So our first commercial order is with Elbit Systems in the defense world. I'll talk about it in a second. Recently, we announced as well our first proof of concept with a leading European OEM. Now, this is one step further down the sales cycle towards mass production. We'll explain it shortly. Recently as well, we put more focus in the Chinese market, and we already announced that we're conducting several proof of concept projects with leading OEMs in China. So far, we delivered 14 prototype kits to OEM and tier ones worldwide. Now, these prototypes are aimed at customers for testing, benchmarking, and evaluating our technology in comparison to other technologies out there. And on top of the prototypes, we're in contact with dozens of leads of OEMs and tier ones from different verticals. And lastly, we have strategic cooperation agreements with key industry players. Let's dive in a little bit deeper in relation to the customers and the partners we're dealing with. So I mentioned Elbit Systems. A couple of years ago, we signed our first commercial agreement with Elbit Systems. Elbit Systems is the largest defense company here in Israel and one of the leading integrators in the world. And we recently announced that we entered a development project with Elbit with one of their end customers. So it's great progress within the defense segment. Teledyne FLIR. FLIR are the largest thermal camera manufacturer in the world. And we signed actually a strategic agreement with FLIR Systems, in which helps us to they're actually opening us their extensive customer network. You can imagine the impact on a company like ours. And we do a lot of marketing, joint marketing efforts together, such as the joint articles and blogs. Horizon 2020. We actually joined the largest European R&D project, which is called Horizon 2020. And we're actually developing an autonomous driving system for commercial vehicles. It's a consortium of 29 companies. For example, Continental, a huge tier one, sits next to us in this consortium. And what we're offering here is our perception system for detecting any obstacle under harsh weather conditions. It's a 3-year program in which we get a funding up to $1 million, and the project kicked off as of January, as of this year. NVIDIA. As you are probably well aware, this is one of the leading autonomous platforms for use in autonomous machines and vehicles. And we're using NVIDIA. I mentioned we're using hardware off the shelf. So we're using the hardware platform in order to embed our technology on NVIDIA platforms. We have a few more undisclosed OEM and tier ones in which we're in close contacts on top of this list I just mentioned. I just want to dive in and talk a little bit more about the Chinese markets, because in the end of the day, we're putting more focus on the Chinese market, which is actually the largest automotive market in the world. It's backed up with strong governmental financial support, and they're putting a lot of focus in actually shifting from local vehicles to global vehicle export. And this market is actually constantly looking for disruptive technology to enable high levels of autonomy. And recently, in the last few months, we announced already two big things. First of all, a proof of concept with a leading Chinese vehicle manufacturer, and an MOU cooperation with Chery. Chery is one of the biggest Chinese vehicle manufacturers out there, together with a leading Chinese thermal camera manufacturer, which is called Guide Infrared. Let's talk a little bit about the market trends we see and how our technology is actually relevant to these trends. Industry is constantly seeking to increase sensor capabilities and stretch the capabilities further out, seeing further down the road, higher accuracies, and seeing smaller objects. Now, one of the most unique features we're developing is what we call the separated camera stereo solution. Now, this is the future of stereo. Up until now, if you look on the left-hand side, you'll see how a traditional stereo camera will look like. It's actually mounted on a rigid bar behind the windshield in order to avoid the camera movement and to remain calibrated at any given time. What we developed at Foresight is actually a unique module of automatic calibration. So therefore, we can calibrate the stereo cameras on the go at any given moment. And the beauty here is that this allows us to separate now the camera from the rigid bar. And by doing so, we achieve the following advantages. First of all, we can achieve extended range. If the traditional stereo could see 80, 90 meters ahead, we now can see hundreds of meters ahead. We can achieve higher distance accuracies, and it's much easier now to integrate our technology because now there's a lot of real estate on the vehicle in which you can play around where to fit the cameras onto the vehicle. Another trend is what we call, this is actually mainly from the defense industry, but not only, is replacing active 3D perception with passive technology. What you see in this short video is actually a 3D point cloud, which is created both in visible camera on the top and thermal cameras at the bottom. Now, 3D point cloud is a different way to represent the depth map and similar to other technologies presenting their raw data. Now, most sensors that create 3D perception, such as LiDAR or radar, emit energy in order to hit the object and get a reflection back. Now, this energy can be easily detected in the defense world and then therefore not relevant in the defense arena. And this relates again to the first commercial agreement with Elbit Systems because they understood the importance of being passive. But passivity is not only in the defense world, it's important as well for the automotive industry as it's less prone to mutual interferences between sensors. Now, in addition to being passive, there are many other advantages of our technology for point clouds as opposed to other technologies. For example, we're much more dense, higher frame rates, dealing with harsh weather and lighting better than other sensors at a much cheaper price. Let's talk a little bit about the markets, and I want to pass the microphone back to Ellie.
Thank you, Doron. Thank you very much. Okay, so you can see the four markets that we're aiming at right here. We have the passenger vehicles, including robotaxis, the military, industrial vehicles, and the commercial trucks. Now, each one of these markets have the same challenges of detecting any obstacle in harsh weather and lighting conditions, and all of them requires achieving higher distance accuracies. And we do believe that we have the technology that is relevant to all of those four markets. Now, it's very clear that the growth potential of each and every one of those markets are tremendous, but we do believe that the military and the industrial vehicles markets represents the first in the short term, while the commercial trucks and the passenger cars will probably follow in the middle and the longer term. One more thing that we want to share with you is actually guide you through our sales cycle, which is basically the generic way that our industry works, okay? So in the first stage, what we do is we engage with the potential customer. What we do, we demonstrate our technology and capabilities, and we usually do it through selling a prototype or kind of a evaluation kit, or we can do it by doing a technological roadshow. Now, after evaluating our capabilities, the customer will usually move to the next step, in which we will engage with him in a proof of concept, or what we call a co-development project, in which we will specifically design our technology to the customer's requirements and needs. Now, this step can take between 6 to 12 months, it really depends on the scope of the project. And this is exactly where we are. You can see the red dot here. This is exactly where we are. We are currently in the midst of several proof of concept projects with several customers. Now, upon a successful proof of concept project, then we would move to the next step, which is the design win step. And this is exactly where we aim to be. We want to be in a design win. This means that our technology is scheduled to be designed into a specific vehicle with a specific time frame and volumes. Now, again, the design win step also can take between 12 to 24 months. This is to reach the final step of the sales cycle, which is the mass production. But it really depends on the market and the vertical. In defense, military, and industrial vehicles, it takes much shorter times. And with commercial and passengers, it takes a lot longer. So just as a summary on the main highlights of what we've reviewed today, we do believe that we have a game-changing software approach, which is suitable to both ADAS and autonomous driving solutions. We think that our proprietary auto-calibration software drive superior range and detection across weather conditions. We have strong IP. Apparently, we have and we see a massive growth opportunities with high margin potential. And of course, we already have in place several partnerships with blue chip names and with highly attractive customers. So this is the presentation. Doron and myself will be glad to answer any questions if you have. Spencer, back to you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, there was a question here from the chat. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find who asked it, but I can't find who asked it now. But regardless, the question is it's from somewhere in our chat. What happened to, or can you tell us an update or what happened to the COVID-19 detection system? That was one of the a big reason people jumped on Foresight last year.
Right. So this project is actually in last phases of development. We think that we have a very interesting product, but yet again, since COVID now is showing waves going up, going down, and at least in Israel, about a year ago, when you entered any mall or any public area, you had to go through screening. Today, there's no screening at all. You have vaccinations. So we're rethinking about how we can leverage this very, very interesting product going forward.
Got it. And what is the next immediate near-term catalyst that investors should know about for Foresight?
Okay. So, if we go back to the sales cycle that I've just guided you through, as you can see, we are always going through the same cycle. And as Doron mentioned, we already sold 14 prototypes. So 14 companies evaluated physically, touching our prototype, understanding our technology. We also are engaged with dozens of other customers that do not require buying a prototype. And the next step will be, as I said, a co-development or a proof of concept to tailor-made to redesign to a specific need. And this at any point of time we can announce this advancement. And of course, since we are already in a few several proof of concept projects, the next thing will be to anticipate, if it was successful and if we can move to the next step, which is a design win going forward.
What is the biggest challenge right now? If you guys don't, if any of these proof of concepts don't work, what will the reason have been?
I don't think there's such a big challenge. Probably because we're aiming to 4 markets, all of them very different. Military, industrial vehicles. This is the big combiners, the agriculture equipment, infrastructure, mining, trucks. It's a 24/7 service, and of course the most lucrative but the most long-term market, which is the passenger vehicle. All of them are very, very different. So yeah, the passenger vehicles will take much longer. Everybody understands it. This is why we've taken the approach of tackling more markets. We do feel that at the shorter term, we will be much more successful with the military and with the industrial vehicles. And we see very, very good progress in those markets. Also in trucking and passenger, we have customers that we're engaged with in different stages. And we see that, we're progressing. Are we progressing as much as we wanted to? Not really, because, it's still COVID. It's still very hard to travel. Some of the customers can't meet you face to face. So sure, everybody faces the same problems, but we're very much optimistic.
All right, Eli, Yoresh, Doron, Cohadier from Foresight Autonomous Holdings, ticker FRSX. Guys, thank you both so much for joining the EVCon today.
Thank you very much.
Spencer. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, our next guest just said the magic words backstage. He said, yeah, I've got a presentation, but I like questions. I prefer questions. So I have a few questions ready. Everyone watching, you get a few questions ready because our next guest, Andrew Fox, the co-founder and CEO of CRGE Enterprises, he's here and he wants your questions. Andrew, good morning. How are we doing?
Hey, man. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you as well. So I believe you do have a short presentation, right? And I think we're going to bring it up on the screen.
Yep.
And so we can rip through that. But you said it yourself, man. You want the questions. I got a question.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. And I would prefer as many questions as possible.
Okay.
I love the engagement. So I'll try to briefly take you guys through our presentation and then leave it open for as many questions as possible.
All right.
So thank you for pulling it up on the screen. Just before we start, we mean what we say, that we really do share our success with all of our stakeholders. And as I get through my presentation, you'll hear a little bit about our workforce and some of the innovative things that we're doing in this kind of what we see as a bit of an industrial revolution in the EV space. So next slide is just a legal slide, and then we can go into the next slide, please. So we started the company in January of 2019 solely with a mission to focus on infrastructure for electric vehicles. As we evolved, the business made some acquisitions along the way. We brought on senior executives from Ford, American Express, and some other very well-known companies. And I think as we get into the business here in a second, people will have a lot of questions on how we've been able to do what we've been able to do so quickly. But I think it's because we are maniacally focused on an area in the EV space and telecommunication, for that matter, that you can't outsource to a third party. So please, next slide. So our executive team, like I said, we're getting bigger. We're now 157 people in the company. 2 weeks ago, we just added our first ever CFO, who came from Deloitte & Touche and American Express. But we have a number of Ford executives and overall a great team. Next slide, please. So let me tell you a little bit about our business. We think of our business as kind of building the communication and electrification infrastructures that power the future. And in the infrastructure side, think about like charging electric vehicles and 5G and telecom and all the infrastructure design and installation and maintenance that goes around that. And then kind of the IoT of things that connect to those things. And on the communication side, every time you pick up your cell phone or a landline call, there are little processes that go on, and we're making sure we're taking a little toll on each of those. Next slide, please. So I like to say this because I've been studying the EV space for quite some time, and I like to be humble but old-fashioned. And old-fashioned to me means I love revenue. And so, we started the company in 2019. Obviously, we had a de minimis amount of revenue. In 2020, we did 80 million. We're on track right now to do 450 plus million this year. And as I take you through our life cycle and our business model, I think people will appreciate that I'm a little old fashioned. And so when I look at the EV space and I see companies based on projections that are 5 years out with no revenue, I caution early investors that these are all projections. And so I'm trying to base on historicals. And so you'll see my revenue ramp very nicely. And what you'll also see is that we have a commitment to the workforce that's helping us produce this revenue. Next slide, please. So our mission is to make it simple to go electric. Around that, we build the infrastructure for both 5G and electric vehicles. We like to say we do the work that others don't. And if you think about this EV revolution, it might be upon us, but the infrastructure is not. And so there's all this very meaty stuff that needs to get fixed. Next slide, please. So the market that we're after is a pretty substantial market, and it continues to grow. Next slide, please. So what do we do? Our vision is to establish ourselves as a global leader in the technology, installation, and operation of EV charging systems, portable power, and 5G infrastructure. To become the most trusted infrastructure company in the world, we have to do certain things right. We have to offer white glove service and superior training to our team members. But we also have to innovate and design and make sure that we can select locations that have better utilization and engineer and install through this entire new life cycle of electric vehicle infrastructure that's needed. Next slide, please. And so from energy transmission to generation to industrial, there's a whole bunch of work that we're now doing to prepare for this EV revolution. And it's not just installing EV charging systems. And so one of the reasons why we're so bullish on this is as this EV revolution comes upon us, you got to upgrade the grid as well. And so there's a big, huge pot of money here and abroad to go get to, as the EV revolution happens, the grid and all these other ancillary pieces get upgraded. Next slide, please. And so why we're so excited about the space, simply put, is today there's, about 2% of the vehicles on the road, about 1.7 million vehicles are electric. It's expected to, more than 9x over the next 10 years, which means that the amount of infrastructure that's needed. So just in US charging outlets for electric vehicles today, there are only about 100,000 charging stations. We need somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million. And so the CapEx around that is huge. But at the same time, Verizon and AT&T, who are also big customer of ours, are spending almost $50 billion rolling out their 5G. And so by doing this work that others don't want to do in the infrastructure space, we're really positioned uniquely. And it's why we're so excited about it. Next slide, please. So next slide, thank you. So in the infrastructure division, we make it, and this is how we talk to our customers, we make it simple to go electric. What does that mean? All right, we're accelerating, obviously, the uses away from fossil fuels, but we're focused today on the US auto dealers. There's 17,000 of them, they're low-hanging fruit, and the vast majority of them need to be upgraded, mandated by the OEMs. And so I hope someone asks me a couple of questions about what we're doing in automotive. I want to try to get through my presentation, but please, if anybody has any questions on the automotive side, I'll be happy to go through it. Next slide, please. So we do the behind the scenes work. We hook up from the grid to the digging of the hole to the IoT device that goes on the system. In that entire life cycle, we're kind of agnostic to the hardware, but we're doing all the infrastructure heavy lifting. And we make all these systems work behind the scenes. And we're not looking for the credit. And so whether it's a Blink system, a charge point system, or any other host of systems that we're installing on the EV side, or AT&T or Verizon or any of our big telco customers, it's usually their brand you'll see front and center, and we like being behind the scenes. Next slide, please. And so when you think about, where we are in the 5G world today, we provide a tremendous amount of services around 5G. But if you think about where that relates to in the EV world, we're at 1G. And so we don't like to talk too much about the past, but we want the past to be a historical value creator in terms of you're at first generation charging systems today and you're at 5G in telecommunications. And so as the telecommunication goes to 6G, you'll see EV go to 2G in that analogy. Next slide, please. And we also just introduced something called power banks, which are a critical amenity. And once again, what we're going to do as an infrastructure company is innovate on certain things and find areas to build consumer inroads. And so power banks is something we just launched in Atlanta. If people are following our press releases, we've signed up close to 100 places already in the first month. And it's just an interesting data capturing tool for us more than anything. Next slide, please. Our business started in 2019 with solving the problem for micromobility. Some of you may know I was an early investor in Lime, and this was the impetus for the entire charge business. We introduced our first generation charging systems in the city of Paris and solved a unique problem where scooters were piled up on the street one day, and then we put infrastructure in the next. Next slide, please. Our communications. Once again, I hope people ask questions about this, but we connect calls globally. It's part of our early mission was to get big quick and make sure we had a global presence. Today we have operations in 19 countries with our telephone connection business. And while it might be a low margin business, it gives us inroads into some of the biggest companies in the world. Next slide, please. Perfect. So once again, just our business model in terms of connecting people one conversation at a time via electric, via EV, via telecommunications. This was the first company that we bought. It was 24 years in business, and it transacts billions of international minutes annually. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then just last but not least, investment highlights of our business, and then I hope we can get into some questions. But we're a global business with interlocking capabilities, a seasoned management team, sales relationships in over 19 countries, and we're on a run rate to do north of 450 million of revenue this year. And now we turn it over to any questions that anybody had. You can just hit the last slide.
Your comment about liking revenue seemed like you were thinking about some people when you said that. Maybe not. Okay, Andrew, some questions that I've got, and we've got a few in the chat as well. First one that jumped out to me was, so we're talking about the electric vehicle, the electrical infrastructure. That's basically what this is, as opposed to other alternative energy types, right? We're talking about the electric grid. That's your sandbox.
Well, I mean, the sandbox that we're in is providing infrastructure for electric vehicles. But when you zoom out, it's not just putting in a charging station. From the transmission lines to the grid, there's a lot of upgrades that are going to take place. And even when you read about like all this infrastructure spending, it's not just in like installing stations. There's just a lot of ancillary work that needs to upgrade in order for us to even generate the type of power that we're talking about.
So are you competing with companies like Blink and Volta? And if so, what are your advantages there? And this is from
quite the opposite. We work with those guys.
Okay.
We have MSAs in place. We solve kind of the long pole in the tent problem for those guys manufacturing those systems, which is installing their systems. And when you think about the elasticity around the installation, if I'm just going to use a simple round number, if a unit costs $50,000 on a commercial level to install, about $35,000 of that would be for the installation part of it, and about 15 would be for the hardware. And so we're agnostic for the hardware. We work with all the hardware providers that install across that entire ecosystem.
So Europe is a few years ahead of the US in terms of their EV, in terms of just EVs in general. So can you speak a little bit about what you've got going on outside North America, maybe in Europe specifically?
We've had a beachhead in the EU and in the UK.
Okay.
I'm very aggressive, and I think that we're learning a lot from them. We are not 2 or 3 years behind. We're much further behind than that.
Much further. Okay.
And so we're very, we're very keen on what they're doing there, learning what they're doing there, and being able to adopt some of their best practices. The good news is that it's like the equivalent of being at the top half of the first inning of a ball game or baseball game. It's very, very early in this life cycle. And so the good news is they're ahead of us and by a significant margin today, but we can close that gap. And as a company, we will close that gap because we have ambitions to be a global business.
You spoke about being hardware agnostic. This is another one from the chat here. Will there be a common charger that works for all the EVs, all the different brands out there? A universal charger? Is that the goal?
I mean, that's the common sense. It's like the USB charger and now the USB-C charger. It's mind-boggling that there are 3 different formats domestically speaking here. And I hate to say it, but it's companies like ours that have to now innovate and like bang the drum. And you said something before, and I wasn't referring to any of the people, but it's very hard to innovate when you don't have any revenue. And a lot of these companies that have gotten these sky-high valuations but don't have any revenue yet, it's really hard for them to innovate when their first-generation product isn't even out the door. And so I think a lot of what you're seeing is just the early mistakes that the original auto industry made, where there were 600 manufacturers of automotive vehicles in the early days of the automotive boom. And so there are all sorts of competing things. Hopefully they'll flush out. I'm screaming as loud as I can. There should be one universal format, but then again, it's just so early that a lot of people aren't even hearing us yet.
Okay, we got 5 minutes left and a lot more questions, guys. I'm going as fast as I can. Andrew, what is the lowest hanging fruit for you guys right now?
Lowest hanging fruit for us is 17,000 U.S. auto dealers. It's what we predominantly focus on right now. We hired the former ex-president of Ford Canada and the former head of General Motors North America to tackle this. Inside the 17,000 U.S. auto dealers, that's like the Cadillacs and those guys, not your local used car lot, but the vast majority of those guys must upgrade. They must upgrade to be able to start selling electric vehicles. So that's the channel that's the lowest hanging fruit for us today.
We're talking about getting contracts with the manufacturers and companies like Blink, et cetera, but are you also working with governments?
Well, in the zero emission states, in the ZEV states where the incentives are greater, it's not necessarily working with the government, although we do have a beachhead in Washington, D.C., and it's important for us to have our tentacles into this infrastructure bill. And I think, these spending bills wind up getting pushed to the states. And so we have an active, government relation program. But I'm not betting my business on government stuff. It will add some nice wind to our sail, but it's not my strategy. My strategy right now is laser focused in on things that we're laser focused in on.
So going back to the universal charger, I guess for a second, you believe that makes too much sense not to happen. Is that like, would a hypothetical future universal charging station, would that lead to increased EV adoption, or other way around? Would increased EV adoption lead to that? Or does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter.
I mean, right now you have something called range anxiety, and that range anxiety is there just aren't enough ample fast charging stations around. And so whether you had a universal, and I think Tesla, ChargePoint, Blink, a lot of these guys are going to start opening up more and more and more. They have to. It's just part of this mandate. I think it's actually part of this infrastructure bill to figure it out. But when you're, the first generation technology into something, everybody's trying to figure out who's going to be, VHS and Betamax. And so I think a lot of people to figure it out. And it's why we play in the neutral category. We want to help all of them succeed. And so in these early stages, we're training and I have to invest in training on multiple systems, but I'm okay with that because part of what my role in this is to push the EV movement forward. And so on the infrastructure side, I have to be able to work with everybody.
Here's a question from our chat that I should have seen coming. Any plans for Charge Enterprises to uplist?
Yeah, we're in the final throes of that now. I encourage people to look through our press releases. I'm optimistic about that, and this is all part of our multi-tier plan. I know there are not a lot of OTC companies doing our kind of revenue and our kind of growth, and so we do have a plan, and the wheels are in motion.
Wheels are in motion. I know. I always ask for timelines, and I always get the same answer. I can't, and I won't, because it's not entirely up to you, unfortunately. But
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is I won't BS you. It's a government agency that I'm doing everything I can to run my business, and it's going to happen because we qualify, and it'll happen when it happens. But I'm not going to get hung up on making any promises. It's not my style. And I just want to end with this one thing, which is we're pulling all of our workers up in this. This is a blue collar group of people that we are building, and they're all getting stock options. And so when I talk about sharing our success with stakeholders, it's because I'm the son of a blue collar union electrician. And I know how those guys miss most of these industrial revolutions of sorts where there's, a carry in stock and whatnot. And so it's part of our MO to bring all these people along in this.
Andrew Fox is the co-founder and CEO of Charge Enterprises. Ticker, for now at least, is CRGE, though maybe that changes in the future with an uplist. We'll find out. Fantastic stuff, Andrew. Thank you for being so game for questions from me, from our chat. And I didn't realize that there was a company like yours out there underneath of the infrastructure. So
well, I like to think that we play a very important part of seeing this, but we're just behind the scenes.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good day.
All right, time to move on here. It's 10:50. Our next speaker is here with me. Let's bring him on if we can. Dan Nye. He's the Chief Strategy Officer at Graphex Group. Dan, there he is. That is a real view, isn't it?
It's beautiful. It's London right now. It's a great day in London.
Oh, man. You are definitely winning the day so far in terms of background views. I'll tell you that.
Appreciate it.
I'm cynical because I thought is it a blue screen at first, or no? It's real. It's all real. So guys, we have Dan's presentation. Let's get that up on the screen, and Dan, I will turn it over to you and let you go with it. Here we go.
Great, thank you. First of all, thank you for the introduction, Spencer. It's a real pleasure to be here. Welcome everyone to the conference, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present our business. In the next 15 minutes or so, we will seek to provide you with a brief overview of our company and its underlying technology. Firstly, please see our website for our forward-looking statement disclaimer. So an overview, we develop technology and produce products for the renewable energy sector. Specifically, we manufacture spherical graphite in production volumes and develop graphene technology. Spherical graphite is the material used to produce the graphite anodes for lithium-ion batteries, which are used both in electric vehicles and for renewable energy storage solutions. Our technology is protected by 23 spherical graphite and graphene patents. Our 2020 revenues were about $51 million US. We are EBITDA positive. We trade on both the OTCQX in the US and the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Our symbol in the US is GRFXY, and in Hong Kong it's 6128. We currently produce about 10,000 metric tons per year of spherical graphite, or as we know, SG. Just touching on leadership, Andreas Chen is our CEO. He has been with the company since 2013 and brings 34 years of business experience. I come from a technology, investment, and strategy background. And Professor Lee Quinn is head of research and holds doctorates in both engineering and minerals processing. So our primary product is spherical graphite, which represents the majority of our revenues. We also develop graphene technology. Our byproducts include high purity graphite and micronized graphite. These byproducts are used in industrial applications such as lubricants and coatings. So to understand where our product is used, the following diagram shows our spherical graphite product in real-life application. So spherical graphite is used to produce the graphite electrode or anode for lithium-ion battery cell. The graphite electrode consists of many layers of graphene produced by spherical graphite. This image shows a teardown of a typical lithium-ion cell used in an electric car. The average electric vehicle will have about 7,000 of these cells in parallel. And we estimate that each electric vehicle requires about 70 kilograms of spherical graphite. And this compares to about 60 kilograms of lithium and 20 kilograms of cobalt in a typical EV battery. So when charging, what happens is lithium ions are forced from the cathode across the separator and are trapped within layers of graphene within the anode, which is formed by spherical graphite. During discharge, the lithium ions fall back across the separator to the cathode, and this movement of lithium ions is what releases electrical energy and which powers the car. So we believe our business has a strong competitive moat. We have stable access to our input material, which is raw flake graphite. And our factory is geographically located adjacent to one of the world's largest graphite resources in Heilongjiang province in China. We have the experience, know-how, and patents, and we've been in production for many years producing spherical graphite in large commercial volumes. And importantly, we can also produce very small diameter spherical graphite down to 6 to 9 micron level. Typically, the market looks for spherical graphite in the 10 to 15 micron level. As batteries get more advanced, battery makers will look for for actually smaller diameter graphite, and this is important to increase capacity and battery charging speeds. So our company is essentially driven by the fantastic growth rate of electric vehicles. So this chart shows on the green vertical bars the amount of vehicles produced across the world of any kind, so electric, ICE, hybrid. The line graph that goes across is electric vehicles and their growth compared to total vehicles in the world. So if you look back at 2019, about 2.1 million EVs were produced globally, and that compares to 96 million cars produced across the world. 2020, that actually has risen to 3 million, and this year it's expected that over 6 million EVs will be produced. Looking forward, by 2030, we would expect about a third of all vehicles to be electric, which is equivalent to about 35 million vehicles a year. So this fantastic growth rates in EVs will increase and power demand for our products. So with each electric vehicle requiring about 70 kilograms of spherical graphite, this trend should drive demand for spherical graphite fivefold by 2026. In 2020, about 240,000 tons were produced in China for spherical graphite. This is expected to rise to 1.3 million tons by 2026. And we plan to increase our capacity to participate in this growth rate. So this graph is basically a snapshot of battery metal usage, and it's 3 time frames. It's 2018 and looking forward 2023 and 2028. Spherical graphite is in red, lithium is in green, and cobalt is in yellow. But what's interesting about this graph is while all battery metals should increase in demand, so all boats will rise, what's interesting is the growth of spherical graphite for the graphite anode will increase faster. And that's also a function of battery makers trying to reduce the amount of cobalt in their battery. So lithium demand for the renewable energy sector is also a demand factor for our company, and it shows a similar picture. Batteries are used to store and supply electrical power when the wind is not blowing or the sun is not shining. So it's forecast by 2025 there will be 62 gigawatts of electrical energy storage added per year. We estimate that each megawatt of storage requires about 4 tons of spherical graphite. So we believe that this should create an incremental 248,000 tons of graphite demand by 2026. We have a couple of elements to our growth strategy. So where we are presently, where we are a volume producer and producing about 10,000 metric tons per year at our facility in China, which represents about 5% of China's output. Over the next 3 years, we're looking to move our production from 10,000 metric tons to 40,000 metric tons. Outside of China, we're looking to lever our technology using technology as a services model. So what this means, we're looking to work with companies in North America, Europe, and Africa. And our plan is to help graphite miners in these regions of the world convert the raw material, the raw graphite into spherical graphite so they can begin to participate in the battery supply chain. Longer term, we're looking to expanding downstream into anode and battery production. So using our technology as a service model in Europe, North America, and Africa, this is what we can do for potential clients. So presently, a graphite mine will be selling their products to the general market at about $600 to $750 per ton. By processing it using our technology into spherical graphites, they can achieve $3,000 US a ton. By pitch coating it, they should be able to achieve $7,000 to $12,000 per ton, and we can help companies do those 2 last steps. We place a great deal of emphasis on internal research, and indeed this is a significant component of our competitive advantage. We hold 23 patents protecting both production techniques and graphene applications. With years of experience, we have deep proprietary knowledge to enhance our production yields. Our research team is led by Professor Lee Quinn, who we talked about earlier. And our research currently includes ultra-low temperature anodes and silicon carbon composite anodes. So in addition to producing spherical graphites, we also develop graphene technology. I think it's important to touch on, literally what an amazing material graphene is. Graphene is essentially a lattice of carbon atoms, one atomic layer thick. This lattice structure provides graphene with some really unique engineering properties. It's 200 times stronger than steel. Indeed, it's the strongest material known to man. It's flexible, it's thermally conductive, it's transparent, it's electrically conductive, it's 1 million times thinner than a sheet of paper. And together, these unique properties solve many engineering problems. Just some examples of sectors which are seeking to use graphene technology includes biomedical, where graphene can be used for varied applications, including drug delivery and tissue scaffolding, composite materials, which by combining carbon fiber with graphene, you improve strength, thermal, and weight properties. Consumer electronics, so you can produce mobile flexible displays for wearable devices. In the energy sector, graphene may be used to create ultra-thin solar panels or as a layer on the solar cell to actually generate electricity from the salt within raindrops. As a membrane, graphene can target specific gases or molecules and can be used in filter or sensor applications. So lastly, we also have an Echo Design subsidiary, and this subsidiary specializes in landscape architecture for corporate campuses, urban renewals, and is developing recharge parks. So recharge parks are an interesting concept. We'll share a brief video with you, but essentially they are renewed urban spaces for recharging cars, and they're powered by renewable energy to an extent. And this allows mobile and vehicle users to recharge their machines while they unwind and relax in a stunning landscape space. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for your attention, interest, and company, and I'll be delighted to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dan. Got a couple questions here for you. Let's just start with let's just start broad. Let's just start broad. You're over in London. Our last speaker and I talked about how far ahead Europe is compared to the U.S. when it comes to just EV adoption. That being said, what is the biggest headwind for EV adoption, EV growth? We can go worldwide, we can go Europe, we can go pick your market. But I'm curious what you think is just the biggest general headwind.
Yeah, Europe, by any stretch of measure, is significantly ahead of both Asia and US in adoption. And to give you some numbers behind that, so Europe now sells about 15% of every car sold is a EV. That compares to about 12% in China and about 2% in the US. So it's beginning to it is an important initiative in Europe, and that's the key thing, in my opinion, that kind of holds back even faster adoption is the infrastructure. So having fast chargers which are located everywhere is the single item which I think the world's got to solve. And if you have the same level of fast chargers located the same frequency as gas stations, then that would eliminate the whole issue of range anxiety. So the batteries will continue to get higher, more powerful, and charge faster, but the infrastructure needs to catch up. So we're just not quite there yet.
I'm wondering then about future generations of batteries. Will they still use graphite, like from your company?
Yeah. So there's actually development into something called the silicon graphite hybrid alloy. So currently, there has been research done to use silicon as the anode. And the problem using silicon as an anode is basically when you charge it up, it actually heats up and can crack, which is not really suitable in a automotive environment. So where the technology is moving to, and this may take a number of years to get there, is to use a hybrid of silicon and spherical graphite. And by combining those two materials, you should be able to have the flexibility offered by the graphites combined with the increased charging capacity of silicon, and have a silicon graphite anode. That's but in the kind of research that I've read, all batteries have a graphite element.
So just to clarify, this is also from the chat. So your production is based in China, is that right?
Yes, that's
okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So the actual processing facility is in Heilongjiang Province, China.
Okay. But I'm just wondering, so you've got the production in China, but you've got the technology as a service model elsewhere. Do those work hand in hand? I'm just one, or does one sort of?
Yeah, for sure. So if you kind of think of it, if you kind of think about what happened over the last 20 years, I mean, so lots of technology done in the West was taken into China. This is thinking kind of the other way. So using technology and skill sets built on producing spherical graphite in China, and using this to help graphite mines in the West, Africa and the West, convert their graphite into spherical graphite. So it's actually using deep-seated proprietary knowledge and deep-seated skill sets to help mines get to the next level.
Here is a question from the chat. This is a little more sciencey question. So the graphite is in the circular pattern. So where does the heat go?
The graphite in circular pattern. It's the heat is. So if you think of so spherical graphite is small diameter graphite. So what?
Okay.
What basically happens, you compress this into a tight form. That forms your anode. So the heat gets distributed distribute out of the battery anyway. So
Okay.
it's not as if
Okay.
it's not as if it has to distribute heat. It's about 10 to 15 microns in diameter. So that will distribute heat out of the battery.
Got it. Let me make sure I got everything. There's a few questions from the chat. I think I covered them all. I guess last one here for you, Dan, and then we'll let you go. I'm not aware. This is also from the chat. Are there big competitors in your space? Who are your competitors?
It is relatively fragmented. So we're one of the top 10 in China, and there is prototype plants outside of China in the West.
Okay.
But there aren't any competitors producing production volume in the West yet. And we're seeking, using our technology service model, to expand from producing in China to actually help those companies get to production levels.
All right. Dan Nye is the Chief Strategy Officer at Graphex Group. Dan, enjoy that view, sir.
Thank you. Bye now.
All right. Everyone, smash a like for Dan Nye, the graphite guy. Let's move on. Our next speaker is here. Worksport, Stephen Rossi. I see him backstage. Guys, let's bring him front stage. There he is. Stephen, good morning, sir. How are we doing today?
Good morning. Well, how are you?
I'm doing okay, considering it's cold and rainy in Michigan, but I don't really care about that. So, all right, we got your presentation here. Everyone, if you haven't heard of Worksport, they do solar-powered tonneau covers. Don't let me explain it. Let's just have Steven explain it to you. I'm going to let him do that. I'm going to take myself off and bring up his presentation. And Steven, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And, well, thanks for having me again. First, we wanted to recognize the Benzinga team. In this presentation for being such an outstanding platform. Your team is world-class, and we wanted to show appreciation for just how much effort, brilliance, and ingenuity goes into doing what you guys do and doing it so well. It's with your help that we've been able to build brick by brick to be where we are today, and we're on the footsteps of making history. We also wanted to thank our shareholders and supporters and advisors, our brilliant team that I get the pleasure and honor of working with every day. Now that we've had a few minutes to kind of reflect, we have the best shareholders in the world. To anyone watching here that's new today, do your own due diligence. You'll find that we at Worksport, we have a bright future ahead in multiple markets, and most exciting is our new clean tech energy initiatives and divisions. And I'll be discussing that a little bit later in our presentations. So this presentation is kind of a brief overview of our exciting company for any new shareholders. And I also wanted to say follow us on all major social media platforms under @Worksport Ltd. So under @WORKSPORT Ltd. So to that, I'm Steve Rossi, CEO and founder of Worksport Limited. So what is Worksport? Worksport participates in the broader automotive markets through its accessory manufacturing division, and through Terravis Energy, our new subsidiary, we're working towards innovations with hydrogen fuel cell technology and manufacturing for EV fast charging and community microgrid power. Our mission is to maintain strong growth and lean operations, seeking stable growth through our designing and manufacturing of our innovative automotive components and accessories. We're going to be focusing on anticipating, solving, and capitalizing on challenges in energy deployment and development. This will be done by developing broadly available and efficient hydrogen fuel cells and DC fast charge systems. We're going to get into a lot of that later on in this presentation. Our vision is to find the growth through the innovation in our markets and developing intelligent products, which will enhance and refine the practical capabilities of light trucks and the lives of our broader global consumer markets. Through Terravis Energy, with our disruptive innovations, we'll produce compact, ultra-high efficient, and affordable hydrogen fuel cells for clean, green, fast charge, and microgrid energy systems, free from power grid connectivity. So one of the things that I wanted to highlight in everything we're going to be talking about is our intellectual property portfolio, our coveted intellectual property portfolio. It heightens the barrier of entry for future entrants. And our portfolio is a large and growing global portfolio of patents and trademarks. And everything that we've done is fully owned and prosecuted by Worksport, not acquired. So we haven't acquired any sort of patents, which means that we've kind of started from ideation to creation. And this solidifies our position within our markets and in the markets we operate, and it protects our inventions and our path into our current markets and future markets. So this is where it can be a little confusing, and everyone bear with me. I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible. We have kind of two divisions. We have Worksport Manufacturing and we have Terravis Energy. And we're going to get into how there's kind of a cross-pollination between the two with our energy automotive goods. So Worksport Manufacturing is focused on automotive products, tonneau covers for pickup trucks. And it's the hottest category since the mid-2000s. So it's kind of the right place to be. And that's growing both locally in North America and globally as a trend. Pickup trucks are dominating the roads everywhere. Terravis Energy, super exciting stuff that we're working on. And we have the most brilliant minds working on this together with us and our partnership with Ontario Technical University that we just recently announced. The OTU is like the MIT of Canada. We have 30 PhD candidates and PhDs, doctors, professors, the best minds working on our projects. And I'll get into what Terravis Energy is. And it's focused on sustainable transportation, research, and disruptive technologies. So let's introduce Worksport Manufacturing. So Worksport Manufacturing designs and produces tonneau covers for pickup trucks. Pickup trucks are the #1 seller and the #1 selling accessory for these pickup trucks. F-150, Ford, the Lightnings, the Hummers, all the buzz is around pickups. And the #1 selling must-have accessory for a pickup truck is a tonneau cover. So we design, produce, manufacture, and distribute truck bed covers for pickup trucks. We do a lot of private label business for some mega brands in the US and in Canada. And we're starting to, now with the capital we've been able to raise, starting to build out the Worksport brand as a direct-to-consumer brand, as well as a business-to-business brand. And we'll talk about our strategies there. So we have two kind of lines of products. We have our competitively priced products, which is cost-focused, and we have our innovative lines, which are differentiation-focused, as well as we have a huge pipeline of high volume and high margin products coming out for pickup trucks for all the off-road enthusiasts, like we always say, and we'll say a lot in this presentation, for the person that swings the golf club or the hammer. So our sales channels on our tonneau cover lines is B2B and B2C. So B2B is private label sales, dealers and distributors. Business to consumer is much higher margin, selling direct to consumer through our own platforms and maybe small micro retail stores in like major areas that work for us. And this allows us to mitigate concentration risk and really build our brand, which will drive huge interest to the company as we grow, because really what everyone's focused on as we grow our story is EBITDA, that coveted earnings. So the B2C really helps bolster that, and we like to be able to backfill with very selective business to business accounts, and we do some amazing private label sales. So while you are driving on the road, you're going to pay close attention to the next pickup truck you see. You'll see a tonneau cover on the back of it, and that may very well have been manufactured by Worksport. So the market in the size of the market on the Worksport side, on the tonneau cover side, is 56 million pickup trucks on the road. It's recession-proof, COVID-proof. Pickup trucks sell in good times, they sell in bad times. There's 11 million trucks that were added to the roads in 2020, 2021, with the production clawback from some of the COVID effects on supply chain. Probably going to be pretty close. I think that all manufacturers are really focusing their efforts on getting the trucks out there. You know, our compounded annual growth through 2027 in the markets, 8.5%, 8.25%. So a very high compounded growth. And the fastest growing segments are hard tonneau covers, which we participate in, the aftermarket applications, which we participate in. And generally this speaks to all of North America's, but it's trending globally. Like I said, trucks are dominating roads in North America. So our opportunities is we love what we do, but we're economists, we're capitalists. With our 2009 test to market, we had profit in Q3. We showed real margins. We showed real lean operations. So we're able to show the market that we are real and we are growing. So we can undercut through leaner operations, which means like our entry-level products, our bronze products, our SC3 or TC3 hard and soft folding tonneau covers, we can still maintain a 35% margin while being 5 to 15% less expensive. So we have that opportunity to undercut if we need to, but we're not going to, because where we really shine is outperforming through our innovations. So our more advanced truck bed covers are unlike anything the market's ever seen, and our margins are up to 70% in some cases. And as the economies of scale prevail, so will our margins. They'll increase, and our distribution reach will increase as well. Terravis Energy. So this is where things get super exciting. And where we wanted to talk a little bit more about things that the Benzinga audience will be able to hear first is that Terravis Energy, I'm going to explain it, but what you'll hear first is that we're going to be doing a full-scale launch, digital media launch of the Terravis Energy products that I'm discussing in a minute within this year. So the world's going to really see what Terravis Energy is and what the NPEV system is that I'll be talking about in the future. Sorry, just coming up right now. So we all know EVs are not a sustainable solution. The carbon emissions to create green vehicles, recycle the power, and power them and operate them is huge. And as I always said, are we not merely deferring the emissions from a gas or diesel vehicle or an internal combustion engine vehicle to that of a larger smokestack of a power plant, where quick power is needed to be able to facilitate, the energy that these vehicles are thirsting over. So the need for power is increasing. The grid is overdrawn. Power supplies pollute. And when we have EVs and there's a freeze, like what happened in Texas, or there's a power outage or a natural disaster, then what? Then what do we do? Well, this is where Terravis Energy is a solution to a lot of those problems. So how are we going to make a change with Terravis Energy? By focusing on clean, green energy. So we have another, it gets a little confusing here too. So I'm going to explain it concisely. We have our Terravis line of products, which is our cross-pollination. It's energizing truck goods. So we have our solar cover system, which is, we're going to be naming that the Solus tonneau cover. And we have our core battery system, which is a portable battery pack system. So this will allow us to be able to create microgrids in the back of pickup trucks, recharge electric pickup trucks, or universal applications for consumer markets to take power anywhere you want where there may not be power available. This is where things get really exciting, is our NPEV system. NPEV stands for non-parasitic EV charger, and we believe we're one of the first to work towards doing this, is we're going to be combining the highest efficiency hydrogen fuel cell systems that's going to be designed by us, manufactured by us here in Ontario, Canada, and we're going to be pairing that with a DC fast charge system. So in the event of a blackout or a brownout or a grid outage, the grid is the first thing to fail. The power goes out. So the past year, we've seen historic blackouts in Texas and several hurricanes that wrecked the East Coast. So our reliance on the grid is outdated and dangerous. And also the power to produce, the power that comes in the grid has, as we said, CO2 emissions. So the fast charge networks are only available for, the Teslas and the Rivians coming out, where there are a lot of people in metropolitan areas and in hubs where there's a high population. So what happens during the road trips? You have to plan your road trip around the EV charge stations. With our NPEV solution, we're solving a lot of problems. We're free from blackout. We're free from grid reliance. We're clean and green energy, and we can be placed anywhere where otherwise grid or fast charge systems are not available. And with our future Terravis projects, we're eyeballing other power and hydrogen systems, micro and macro grids, and personal hydrogen fuel cells, more like personal carryable fuel cell systems. So our sales channel for Terravis, the solar tonneau cover, solar truck bed systems, and the battery systems are e-commerce, distributors, dealers, and developing key OEM relationships through EV manufacturers for the solar cover or the entire Terravis package, which integrates into vehicles. So we have trucks like Atlas, Hercules, Rivian, Ford, GM, Canoo, Bollinger, Lordstown, Nicol, and they're coming out. There's more and more every day. So we already have a partnership with Atlas and Hercules, and we're their #1 fans, which is an OEM Tier 1 partnership. And yes, we are in talks with additional massive, globally known EV and vehicle manufacturers on our technology as well. And we're going to be looking to forge strategic partnerships, the ones that make sense for us and make sense for them. On the NPEV system, our markets is to manufacture and deploy and manage. So we can build our fast charge systems and deploy them and manage them, which means that we operate them and we're on the other side of that credit card swipe, or manufacture, sell, and manufacture and lease. So the manufacture and sell and lease side is really interesting when we start talking about massive, parking lot stations and kind of highway turnoffs and service stations on all the roads in North America, and broadening our horizons globally. So we just launched yesterday, which was extremely exciting, our pre-order site, and this really shows for the Terravis side. So this anyone watching can go to www.goterravis.com. And this really shows that from ideation to creation to production, we've really realized sales. We've taken an overwhelming amount of sales globally on the Terravis Energy side of things, on the Solus and the core battery system. And we're really memorializing a decade of teamwork. And we're now finally at the stage where we're ready to start booking the sales, and we started yesterday. So I wanted to let everyone know that we only have a limited number of units to be pre-sold in this historic version 1 release, and we've already seen demand globally, and it's increasing, and we haven't even started marketing yet. With the next winter storm or power outage or natural disaster, when that happens, we'll be there to help those first orders, those first customers of ours, and they'll be best suited to respond and react, to bring power wherever it's not otherwise available. So the TerraV system is the first of its kind. It's hard to address the market that it participates in, but in the portable power stations market, 7% compounded annual growth through to 2026. Still the right market to be, showing a lot of growth. And this is some of the fastest growing segments are lithium power, off-grid applications, in the North American region. So we're in the right place in the right market. And the TerraV system would operate between portable power stations and the tonneau cover market. So it's really hard to hone in on the market that we're playing in because it's so revolutionary. TerraV on the solar tonneau cover and truck bed system participates in 3 really cool markets. EV trucks. Yes, it will go on the back of the Rivian or the Lordstown or the GM or the F-150 Lightning, and we will look at ways of integrating it so we can get you 5 to 25 miles of free power from our solar technology. For the people that are saying, well, I'm not going to buy an F-150 Lightning, get it. For the 60 million pickup trucks on North American roads, now we have a microgrid. You buy our solar cover system and our battery pack, and now in the event of a natural disaster, for the contractor, the weekend warrior, or the outdoorsman or person, now you have a portable power station. For those that don't have a pickup truck at all, no pickup truck necessary. It's absolutely fine. You can buy our universal application, and you can buy our core system and just charge it by any 12-volt source, any solar power source, or any wall outlet globally. And now you have backup power for the campsite or the job site globally. So that's the coveted global market. For the NPEV system, there's 150,000 refueling stations in the USA, and that charge network, like we talked, like I know you guys have been talking about on previous people, is a 37% compounded annual growth through to 2028. So it's a massive system. So the market opportunities for the TerraV system is that we operate in a novel market with plenty of room for growth, and the NPEV system utilizes new novel low-cost hydrogen technology that drives B2B demand. So we wanted to really say that the small slice of the EV charging market will provide massive revenue opportunities for Worksport. Our financial condition is strong. We just secured $30 million in financing between 2020 and 2021. We have lean operations and a low cash spend, and our current cash is meant to be used for increased production and capacity. We're going to be producing in this very facility that I sit in here today, manufacturing locally for made in North America. We're going to obviously spend on R&D and continue to innovate, and obviously marketing and branding. Our marketing side is we're nimble, and we're focused our efforts on spending on channels that provide the best ROI, and we're working with the best-in-class firms and agencies. And we use iterative target-based spending. Our growth, so Worksport manufacturing will grow to be made in North America as a consumer brand. Our EV solar, the TerraV solar and battery products will grow in an emerging market that's coveted. It's the coveted global consumer market. And our margins will be in sometimes excess of 200% because, they say you don't have to be the best, you have to be the first. Well, we're both. And the TerraV Energy on the NPEV side is the first of its kind off-grid, clean, green EV charging systems with a strong focus on future home and business power, microgrids, and community power. For the time frame, our phase 1 up to Q4 the end of this year, we're going to set up our factory that I sit in here today. We're going to launch our e-com platform, and we're going to continue to really market the pre-order site for the TerraV Solus and the core battery system. Phase 2, Q1 to Q3 next year, we're going to increase our marketing spend and demand, upscale our production, build a U.S. plant, or at least bicultural U.S. distribution for all of our products. And on the Solus and the core system, we're going to aim to have that in full production and commercially available and launched. And we're going to backfill with B2B, military, healthcare, global sales efforts on the Solus and the core system. We're going to have an upwards revenue trend into this Q1 to Q3 2022. And our phase 3, which is Q4 next year to the beginning of the year after 2023, is to begin prototypes of the next generation solar covers and energy storage systems. And we're going to launch the first hydrogen fuel cell and NPEV system. So things that I want to let everyone know here today is we're planning on launching a prototype NPEV system that you're going to witness by the end of this year. Hydrogen fuel cell DC fast charging system by the end of this year. And we're planning on launching some additional TerraV solar and battery system technology very, very soon. Some concepts that we're going to be doing that are going to blow everyone's mind. We're not just stopping on the cover and the battery system, but we are going to get that done first. So revenue projections, would be awful disappointed if we didn't hit about $25 million in tonneau cover sales with the core and the Solus. That'll get us into middle market territory, that 100 to 500 million plus. And when the NPEV system comes out, our hydrogen fuel cell system, we always say all bets are off. That's when we think that growth is catabolic. So that concludes the end of my presentation. I'd welcome any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to present.
Yeah, a couple questions from our chat here, Stephen. Thanks a lot for that. One of them, actually, they're both kind of the same. I'll quote directly. How long does it take to charge the solar backup system, and what's the drive distance running off that?
So we'll be able to provide 10 to 30 miles of the average commute on an average size pickup truck. So that's a big dent when the average commuter is only about 30 miles. For our battery systems, we should be able to charge 3 batteries in the run of 1 day, which is going to give you about 6 kilowatts of power off grid, which is pretty meaningful.
And what are the costs here? So this is also from our chat. What are the costs here? Is it something that can be bought at the time of the purchase? Do you buy it after the fact?
Yeah, so the pre-order available now. So first in line, first come, first serve on the GTEC side. We anticipate the battery system is going to be around $2,000. The cover system is going to be around $1,500. But it's a very meaningful package when you're looking at creating a little microgrid.
Got it. All right, Stephen Rossi, you can see there is the CEO of Worksport. Stephen, always a pleasure, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, let's move to our next speaker here, guys. I am going to segue over to one of my top 5, maybe 3 favorite people at Benzinga, a one-on-one conversation with the head of our news desk, Brent Slava. And Brent is talking to Brian Gu. He is the vice chairman and president at XPEV, ticker XPEV. I'm sure you've all heard of it. Brent, the floor is yours, sir. Go.
Thank you very much, Spencer. I appreciate that. And joining me now is Executive Vice Chair and President of XPEV, that's ticker XPEV, Brian Gu. Brian, are you out there? There he is.
Yes. Hi, Brian.
How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good holiday week.
Thank you. Thank you. Very pleasure to be here.
We are very glad to have you today. So, a couple of the goals of Benzinga's EVCon, we want to give investors out there, a flash of what the electric vehicle market is right now, and also learn a little bit more about companies that we have on. So let's get it kicked off, Brian. Why don't you tell us what you think the current state of the electric vehicle market is? What inning are we in?
Well, I would say, first of all, the EV market we're competing is mostly in China, although we start exporting in Europe. But if you look at China, I think we are seeing tremendous growth of EV penetration in the last 12 to 18 months. I think, the penetration rate for EV in China has increased from around 5% or 4%, I would say, early last year to over double digit, over 10% right now. So it's been a tremendous growth, and we've seen that growth accelerating actually. So that's very exciting. But still, I think in terms of the innings that you're talking about, I would say we're still in probably the first inning of this game, because if you look at the overall, so the EV numbers, whether it's the penetration rate I just talked about, as well as the cumulative driver or vehicles on the road, it's still very early. So I think there's a lot more growth to come for this market.
Yeah, I think that our investors out there in the audience love to hear that we're still in, like you said, the first inning. We're looking for early opportunities here. Let's talk about how XPEV fits in to the current state of the electric vehicle market.
Well, I think, first of all, XPEV is a relatively young company. We started around 7 years ago, but we have always focused on producing smart electric vehicles catered to what we call the mid to high-end market. So it's quite different from some of the other competitors or companies on the market. First of all, we really focus on smart capabilities. We think, the capabilities bringing AI, autonomous driving capabilities to a vehicle will be the long-term differentiator rather than just the electrification of a vehicle. So I think that's something we start out many years ago as the foundation of our product. Secondly is that focusing on the segment, what we call the mid to high-end market, really trying to bring the highest quality, smartest capability product to that market is also quite different. Most of the companies either focus on the luxury segment, it's expensive pricing levels. For example, some of the competitive focus in China, over 350,000 RMB in pricing. Our products focus between 150,000 RMB to around 400,000 RMB. So that will be the largest segment of EV in China, or auto in China. So I think that gave us a lot more runway compared to a lot of other players. And the third thing is that in our vehicles, we really want to make sure that we can provide the best-in-class autonomous driving capabilities, so allow the drivers to enjoy, even though it's the mid to high-end segment. So the combination of that really, makes our product stand out in the Chinese market.
Sure, and I definitely want to talk a little bit more about the smart and the autonomous stuff. But let's jump back here for a second. We have a huge hopefully once in a lifetime item over the last couple of years with the COVID-19 pandemic happening and affecting chips and supply chain, etc. I mean, how do you think recent developments related to COVID-19 fit into the current state of the electric vehicle market, whether it's, like I said, chip shortages or, supply chain concerns?
Well, I think the pandemic, has a multiple level of impact to this sector. First of all, I think EV actually has grown quite substantially during the pandemic, period since early last year. Some of the growth actually came through the that period is quite astonishing. That's obviously one part because in China there is a significant consumer pickup for smart EV product. But at the same time, I think the governments around the world has recognized environmentally friendly clean energy vehicles is a trend to back. So you start to see also significant government support all over the world, including China. But the other thing I think the pandemic is causing, obviously, is some of the supply chain difficulties and shortages you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
The chip shortage is not just limited to EV, though. I mean, it is actually very broad supply chain issue that we have been facing. It's impacting all the players in the auto sort of sector, especially the larger ones, I would say, because the chips that shortage faced by some of the larger OEMs who are producing hundreds of thousands of vehicles every month will feel the biggest crunch because
Sure.
they need to figure out how to source them. But obviously, every player is impacted, and we are also involved in that supply chain. But I think for EV players like XPEV, we are right now at a scale probably not as big, so give us the ability to address the issue with more flexibility or nimbleness. Secondly is that we are also seeing some of the shortage impacting some of the basic chips, whereas we actually use a lot of the smart chips or advanced chips that's less impacted by the shortage. So I think in a way that we have been coping it probably relatively better than some other players, especially the larger OEMs. But still, I think it is something that we are very, very focused on to make sure
Sure.
that we address and resolve, because it does constraining the ability to deliver our products and also
Sure.
meet the demand that we have seen in China.
Sure. And I think this is a theme that we've seen across industries. Do you have any timeline for when you think you won't be dealing with something like a chip shortage?
Well, I think the chip shortage will probably last till mid next year,
Okay.
if you want me to make a prediction. But obviously, it's evolving. It's not like suddenly it will stop. It's just like
Yeah.
the capacity will come online, the logistics will get better. Hopefully, pandemic impact to certain regions in the supply chain is not as severe as we've seen the last few months. So things will improve. But the fact is, I think a lot of the plants are ramping up the capacity and also manufacturing. So it will slowly, I would see, resolve the problem.
Sure. What trends in the electric vehicle market are you and your team currently really excited about? Kind of shifting gears here for a sec.
Yeah, I think a few trends I think really excites us. First of all, the trend is as I mentioned, if you go to auto show in China or globally, see vehicles now talking about their, how smart they are and how they are designed to meet some of the, driving, capabilities that with autonomous features, as well as some of the cabin, smart cabin features. I think the smartification becoming more important trend in the last 12 months really excites us, because that's obviously, as I talked about, that's our original thesis, is that we think the products are get smarter and smarter. And we're seeing that around the world, but in China specifically, I think people are talking about, smart cars. So I think that's a trend that we identify, and we think it will really drive our growth. The second trend I think we're excited about is that we're bringing, people are start to bringing this, smart EVs to a segment that traditionally has been, what we call the mass market. In the past, as I mentioned, people buying similar feature vehicles had to pay, over 350,000 or 400,000 RMB, which is equivalent to 50 to 70,000 US dollars per vehicle. But now we're seeing product, like our own new product, a P5, is actually going to be in the 30,000 US dollar category. And that's very exciting. In that price category, we can see actually the most advanced features for autonomous driving and smart cabin. That will really excite the market.
Sure. Okay, great. I'm just jotting down a couple notes here. I love what you're saying, Brian. The smartification, and again, I think we'll get into it in a sec here. But I mean, is the smartification, is that are you talking about LiDAR? Are you talking about like give us a couple of hints here at some of the specific sort of technologies that are really getting you excited about the quote smartification? I like how you put that.
Yeah, I think to define how smart a vehicle is, I think there's a few aspects you need to focus on. First of all is obviously the autonomous driving capabilities. Our product, starting with our P7 that we launched last year, is already demonstrating a high degree of autonomous driving. What I call autonomous driving obviously still is driver assist, because we still require a driver in the driver's seat ready to resume control. But even with that configuration, we can actually design vehicles that can go from point A to point B on highway, mostly using a vehicle driving itself. And that capability is something that already in our vehicles. In the third product that we'll be launching, the P5, we actually will extend that point-to-point, what we call NGP, navigation guided pilot capability, to city roads, not just the highway roads. So it expands the usage of the autonomous driving capabilities. It will allow the vehicle to identify, traffic signs, traffic lights, make turns in busy streets, and those are really advanced features. So that's one, is autonomous driving, or it's high degree of autonomous driving assist. Second feature, I think, is what we call the smart cabin capability. So if you go into an XPEV car right now, you can basically use voice to command everything. It allows you to really use the features with your voice command, and it actually talks to you. It learns your behaviors, your preferences. That's something I think will make the cabin smart. I think that's called a smart cabin. And also, by combining the cabin hardware design as well as the software operating system, as well as the content that we provide in the vehicle, we actually can create a lot of the scenarios that we can use. Specifically, for example, in P5, we designed cinema mode. You can watch movie with projectors, with the screen. We can launch the one button, allow you to turn into a sleeping mode. I think those are things that are actually really cool and make the car smarter to use. And then the third thing I think is, and obviously you probably used to for smart EVs, the over-the-air upgradability, that you can upgrade the whole car as you use. That's only happens in smart vehicles. Traditional vehicles, it only gets older when you actually drive a car. But in a smart EV, because you have the ability to OTA, you actually can make the car smarter as you use it, and the feature will be newer and updated as it grows through the over-the-air update program. So those are things I think you look for a smart electric vehicle.
Gotcha. And some of our audience might have seen that you launched the P5. I think it was, it was just last week, I think. Congrats on the
Just
launch.
last week, that's right.
Yeah, congrats on the launch. So
Thank you.
you just hinted at, a couple of your other models, but I'm kind of wondering, so you have 3 models that are on the road. You have the P5, the P7, and then the G3. Are each of those models occupying, a certain segment of the market? Or to, what you were just saying a minute ago about our vehicles being smarter, I mean, are one of these vehicles smarter than the other?
Yeah, well, I think for XPEV, each time we launch a product, we want to target the largest addressable market for auto. So we have 3 products, each addressing significant opportunities. The first product is called G3. It's a compact SUV. If you think about, it's more like a crossover SUV product. It's actually priced around 150,000 to 180,000 RMB. So that's actually addressing the mass market segment. Sure. It's actually, upon launch, it became one of the best-selling battery electric SUV in that compact segment. It's top seller actually. And then the second product we launched is the P7. It is actually a premium product, premium price. It's priced between 230,000 RMB to up to almost 400,000 RMB. So that's the sports sedan product. It's beautifully designed. It's at that time launched last year, it was actually considered to be the smartest vehicle on the road in China because it has the autonomous driving capabilities I mentioned, as well as all these features inside the cabin. We're launching our third product called P5, which is a smaller sedan targeting a price segment between 160 to 230,000 RMB. So you can see that it really sort of capture the middle segment of our product range, and that product actually equips with what we consider the most advanced sort of smart capabilities because it will have LiDAR featured in its sensor set. And obviously, as you know, LiDAR has not been used in volume production cars yet. So this will be the world's first volume produced vehicles to launch with LiDAR capability. And as a result, its autonomous driving and assist sort of capability will be significantly better, including some of the city NGP features I just mentioned earlier.
Sure. So what do you think the most exciting thing about the P5 is? It the LiDAR?
Well, I would say, obviously it's smart. It will be one of the most advanced technologically product for us. But what's most exciting is that it's bringing that smart package to a price range around 200,000 RMB. That's never done before in China or even globally. Think about it. Tesla has thought about, thinking about introducing a vehicle at a $25,000 US level, but we already are launching one, delivering one close to that range with one of the most advanced sort of autonomous driving capabilities in China. So we're very excited to have that product in that segment to bring real capability of smart features to to that segment.
Absolutely. So do you have any expectations for performance for the new model? Can you talk about the expected impact on what I'm sure the audience is going to view as an important financial metric like, gross margins?
Well, I think, a couple areas that we always focus on as a company is growth and margin, right? So first of all, I think a product like P5, the price segment it competes in is squarely competes with the existing incumbent ICE sedans like Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, or Volkswagen, similar sedans in that price range. So it's one of the largest segments, as you can imagine, in China or in the world for family sedans. So I think it will, given its differentiated, smart, capability, and it's also pure battery electric, vehicle. I think it will have a significant contribution to our volume growth in this coming quarter, as well as next year and year after. So I think it will be a significant seller. We actually saw a very exciting upstart to our launch since last week's official launch. If you compare the P5 to the P7 a year ago, the similar launch, you can see it's multiple the order number is multiple of the P7 at the same period last year. So that's very exciting. In terms of the margin, I think obviously, the margin is significantly impacted by the volume that we put, because obviously efficiency we can achieve in terms of scale, manufacturing, supply chain. And also T5 is based on the similar platform of G3, which is the compact SUV product that we had earlier. If you compare those two products, P5 has much better margin than G3. So it will have margin improvement over the G3 product. But obviously it's priced in the more of the middle segment. So I think compared to P7, there's still a little bit of a margin difference. But I think as our volume catches up, I think that there's a significant growth opportunity in that as well.
Gotcha. Let's talk about models, XPENG models moving forward. Do you have any models currently planned for the next year, the next couple of years?
Yeah, so we actually have been introducing one brand new model per year for the last 3 years, and we have another model that ready to launch by second half of next year. It will be a premium SUV, so it's a larger SUV based on the P7 sort of a platform. It will be obviously higher pricing for, than the current products. So it will make a it will really fulfill the price range sort of as we define, 150,000 to 400,000 sort of segment. So we have 4 products to competing. And going forward, I think we're going to accelerate our product launch schedule because we have obviously more resources since our IPO, as well as I think we are more excited about the growth in China. So we'll be launching more than one product per year starting in 2023. So you'll see 2 to 3 products launching in the year after. So I think we'll see a significant more fulsome lined up portfolio. And also starting 2023, 24, the product we launch will also have international product appeal and designs. As you probably know, we started shipping some product to Europe this year, and we are expanding our presence in international market like Europe and other countries in the next 2 years. And then by 2023 and 24, I think global market will be a key component of our strategy in addition to the China opportunity.
Love what you're saying, Brian. Let's switch it up here. Something that I was reading about kind of recently. You guys have some exposure to robotics, is that right? I heard that you launched a robotic unicorn. Is that right? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, I would say that first of all, for XPENG, we want to be the leader and explorer of future transportation. So we actually are involved in a number of ventures that target different transportation modes that could also leverage the platform that we have created at XPENG Inc. We have actually a number of associate companies that we have been incubating. For example, we have actually a flying car company that we incubated that's targeting the low altitude flying, but flying car opportunity. And also the robotic company you mentioned is also part of the ecosystem. You can imagine, first of all, those are associate companies that we invest in as a company. We have a minority share, but also it has synergies with our auto EV platform, because those are all electric devices. Either the flying device is electric or the robotics is electric. It uses our autonomous driving designs, our sensoring capabilities. It does have the motor capability, the battery. So you can see there's a lot of synergies, but it's targeting different areas and with different teams. So specifically the robotic company that you mentioned is actually the first product we want to introduce is what we call the robotic horse. We want to design a large sort of a 4-legged sort of horse-like sort of robot that can be a companion and helper to a family. Could be could play with the kids. Kids can ride on it. It can actually carry weights. It can actually awesome. Follow you to grocery shop or delivery taking. So we're designed to actually make this as not just a fun product but also useful product. So those are areas that we actually have been spending some time with our associate companies.
Really cool stuff, Brian. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to get to questions here from the audience, but I just wanted to ask a final question here. Where is XPEV going moving forward? What does the company look like in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years?
Well, obviously, we want to be the leader in the the EV opportunity globally, but obviously it takes time. So in 2 years, we want to be a leader in China, bring out the best products targeting the biggest market opportunity in China EV market with our focus and research on smart capabilities. In 5 years, we want to be a global player. We want to have a product that really can bring our capability to the global audience. In 10 years, I think XPEV has really the aspiration to be a leader in all transportation related technologies that we're obviously researching in. So it will be we will bring a vast ecosystem of smart transportation technology to the global market. So that's our aspiration.
Really good stuff, Brian. Exciting stuff. Brian Gu, he is Vice Chairman and President of XPEV. It's ticker XPEV. Really appreciate you joining us here today, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Brian. I know there are some questions in the chat. We actually went over with that, so we went a few minutes long. So we ran out of time. I'm sorry, but we'll have to get Brian and XPEV back for our next EV conference. And I think it's notable that as weak and underperforming as a lot of Chinese stocks have done in the last month or so, the EV stocks have actually held up relatively strong compared to other industries, and I think that's not a coincidence. But we got to move on here. We got to move on. So let's bring on our next speaker here, Mark Fronemeyer. He's the founder and president of Archimoto. There he is, ticker FUV. Mark, how are we doing today?
Spencer, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I am doing great. I've been looking forward to this one because I've heard you speak before. You've been on, I think you're on SPAC Stack. We've interviewed you before, but your vehicles are very interesting, and so I've been looking forward to this to ask you about it. But before I get to my questions, we have a presentation, and I think you have a video yourself.
Yeah, the video is the presentation. So if you just hit play, then we can watch that and dive into Q&A.
All right, so we'll play the video, and then everyone after that, we'll do some Q&A. So here is that video. Producer AT, let's roll the tape.
Greetings. I'm Mark Fronemeyer, CEO and founder of Archimoto. Archimoto is an Oregon C Corp founded in 2007 with the mission to build products that catalyze the shift to a sustainable transportation system. I'm going to start this presentation with an overview video, followed by a short financial and business model snapshot, and then dive into Archimoto's big overarching goals for the road ahead. You can sign up for investor updates and find supplementary information, including our earnings press releases, financial filings, presentation materials, and webinar replays on our investor relations page at archimoto.com/IR. To start, I want to call your attention to our safe harbor disclaimer regarding forward-looking statements. This note identifies risk factors that may cause our actual results to differ materially from the content of our forward-looking statements, for the reasons that we cite in our Form 10-Q and other SEC filings. Now on to the goods.
At Archimoto, we build light, electric, ultra-efficient rides that are outrageously fun to drive for a reason. Our vision is a city that doesn't suck anymore. Today's city is dominated by the car. We pave over nearly half our urban land for these giant multi-ton extractive machines that we mostly drive alone or with just one other person and leave parked rusting for 95% of their life. That's nuts. We believe that by right-sizing, electrifying, and better utilizing our rides, we can reclaim our space, clean our air, and make our cities much more livable for everyone. We've built a new human-scale vehicle platform and a family of products dialed for a wide range of everyday trips. The fun utility vehicle for daily driving, rentals, and rideshare. The Deliverator for last-mile delivery of essential food and goods. The Rapid Responder for emergency services and security. The Flatbed for general fleet utility. And the Roadster, a fun machine that drives like nothing else on the road. Every Arcimoto is pure electric, with range for everyday driving, have rockstar parking as a standard feature, and accelerate from 0 to fun instantly. Our experience model is rental first, with operations open in multiple destination markets and more on the way to give potential adopters a taste of the ride.
I've been driving it everywhere. I'm just like a 16-year-old. I don't even care where I go or why I go there. I go out and I get in and I just drive around.
That's an awesome machine right there. It's quiet, it's got plenty of power, all the power you need, and it's just comfortable.
Everybody wants it when they see it, and they haven't even driven it yet. The real joy is when you get to drive it, and then you just get the feeling of what it's all about.
I'd also like to give a big shout out to the Arcimoto team. Your workmanship and design is awesome.
The full future Arcimoto vision adds driverless technology to make shared rides much more convenient. Imagine a city where your personal transportation is available at the touch of a button on your phone. Enjoy the experience of driving again. And when you reach your destination, you just hop out. And the Arcimoto is available for its next driver. We're in production now. Every Arcimoto is built here in the AMP, where we transform raw material through cutting, forming, welding, machining, and final assembly all under one roof. To take the venture to scale, we purchased a new, much larger facility and teamed with Sandy Munro and Associates with the goal of kicking off mass production late next year. Finally, we acquired Tilting Motorworks, developers of the Trio accessory that can turn two-wheeled motorcycles into amazing tilting three-wheelers. Together, we're building a new ultralight micromobility solution for the rapidly growing global electric bike and scooter marketplace. With our overarching focus on scale, this year we plan to demonstrate the full breadth of Arcimoto's solutions for sustainable mobility and expand our market presence as we prepare for the next decade of the venture's growth. Arcimoto is a public company. We've been powered since our inception by a community of stakeholders with whom we share a mission to catalyze sustainable transportation. I hope you'll join us.
All right.
The name Arcimoto means literally archetype I drive.
Sorry about that. Wait, I want to make sure that did I cut the video off? I hope I didn't.
You did. We still got a few more minutes. The actual
we got more. I'm sorry, guys. Let's keep going. I cut it off.
Let it roll.
The future, and is the brand identity for the next generation of drivers. Arcimoto's mission directly inspires the company's values. Values we believe are fundamental to its achievement. We put people first, our customers, our team, and the stakeholders who propel us along the way. We are lean by design, continuously improving what we build and how we build it. Our impact on the world is always front and center, and if we're not having fun, it'll show up in what we offer. And we are and continue to attract A-team players who have the hustle, grit, and collaborative instinct to get the job done right. By the financial metrics that we see as most important to the achievement of Arcimoto's mission, we ended Q2 in the strongest position in the company's 14-year history. We continue to maintain a disciplined approach to resource expenditure as we make rapid forward progress on critical fronts for the company's growth. In Q2, we submitted a first draft of and are presently refining our application to the Department of Energy for a loan to fund the substantial portion of our planned expenditures for next stage production. And further, the ATM facility we have in place allows us to continue to fortify our position at current market prices and times we believe are in the best interest of our stakeholders. Arcimoto is a new transportation endeavor, unencumbered by the legacy of 20th century automotive business models. We generate awareness and sell online and have teamed with DHL for the direct distribution of our products to customers. Rather than franchise dealerships or company test drive outlets, both of which carry ongoing overhead, we focused our in-market experience on rentals and eventually vehicle sharing as a service. We have rental outlets open in Key West, San Diego, and Eugene, as well as through Go Cars in San Francisco, with more destinations coming soon. Arcimoto's small, light footprint platform makes it ideal for mobile service, where most customers' issues can be handled on site. And for long-term ongoing maintenance, the electric drivetrain's robustness and simplicity means that most wear items should be serviceable by existing lightweight automotive service companies. The company's big top-level goals are, first, to design and implement the pattern for mass production of Arcimoto's vehicles, such that we can rapidly produce vehicles for the global marketplace. Second, to deploy the intersection of future transportation technologies for shared, ultra-efficient vehicles with a business model that wins, as we demonstrate the full product portfolio of solutions for sustainable mobility, including a multitude of variants on our core platform. And finally, to deliver a new family of solutions for true micromobility. Arcimoto is presently producing vehicles in low volume for early customers, providing us a critical early market presence and depth of knowledge of the performance of the platform on the road. To scale to mass production, we've acquired a new facility with more than 200,000 square feet of production space under roof on more than 10 acres. We've teamed with lean design and automotive production experts to plan for volume manufacture, targeting a maximum output of 50,000 units per year. Engineering and production planning are now moving ahead full steam, and construction on the new site is expected to start in Q4. The planned output of this effort is not just a production facility, but the complete set of plans to scale Arcimoto's output here and around the world, meaning significant effort to standardize all processes and documentation to more easily replicate these 50,000 unit production cores in other locales, sharing a single, robust global supply chain. Since its inception, Arcimoto's vision has included the integration of driverless technologies to more conveniently share vehicles and drive up utilization. And for the first time, we've demonstrated driverless technology in the real world. This summer at our showcase, Arcimoto and partners demonstrated a remotely controllable fun utility vehicle, including the foundational technology layers necessary for autonomy. While we see merit in the long-term aspiration of the perfect robotaxi that lets you focus on Twitter instead of the road, Arcimoto's Robo-Valet initiative is focused squarely on near-term, shippable intermediaries that reduce the cost of the vehicle-sharing business model. One element that separates Arcimoto from every other EV venture we've seen is the true flexibility of the Arcimoto platform for a wide range of everyday driving uses. Each of our products is largely the same, sharing the same battery, drivetrain, chassis, wheels, braking system, and so on, which are ultimately additive to our economy of scale. For the consumer market, we produce the fun utility vehicle and the Roadster, with a planned commuter vehicle down the road. We offer the FUV, Deliverator, and now the flexible flatbed for the fleet market. And the platform has uses even in very specialized niche applications, such as the Cameo we've built for on-road filming. All of the work we're doing now to demonstrate the flexibility and applicability of the platform is feeding back into the design process for mass production, ensuring that what we build continues to be ever more adaptable for a wide range of everyday uses. As we look down the road, our first platform is just the beginning. We aim to continually lighten the footprint of mobility. To that end, last year we began the skunkworks development of the Mean Lean Machine, targeted squarely at the rapidly growing e-bike marketplace. This vehicle will be chock full of new electric vehicle technology. We are actually reinventing the wheel this time. We believe it will perfectly complement our go-to-market strategy of rentals and rideshare, and will set a new bar for efficiency, utility, and affordability for a wide range of transportation tasks. We acquired Tilting Motorworks at the beginning of this year to accelerate development of that program. But I want to take a moment to talk about what else we got in that deal. An existing product line for motorcycle riders who don't want to fall over anymore. Our Trio accessory transforms a motorcycle into an amazing three-wheeled tilting machine, and we see giant market potential for this product. In the US alone, there are more than 12 million motorcycles in use, and the Trio is already adapted to the leading big bikes, Indians, Goldwings, and Harleys. of which 180,000 were sold last year worldwide. In summary, Arcimoto is shipping and continuing to further develop kick-ass, ultra-efficient electric three-wheelers and advanced vehicle technologies alongside a world-class team with whom we share a mission to right-size mobility as we grow our market presence in preparation for volume production. For the challenges ahead, we will continue to improve the experience for the Arcanauts, our early customers and riders, their vehicles, the first-time user experience, and sales, service, and communication processes. We will continue to cultivate our leadership skills as our team and demands expand, and this means continued emphasis on process, culture, and our core values. We will maintain our focus on the health and safety of our team during an ongoing pandemic, and the planet's not waiting around. The IPCC's Code Red is our call to action. We must continue to step up our production pace amidst the churn in order to make the contribution for which we are called.
Okay, I'm pretty sure now it's over.
Yeah, that's the end.
Sorry about that, Mark.
All
So
good.
got a couple questions for you. We got a few minutes left. Excuse me. First one, and you mentioned it in the video, the partnership with Sandy Munro. For people who are not super into cars and are not really in that world or engineering nerds, can you explain exactly why working with someone like Sandy is big a deal enough for you to point it out in the video?
He and his team bring, decades and decades and decades of experience in the automotive world. They are both a reverse engineering house, which is, I think, what has gained them a lot of awareness online is that, they're teardowns of basically every major electric vehicle out there. But they are also do original product development, and they've worked on everything from Barbie dolls to the space station, literally. But their real sweet spot is in cars. And so as we look to go to scale, we've built out a facility for low volume production of vehicles, but they bring a whole wealth of expertise around high volume production and tooling. And so that's really where that collaboration makes a ton of sense.
When someone, be it a potential customer or investor or whomever, when they see the FUV for the first time, what is the most common piece of skepticism that you get or question?
Well, when you actually see the FUV in reality, the most common reaction is one of delight. People ask, where can I rent that? What is that? Is that electric? Oh, that looks cool. I think that over time, there have been a lot of questions. Certainly, we've been working on this thing for more than a decade. And early on, it was, how on earth are you going to possibly get a new kind of vehicle into production? The competitive landscape. Oh, this is a new form factor. Any number of different potential concerns. And I think, for us, it's just been a matter of just knocking them down one after another.
There are some good questions from the chat I want to get to. What can you tell us about the crash rating?
So the FUV platform is a motorcycle platform, so it doesn't go through the typical NHTSA crash testing process for cars. But we have added a bunch of features that are not present on car or on typical motorcycles. So we added a roof structure that passes the roof crash test for cars. We added seat belts, and so we had to test those against, basically used the performance standards of seat belts in order to test those pieces. Our goal is to build the safest motorcycle class platform in the world. And so you got to recognize it is a small form motorcycle class vehicle, but it is much more visible than a typical bike. It's got two wheels in front, very stable, dual motor front wheel drive, so maneuverable. And as we look forward, that part of the real goal is to reduce the number of very large vehicles on the road in order to make it much safer for all forms of small form mobility to be adopted and on a much wider level.
We got a question from some guy in our chat. Can you ask about Arcimoto's usage in cold weather? Are there heaters, or what is the effect in cold or just poor weather precipitation on.
You know, we're here in Oregon where it at least it used to rain for most of the year, and it's definitely designed with that in mind. Heated seats, heated hand grips. I think of it like a Jeep meets a motorcycle for getting groceries. So we have a half door option. We have full enclosure on the drawing board down the road. But even the base model does a very good job of keeping the weather off of you. It's actually a really nice experience to be in a rainstorm and you're dry and warm while still being in the world. So it's a really nice blend.
Question from Roy. What can you tell us about? Wait, I just lost the question. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I had it. It was about price point, range, and delivery time estimates.
Yeah. So price point, we're currently starting at 17,900 for the base model FUV. We see that coming down over time. So one of the real goals of mass production is not just to increase output, but also really to drive economy of scale. And you know, our long-term vision has been to get that sort of base model everyday solution in market for as close to $10,000 as we can. 102 miles of city driving range. It can go on all the roads. You know, top speed of 75, but really the sweet spot is the kind of everyday trips that we're taking. The average trip is like 5 miles. Average American is driving about 30 miles a day. So it's that everyday usage pattern that we really want to nail.
And one more, this is a question from Tamir. Do you have any future plans for a family class vehicle?
Well, people have asked if we have a 4-seater. Our answer is just buy 2 of them. But really, we see a bunch of companies going after the automotive, the full-size car market is a very crowded space. What we are aiming for is something, really we want to hone in on a single platform solution that hits a whole range of last mile everyday driving uses. And then if for the very rare trips that you want to, go 300 miles with a family full of seats and a bunch of gear, there are other solutions in the market for that. And I think as we move into this kind of shared mobility world where the tool you need is available when you need it, we think that the FUV is actually something that that's your everyday thing. And then when you need a car on occasion, the idea would be there are multiple services or rentals where you can pick those up at a much, where you don't have to own it.
Got it. Mark Frontmeyer is the founder and the president of Arcimoto, company ticker name up on the screen. Mark, thank you so much for stopping by EVCon today.
Spencer, really appreciate it. Enjoy
All right, let's keep this going. We are still on schedule. Stephen Bronson is here. He's backstage. He is the chairman and president and CEO of Interlink Electronics. His company is doing sensors for EVs. Let's bring Stephen on here, guys. And there he is. See, I've spoken into existence. Stephen, good. Oh, it's afternoon. Good afternoon now. And how we doing today?
Great. Good afternoon, Spencer and everyone. I'm glad to be part of the Benzinga EV conference.
Glad to have you guys. Smash the like for Stephen, all these great speakers. Guys, let's get Stephen's presentation up on the screen, and I will see myself out of here. There we go. The floor is yours, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephen Bronson. I'm the CEO of Interlink Electronics. We're a global sensor solution provider addressing the needs of HMI, human-machine interface, MTM, machine-to-machine, smart services. Not only do we service various verticals, we've also had success in the automotive industry, including the EV world. So we feel we're well positioned for the growth of EV vehicles, of being a key solution provider within that ecosystem. Here's a quick slide. We are listed on NASDAQ, our symbol's LINK. And here's a forward-looking statement disclosure slide. So who are we? Interlink Electronics was founded in 1985. We invented force sensing resistors, which we refer to as FSRs. It detects force and pressure-based sensor technology using a resistive form. So as most of us have whether it's an iPhone or an Android device that utilizes capacitive technology that's detecting touch. We work with resistive-based technologies that detects force and pressure. So Interlink is a global solution provider of force pressure technologies, including position, and we incorporate that with other sensor technologies to deliver a robust solution for our customers. We're in a wide range of verticals. We have all of our expertise is in-house. So all of the materials science, engineering, supporting prototyping, manufacturing, firmware, software is all in-house. So we're not reliant on any external party to meet the demands of our customers. Here's a couple of pictures of various current and previous customer applications. So the first one, where there's a hand on the door handle, was a very successful deployment of our technology in a leading EV manufacturer, where for the first 5.5 years on their launch of their premier vehicle, we provided the solution to detect force or pressure that was being applied to the door handle to detect that, therefore to present itself. It's very important to note that you want to know the difference between deliberate and accidental force. So you don't want a door handle presenting itself because a pebble hits it. That would be a very unfortunate event. So with our technology, it really is an intelligent solution because we can program it to detect what would be deliberate or accidental force. One of the other pictures in this slide is Varian Medical. It's been a long-term customer of ours for over 30 years. They make radiation oncology equipment, and we provide a sensor solution that is embedded into the bumper system. So when the patient is laying on the gantry being treated in radiation therapy, if the patient was to move, our sensing element detects that force or pressure. Therefore, the operator is able to make an adjustment. Not only do we provide the sensor solution, but we took out 4 other suppliers and deliver the finished solution so they can attach it to the piece of equipment and don't have to deal with multiple vendors. We also have some exciting applications, whether it's the one wheel, there's the newest product, that is a personal transport device product that we have our sensing element. We also had success not only in the exterior of the automotive, but also the interior. We replaced mechanical switches around the entertainment system, and that's the picture in the bottom of the interior of the car. And that's about the look and the customer experience. Today, there is a demand by the consumer, and really thanks to Elon Musk at Tesla reinventing the automotive industry, of putting a greater emphasis on the consumer appeal to the vehicle, we've now seen a trend where everybody wants a sleeker, a more friendly user experience. In fact, if you speak to a lot of Tesla owners, one of their favorite part of the car is actually the big screen, not even the car itself. We also provide with our touchpad solution, our VersaPad solution, we provide to some of the leading rug and notebook manufacturers a touchpad that's resistive based. So the advantages of resistive technology is it will work even if the user's wearing a glove. Automotive requires dramatic temperature swing. So we have to prove that our technology works in minus 40 C temperature to a positive 85 C. So today we're leveraging off of our rich history. As I mentioned before, our company was founded in 1985. So we have over 35 years of experience and expertise in delivering in printed electronics, sensor solutions, smart surfaces. That track record and that drive to constantly be innovating, and our well-known, recognized, trusted brand within our sensor world, we feel we're very well positioned to capitalize on the future growth in the EV market. We also have a very strong balance sheet. We have no debt. We're a profitable company, and we feel very positive about our future growth opportunities. I mentioned earlier that all of the expertise is in-house, and that's really important, especially since some of our customers, or a good portion of our customers, are Fortune 500 companies that demand high quality, on-time delivery, and a robust solution. So being fully integrated allows us to meet those customer needs. We also have a standard sensor product offering that we sell direct and also through large tier organizations like DigiKey, a global distributor with a tremendous reach, carries all of our standard sensor products. Recently, March of this year, we did an uplisting onto NASDAQ, and that's part of our growth strategy to utilize our currency in the future, not only to support our organic growth, but also to pursue acquisitions. And I'll expand on that shortly. We're committed to our R&D product development. A couple examples of that: we launched earlier this year a global R&D center within our Camarillo footprint, which is just north of Los Angeles. Our headquarters is in Irvine, California, just south of Los Angeles. We are committed not only driving and expanding our internal product development, but we're also focused on pursuing new technologies and complementary technologies through acquisitions. We're constantly investing in talent. In fact, the last year and a half, especially with some of the challenges with COVID, we use that as an opportunity to hire some really strong talent in all aspects of our business. So we hired a veteran on the finance side, Ryan Hoffman, who's our CFO, who brings 20 years of public accounting experience. The last 16 years, he was with RSM. We've also, in the last few years, expanded the performance of our core product technology offerings, and we've had success in getting into new verticals. We've also made a commitment to our sales and marketing. Last year, we recruited a veteran, Gary Miller, who was with a division of a New York Stock Exchange company, Vishay, managing the North American sales for their load cell transducer group, which is a cousin technology of ours. We also built out a global marketing team I like to refer to as our in-house advertising group, driving marketing campaigns to reach our global, not only our current customer base, but future customers. And it also allows us to expand into new markets. We are truly a global organization. As I touch on, our headquarters is in Irvine, California. We now have our global R&D center in Camarillo, California, which also has distribution capabilities. We also have a distribution center in Hong Kong to support our customers globally. We have a sales office in Japan, and we have a very strong manufacturing footprint in Shenzhen, China, to support our global customers. And all of that operations, except for renting the facility, it's our people, our investment in CapEx and equipment to support the needs of our customers. We also have a satellite engineering product development office in Singapore. Our leadership, myself with over 35 years of business experience, finance and operations, been very successful in building out and growing technology businesses, leveraging off of my operations and finance background, very successful on the M&A side. And I feel we're very well positioned with the team we've built out to not only grow our business organically, but to pursue complementary opportunities. I mentioned Ryan Hoffman, our CFO, also Declan Flannery, who brings a wealth of experience not only with our core technologies, but a very diverse manufacturing background, including dealing with a wide range of materials. We're very fortunate that earlier this year, we were successful in recruiting Dr. Jean Chen, who worked for a peer group company of ours in the sensor technology space, who not only brings a PhD in electrical engineering, but a wealth of knowledge on the advanced materials side. And he now heads up our global engineering advanced material effort. I touched on some of the success we've had in different verticals. So not only do we play within the automotive industry, we also support the medical, computing, IoT, industrial type applications. Again, the resistive based technology, the user can be wearing a glove, you would still detect the force of pressure being applied, you could spill liquids, you have the temperature ranges, all of that serves the industrial marketplace very well, including the automotive industry. We're committed to IP. Any growth technology company must, and it's an ongoing effort to invest in its technology. We are pleased to announce that we have 24 patents, 7 which were granted since 2017, and we're also pursuing 13 additional patents. Here's a sample of our various current and previous customers. So you could see it's really a Fortune 500 to some very important middle market companies. Force sensing resistor technology in electric vehicles. We've had success over the last several years in the automotive industry. As we move forward, we're going to partner up with organizations that already have deep tentacles within the automotive space, that we could leverage our technology and expertise with their reach in that ecosystem. I've touched on some of the advantages, not only the harsh temperature ranges, but it's really important to emphasize the form factor. Depending on the application, we have to work with very restrictive real estate requirements. So if you had a small surface area with certain limitations, we have to deliver a solution that would meet the customer needs. The advantage with resistive-based technologies, unlike capacitive technology, is it's low energy. So what do I mean by low energy? It's not constantly draining energy unless it's being engaged. And that's a big advantage. We've all experienced, our personal PDAs losing battery life. The advantage of a resistive-based technology is it stays in standby mode until it's engaged. Sensitivity. We are very good at measuring very small levels of force. And over the last couple of years, with our commitment to expand and improve our current product and technology, we've increased the level of force from 20 newtons of force to 150 newtons of force. We can also customize to meet a wide range of applications, and that's why we have success in various verticals. We also have a track record of delivering high volume solutions with a high level of success. I want to touch on our automotive success stories from current and previous. We're currently being designed into a force sensitive switch that is being utilized in a paddle shift application. This allows the user to enhance experience for the user, and it touches on some of the small form factor of being able to work in a very small surface area and having the right material or substrates to work in that specific application. So we feel that this is a very good example of how we can support the future growth of the EV market. Everybody talks about the EV vehicles, but there's tremendous opportunities for companies like ours that work and support that ecosystem. Previously, we licensed technology of ours that was used for occupant detection. So therefore, whether a person was in their seat to deploy an airbag safety. We also, I touched on replacing mechanical switches around the entertainment system. And here is the actual layout of that sensor. And in this application, we're working behind a surface area, and it's all a smooth, very impressive user experience. This was the application for over 5 years, and everybody can recognize, but that's the Model S, where we delivered a very robust solution for the first 5.5 years in that program. Unfortunately, we weren't part of the next gen program. They were having an issue away from our sensor, and they designed everybody over, which is common in the automotive industry, to use a shared platform. I touched on our touchpad, our VersaPad product. We feel that rugged HMI interface surface, which is used by some of the leading notebook manufacturers. For example, Panasonic uses it in all their fully rugged Toughbook models. The advantage that I touched on before is the user can be wearing a glove, and let's face it, if we're driving a car and we have technology that can work in very harsh temperature ranges, that really plays well for our technology. We're also able to incorporate haptics into our technology because as humans, we're used to a response. So not only do we want the technology to engage, we want it to provide feedback, a reaction. We feel we're very well positioned to participate in the growth of the EV market because the EV world is really driving the user experience and is taking the automotive industry to the next level. Since we already have a proven track record of delivering direct to a top tier 1 OEM and also a top tier 1 supplier in the automotive industry, we feel we're very well positioned, and we're also being designed into another automotive program through a tier 1 supplier. Emerging and relevant technologies. So we feel there's a lot of opportunities to utilize our technology, not just on the interior of the car, but other areas. For example, one possibly could be battery health monitoring. There's a lot of applications around pressure force sensing technology that is not just about the detecting a force, but it's also an important point to emphasize that pressure is just as critical. Innovation R&D, we're very committed to that. We continue to invest in that area. We'll continue to expand globally our footprints, especially when it comes to very capable, talented individuals who can help us follow through on our commitment to innovation. M&A is part of our future growth. So not only are we looking to pursue acquisitions within the sensor market, but also test and measurement. A lot of test and measurement equipment incorporates not only sensor technologies, but it's that same skill set. Part of our growth is driven around talent. That talent is capable engineering resources, whether it's electrical, mechanical, materials, software, firmware, all of that plays into our future success. So in addition, we're looking at engineering services organizations that already have that skill set and support that ecosystem. In addition, we're looking at industrial growth products that brings not only the talent, but also expands our footprints globally. Some very key investment considerations. Interlink has a very rich history. We're a growth technology company. We're committed to pursuing new markets, new technologies, both organically and inorganic. We feel we're very well poised for future success, and I'm pleased to share the Interlink story with the group today.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we got to go on. Yeah, we got to move on. But Steve Bronson is the president and chairman and CEO of Interlink Electronics. I know there was questions in the chat. I apologize, though. We do have to move on. So the contact info was up on the screen there, and check that out for more information. But Steve Bronson, thank you so much for joining EVCon today.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker presentation, actually neither of those things. Our next guest it's actually a one-on-one interview, an exclusive interview with Embark. We're talking to the CFO, Richard Hawa, and Embark is merging with a SPAC. So we thought, well, rather than me do the interview, let's get our SPAC expert here to do the interview. So Chris Catchy, a reporter at Benzinga, and Richard Hawa from Embark. Let's get them on here, team. There's Chris.
Hey,
there's
Spencer.
Richard. Hey, how we doing?
Doing great.
All right, Chris, Richard, I'm going to leave you guys. The floor is yours. I'm going to see my way out of here.
Awesome. Well, yeah, super excited, guys. Joining us at Benzinga's EVCon today, we have Richard Hawa. He is the Chief Financial Officer of Embark Trucks. The company is going public via SPAC, Northern Genesis Acquisition Corp. 2, that ticker NGAB. So Richard, before we dive into Embark, wondering if you can give our viewers, a bit of a background on yourself in the electric vehicle space.
Yeah, no, thanks for the introduction. So it's interesting. My background was really in Wall Street. I spent my entire career as an investment banker. So not nearly as exciting as EV or autonomous trucking. What's interesting is I covered the automotive industry. And as part of that coverage, I spent time with tier 1 suppliers, OEMs, and many of the big EV names that you can imagine. As part of that ecosystem, you know that there's been a lot of proliferation in the SPAC world, whether it's with LiDAR, radar, or otherwise, battery technology. And I used to spend a lot of time just driving up and down in the Bay Area, meeting with companies. And then as the SPAC phenomenon came across, I found myself knowing a lot of the companies very, very well, one of them being Embark. And when the opportunity came to join, the business and commercial use case, the technology, and frankly, the vision of our founders really resonated with me. And so it was, I left the boring, cushy world of Wall Street to join the exciting startup world of autonomous trucking.
Perfect. Great background information there. Love the fact that you were so involved in the auto space. You knew Embark, and now here you are leading the charge as the company goes public. So for viewers out there who may not be familiar with Embark Trucks, can you tell us what the company is all about?
Yeah. So Embark is a software as a service company. We're the longest running self-driving truck program in America. And we've had an exclusive focus on this, solving the AV trucking problem. And what we do is we partner with carriers. We license our software for a subscription, per mile subscription fee. And we're going to help automate the way freight is moved across the US. A couple other points I would make is I think the business model has been developed to partner within the logistics ecosystem in a way that we've found very receptive with our customers. So we're very excited about what we're up to and the way that we're approaching it.
So one of the things, I always look for when SPAC deals are announced is, who are the strategic investors? Who are the strategic partners? And when I saw the slides for Embark, I mean, there's some big names attached here. Can you tell us about the strategic investors and partners that Embark currently has?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things that is our partners is the depth of the relationship. So we have investors and partners with folks like Knight-Swift, the largest carrier in the United States, as well as with shippers like HP. And we've made a few announcements this week alongside collaborations and partnerships with tier 1 suppliers such as ZF and Cummins, as well as a few others that we haven't been able to announce publicly. But what I would say is it's the depth of what we're doing with those partners is which I find most remarkable, and really working with their teams, not just to have a logo on a slide, but rather to really figure out how do you commercialize the technology in the coming years.
Perfect. So, one of the things we talk about, you mentioned, the freight, the logistics market. We know that that is a huge worldwide market, but here in the US, it's a huge opportunity, by itself. And one of the things Embark is focused right now on the US market, where some of your competitors, are looking at this from a global scale. Why is it important for Embark to take the US first approach here to take the lead?
Yeah, it's really a great question. I think one of the things that's really differentiate Embark is discipline, focus, and that's across AV trucking. that also is across geography. So when you think about where Embark wants to focus initially, and when you think about the size of the market purely in the US, it's big enough where that focus is best spent in this market. Do I think over time there's possibility for expansion? Sure. But I think for this team and the way that we're trying to get our technology to commercialized efforts, we want to focus in the US. We also look at the challenges that the US market has with the trucking driver shortage. And we think some of the problems that we can solve for the US economy. Freight logistics is just such a critical part of our US infrastructure. And we're here to hopefully help it and help everyone across the entire ecosystem.
Aside from, focusing on the US market, exclusively first, what are some other ways that Embark is different than some of your competitors that are out there?
Yeah. So I'll point to 3 areas that I think are really different. One, on technology. So we've developed a system called Vision Map Fusion, which relies less on the HD mapping approach. This is really, really critical when you think about working construction zones. And again, when you think of that focus on trucking, unlike maybe in a robotaxi format where if there's construction, you can always just find another route to get from point A to point B. But on a 2-lane highway, there's typically not other routes to go down. And so being able to navigate a construction work zone and this technology, the way that it was evolved from the ground up, is very differentiated. I would say 2 is what we call Embark Universal Interface. This is our platform agnostic approach to being able to partner with multiple OEMs to apply the hardware that's required to run our software. And this is critically important because the statistic is 90% of carriers run 2 or of the top 25 carriers run 2 or more OEMs, and 50% of the top 25 run 3 or more OEMs. So it was, again, designed for this sole purpose with that respect. And then lastly is our go-to-market strategy. We're asset light. We're partnering with folks in the ecosystem, and we're looking to really enhance everyone across it, not try to disrupt or break the way that the industry works today.
You mentioned software a little bit there, and that leads into my next question. You mentioned at the top of the interview that you are a SaaS company. So we know software as a service is one of those big terms out there, a lot of sectors using it. But how is Embark, disrupting the SaaS model in autonomous trucking? And why is that important for shareholders looking forward?
Yeah, it's interesting. Having spent a career covering many companies that I would say are less than 10% EBITDA margin, it's really an unbelievable business model. And I think what's really nice about it is, one, the margin profile. We've guided to gross margins in the mid 70% range, EBITDA margins greater than 30% on a go-forward basis. And also the stickiness that we get. So we charge a per mile subscription as part of our service for each mile with our carrier partners. And I think what's more interesting is we've spent a lot of time really talking about what are the areas of focus. And when you think about the value that this creates for our partners, we think there's 80 cents of net savings with an autonomous truck compared to a dollar. If you think of $1.76 per mile as a cost of a human-driven truck, we think our technology can unlock 80 cents of net savings. And then we'll share a portion of that. So the economics sort of work for everyone. And again, it enhances everyone across the entire logistics ecosystem.
So Embark recently announced a pilot program. Can you tell us a little bit about this and why it's so important for the progress of the company?
Yeah, so we announced a really interesting program with HP and BYD, where we're looking at the last mile using, if you think about the sustainability and using an electric vehicle as part of the last mile delivery, and then using the Embark driver technology for the long haul portion. It was a really interesting run, and we think it really points to where the world is going, not just from an EV sustainability on the last mile, but across the entire value chain. And we think over time, this really resonates from an ESG perspective.
Awesome. And then also there was a partnership announced between Embark and Ryder. A lot of people out there familiar with Ryder. Can you tell us a little bit more about this deal and what that means for the future outlook of the company as well?
Yeah, and this is one of the things I really love about what we're trying to do is, so we partnered with Ryder to basically launch a nationwide transfer point network. And so it's going to be up to 100 sites with service and maintenance. And what I love about the way we've approached this business is we're not just developing software that's cool. Well, we are. It is cool. But we're actually finding ways to implement it in a practical manner. And this is, again, comes from my legacy of, yeah, you've got trucks and they might need maintenance. And how are they going to actually get from point A to point B? Who's going to actually help service them when something happens? And so thinking through the practicality, I think is really critical. And I think this partnership is at least one representative of that.
So now, you know, going public via SPAC here, want to talk a little bit about the future, right? So investors will want to know what's next. So you're here with us today at EVCon, but Embark is actually holding Embark Day today. Can you tell us a little bit more about Embark Day and why that's important for potential shareholders?
Yeah, so we're hosting today a variety of constituents from the buy side, the sell side, some media. Some of our partners are here, some of our existing investors, and we're really trying to get the story out. I think one of the things that's that drew me to Embark is it's been very engineering and technology focused. And I think when the story gets out, it sort of speaks for itself. I think what I found most surprising is we weren't sure if people would show up in person just given the environment. And we had an unbelievable amount of attendees, actually more than I ever expected by multiples come. Because I think this market's really exciting. And we've got some announcements that we'll make today. And we've got some an exciting part. And we'll have our presentation later today posted to our website. So it will be more information to share with everyone.
Awesome, exciting stuff. Can you talk a little bit more about the timeline, right, of the rollout of this software and with some of your partners? What does the timeline look like, you know, for Embark trucks here?
Yeah, so we expect to commercialize at scale in 2024. The way we look at it is we're going to roll out in the Sunbelt states then. And then in 2026, we'll roll out for the lower 48. And so that's our commercial scale timeline. What I would say is all the building blocks to get there are happening between now and then. And the way I look at it is every month, every day that goes by, we're trying to build the technology, but there's be more and more breadcrumbs around the advancements of those technologies. And I think as we get closer to 2024, all of a sudden those breadcrumbs will start to look like a loaf of bread, and we'll see sort of that the light will be very clear at the end of the tunnel. And so we feel very good about that commercial timeline.
Can you speak a little bit about Embark's safety record, right? I'm sure that's an important question that, you know, people want to know is, you know, you've done these tests. What does that safety record look like for Embark?
Yeah. So obviously safety is the most critical component because you cannot commercialize at scale without having the safety validated. And we feel very good just about the people we've surrounded ourselves with, the team that we have, and the validation methodologies that we utilize. From a safety perspective, as determined by the FMCSA, we've had 0 crashes. And so we feel very good about having over 1 million real world miles without a DOT reportable incident.
You mentioned a driver shortage earlier. Can you talk a little bit about this driver shortage in the trucking market? Because I know that there's always a lot of talks with autonomous, right? How it could maybe lead to job loss, but it's actually here, you know, where this is an industry that needs autonomous, right? Because there aren't enough people currently. Can you just speak on the overall, you know, job of the industry?
Yeah, it's interesting. So it's estimated there's about 60,000 driver shortage in the market today, expected to grow over 160,000 by 2028. An interesting stat is 1 in every 5 shippers that wants to move goods can't actually find a carrier to move it as a result. And I think one of the areas that we're very sensitive to is making sure that we're partnering with the ecosystem, but all the constituents of it. And so we've acknowledged that these statistics exist. A US DOT study that came out earlier this year also said that the proliferation of autonomous trucks on the timeline would result in no long-haul job displacement, given the commencement timelines.
Perfect. You mentioned, you know, the rollout starting with the Sunbelt states. Can you just talk a little bit, you know, about why the decision on the Sunbelt and how, you know, the company is going to branch out to other areas of the U.S.? You know, we do have some concerns for some different, you know, weather patterns or stuff. How is Embark attacking that?
Yeah. So certainly weather is a part of the Sunbelt that makes that climate an interesting use case, as well as the regulatory environment. What I would also say is when you think about one of the inclement weather challenges that will pose for the northern states is snow. And this is actually where we think our technology in Vision Map Fusion is really helpful for less reliance on the street on the map. And I grew up in Ohio, so I can attest to it. The plow goes through usually like in a weird way, and it ends like a 4-lane, highway or a car ends up going into some random lane where the plow would just happen to go, or the snow melt happens to sort of melt the ice around it. And so we think our technology will actually help accelerate that inclement weather problem.
Yeah, here in Michigan, we definitely know all about snow and some of the possibilities, that could cause for this software. But exciting to hear that software is set up for this. We talked about the commercial rollout in 2024, along with going public via SPAC. We do get some financial projections from the company. How do you, make those projections as the CFO? How much of that is from existing partners and customers, and how much of it is kind of, pricing for the future?
Yeah. So the way we've looked at our projections and what we've put out publicly for 2024 and 2025 is really based on a few things. One, what do we think the total addressable market is? We calculate that to be about 300 billion miles driven annually today. We then think autonomous trucking is economical for our transfer point hauls at greater than 300 miles, and for direct-to-customer hauls at greater than 100 miles. 86% of the lanes that I mentioned are greater than 100 miles. We then further look at where is our trucks, where will they operate? And so our operational design domain, it's about 80% of those lanes. So we call that our serviceable market. And we actually think that will increase over time as the technology evolves. And so then we look at a penetration rate that we think we can achieve. And when we look at our 2024 numbers, we expect to penetrate just over 1% of the miles required to achieve our projections in that year. And we think as we continue to evolve in 2026 and beyond, our partnership business model is really built to scale rapidly.
You mentioned, saving money for your partners. So you're charging, based on the software, that per mile cost. But can you talk a little bit about, why your software is so beneficial for these partners, and the cost savings that they're going to enjoy on the other side of the platform here?
Yeah. So we calculate 80 cents of net savings, and that's compared to the $1.76 I mentioned earlier. A big portion of that really is the driver, but there's other costs, and we think there's fuel efficiency, which we think continues to play to the sustainability of what our technology unlocks. But we've also built in additional costs. We do think an autonomous truck will cost more than a truck today. But even with those additional costs, the savings just is so significant and unlocks the value for our partners.
Richard, I'm seeing some questions here in the chat from our viewers. There's a lot of talk about weather, right? So I want to turn back to that. Obviously those aren't going to be your first states, but what does the timeline look like for testing, in some of these states, with snow and different weather patterns?
Yeah, so we're focused on getting commercial scale in 2024. We're obviously building the system today. So that we're not going to have to go back and rebuild it. The benefits of Vision Map Fusion that I mentioned. And so we've got a roadmap on the technological milestones to get to commercialization. And we think through some more inclement weather scenarios that will just add to that roadmap, but that will be post-commercialization. And like I said, I think it's been built with this sole purpose and this sole focus in the U.S. For trucking. So a lot of the challenges that we experienced early on, we're sort of building the stack so they can solve in the future, and we're not going to have to come back and rebuild them.
Have an interesting question here from Randy in the chat. Have you considered this technology for online teaching where students may start losing focus? So, to train truck drivers, is this a platform that could be used for teaching them before they hit the road here?
It's interesting. It is. So we have in our trucks today, we actually have safety drivers. And so a lot of them have spent many, many years in the trucking industry. And I actually heard the best anecdotes. So I actually learned from them more just, how does the industry actually work? And what can they teach, and where will jobs go, and how can you use this technology for teaching, sort of new students. But what's also interesting is I was with one of our operating safety drivers yesterday, and the truck actually acted in a manner after getting cut off that a human probably would not. And the car drove by, and instead of saying something mean, actually waved and gave it a thumbs up for not cutting them off because the truck acted in such a safe manner.
That is an awesome story. Yeah. My other question here, going back to the start is, obviously Embark chose the SPAC route. How important and why the decision to go public via SPAC over maybe a traditional IPO here?
Yeah. So the company evaluated all alternatives as they should prudently. I think the partnership that we have with the Northern Genesis folks, I think, is very strong. They bring an owner-operator mindset, which I think will benefit us. And we felt it was a good way to pull forward the funding that's required. As a former banker and as a CFO, I certainly evaluated the balance sheet in depth before I joined. And so even absent, this capital raise, which we're still very excited about, we're in great shape.
Richard, we talked about, Embark Day being held today, a presentation coming out. You've announced some recent partnerships, the pilot program. As an executive with the company, what are you most excited to see from Embark over the next couple of years, and what should shareholders be looking forward to?
Yeah, I'm just excited to see the continued growth in the business. This is a very mission-driven organization. Everyone's very focused. As we were preparing for Embark Day, everyone pulls their weight. We don't hire and grow for the sake of growth. We hire and grow for the sake of purpose. And that's what I'm really excited to see, is really the hard work that this team has put in for 5 years. I'm really starting to see it proliferate. And we're already starting to see a lot of those breadcrumbs today.
Awesome. Well, I think that's going to do it for time. I got Spencer here now, so I'm guessing that time is up. But again, for viewers out there, Richard Howa, the CFO of Embark Trucks, going public via SPAC, Northern Genesis acquisition to NGAB. Richard, thanks so much for joining us at EVCon this year.
Thank you. Good luck with the rest of everything.
Thanks, Richard.
All right. Thanks, Richard. And thanks, Chris. Thanks to Richard also for joining us on Embark Day. I mean, taking time out of his day. And thanks to Chris. I mean, the guy knows what he's talking about. Chris knows how to do research. He knows how to ask good questions. So shout out to Chris. Shout out to Richard. Thank you both for joining us today at EVCon. But the show must go on. Again, I apologize for the chat. I saw some good questions. I would have liked to ask them. Or at least pass them to Chris, but we are running behind schedule, and everyone here is freaking out. I'm just kidding, guys. All right, let's keep it going here. Let's go to excuse me, the next presentation today. Our next speaker, we actually have a pair, Scott Hansen, the CEO, and Pete Peugeot, the CFO of Limestone Boats. And guys, I'm just gonna give you the floor, and let's roll with it.
Spencer, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for taking the time to sit with Pete and myself this afternoon and learn a little bit about the Limestone Boat Company. We're excited to have this opportunity to share with you a little bit about our organization and what we're up to here at the Limestone Boat Company. We're an owner, for those of you that don't know us. As I like to say, we're one company with multiple brands. The Limestone Boat Company owns and manufactures in our 145,000 square foot facility in Tennessee 3 brands currently: Limestone, which is a well-known heritage brand in the northeastern U.S. and Great Lakes region, as well as Aquasport Boats, which is around for 30 plus years as a great saltwater brand, and Boca Bay, which is a Gulf Coast brand. This morning we wanted to give you a little bit of a perspective into who we are, what we're doing, and some of the exciting things ahead. And I'm joined by our CFO, Pete Pigott, as well. Pete, maybe you want to jump in, and then we'll move forward.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. A special thanks to EVCon for inviting us to present today. Yeah, I guess I'll start by talking about forward-looking statements. We're obviously today excited to share some of our plans and strategies and prospects with you. And it's just a reminder that these are assumptions, and you should keep in mind that they're forward-looking statements. And we try to be reasonable about these, but we can't make any assurances with regards to the forward-looking statements. So please consider the risks and uncertainties related to that. And so on that, I'd like to pass to Scott and really talk about our vision, where we want to take things with Limestone.
Thanks very much, Pete. Yeah, I really want to just highlight a few key things that we're up to here at the Limestone Boat Company. And really, it's about capitalizing on an opportunity. We're a newly listed public company in March of 2021, and just post taking the company public, we had a tremendous opportunity presented to us as a result of COVID, and that was to acquire our contract manufacturer in Tennessee. So with inventory levels really low in the industry globally, as well as particularly here in North America, we made the decision to pivot and acquire the 145,000 square foot facility in Tennessee, which gave us control of our own production for the three iconic brands that I mentioned to earlier, Limestone, Aquasport, and Boca Bay, and really most importantly, give us visibility and the opportunity to secure our production and ensure the quality that we're known for historically as brands and where we want to take the brands going forward. I mean, obviously, as many of you may or may not know, the marine industry is experiencing unprecedented demand at this time as a result of people being sequestered to their homes as a result of COVID restrictions around the world. And it's creating double-digit growth throughout our industry. And that said, one of the things that we're doing as a company is building a strong foundation to allow us to not just capitalize on the COVID world, but most importantly, a post-COVID environment. Here in North America and beyond. We're focused right now on scaling our business, scaling our distribution footprint. We currently have 50 plus dealer locations throughout the Great Lakes, the Northeast, the Southeast, as well as the Gulf region in the United States. We're also investing heavily right now in evolving our product line. In fact, we just issued a release this morning of our new exciting 29-foot dual console, which is being produced by our tooling partners in Florida and will go into production later in Q4 of this year for shipments in Q1 of 2022. And that's just all in the interest of meeting the evolving and changing consumer wants and needs and demands. We actually just recently had a call with our partners at Vision Marine to talk about the exciting things that we're doing at Vision Marine to bring to our consumers and dealers alike the opportunity to outfit our products with outboard engine technology, but quiet environmental options that allow our customers to do what they love to do in terms of their boating lifestyle. Get out on the water, cruise with friends and family and grandkids for 2 or 3 hours at a reasonable speed, and get back to the dock with safety, whether they choose EV technology or conventional, what we like to call in our industry, ICE technology. So net, we as a company feel that we're very well positioned and have full control to the best of our ability over not only manufacturing, but supply chain. Our production is scalable within the footprint of our facility, and that this allows us to not only meet the demand of today, but also the demand of tomorrow. I'll turn it over to talk a little bit about industry dynamics, and I might pass the torch to Pete for a minute here.
Yeah, I'll talk about that foundation that Scott was talking about earlier in the last slide. It really speaks to, I guess, we'll call it the industry dynamics, the current state of the nation as it relates to boating. You know, the inventory levels are at an all-time low. You know, they're the leanest they've ever been. You know, we have the ability, to basically sell every boat that we put into the marketplace at this point. The demand is certainly outstripping their supply. And so as a result, manufacturers like Limestone are faced with backlogs of orders. And so that's a good problem to have in that sense that, we're chasing the demand at this point. I'll pass it to Scott in a minute to talk about the market outlook. But in essence, this overhang, if you will, or this backlog, is demand that we need to fill before we even talk about filling some of the growth and the prospects of what the market can bear for us. So we're pretty excited about the growth. Just to draw a comparison, another public company here in Malibu, has offered some guidance to the market, and they're talking about high teens in terms of their fiscal projected growth revenues for the year. So again, very much industry wide, and Limestone's facing those same current challenges to the industry. And speaking of those challenges, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. Supply chain is widely talked about as it relates to impacts of COVID and other things, and our industry is not immune from that either. We're certainly looking at engine and component parts that are gating some of our growth, in terms of the supply chain disruption. So we're working through those things. We're feeling pretty confident with our operations in Tennessee that we're going to see ourselves into some fairly significant growth in 2022 and for the balance of year. With those backlogs that we talked about earlier, we're seeing those are probably going to last for the next couple of years, as we're trying to catch up to the demand and the orders in the industry. And probably the third thing that we focus on quite often is our labor pressure. We're a high growth opportunity, and as a result, we're hiring, and we're certainly training and managing to grow our team in Tennessee in particular. And so the pressures around COVID and making sure that we provide a safe and healthy market space and place for these folks to work is paramount and important to us. And ultimately finding the labor and training the labor is something that we're very much focused on to help keep up with this demand. So on that, I'll pass it over to Scott. He can give you a little bit of an insight into where the market is taking us in the future.
Thanks, Pete. When we think about the market opportunity, I think it's important to put it in context. A lot of us talk about the COVID reality and the impact that it's having on our industry, which is unprecedented in terms of growth. But it's very important to put that in the context of what we are doing as a company in terms of focusing on building a foundation and not just saying, hey, the market is incredibly buoyant and we're going to blow the doors off, but rather measured, steady growth in terms of our production currently of 5 to 6 units a week, and just seeing that grow at a couple of units a month and seeing that go into the future, not just saying we're going to take the world by storm because we have COVID. But it's difficult to say that because you look at the market as it is today, and we're seeing double-digit growth across the board. If we look at the macro level in terms of the new boat retail sales in North America, and particularly the United States, we're seeing again double-digit growth of almost 23%. In terms of new outboard retail sales, which is the subsegment that we compete in, that's up 18% versus the last data in 2019, and we expect that to be up again in 2021. We're just not seeing growth slow down. Total new recreational boats sold in the United States alone, we're up double-digit, 12.5% compared to that, totaling over 318,000 new units in 2019. Even when we look at, to put it in context of what we as a company are projecting in terms of 2022 of plus or minus 460 to 500 units, it's just a fraction of the market that contributes to our success. There's an estimated 64% that are in our particular sweet spot of 20 to 30 foot outboard power boats, which is 41,000 new units were sold in 2019 alone. Again, so we're talking about plus or minus 1% of the market that is the addressable market for us as a company. So the growth potential is quite substantial, while at the same time very realistic in terms of our achievements. Average retail price continues to grow as well. So that's all fine and dandy, but what's the projection for the future? Let's look out a year, 2 years, 3 years, and how do we feel and how do our peers feel, as well as our industry leaders? And we see the National Marine Manufacturing Association, which typically reports and projects on our industry, that they're expecting, that the size of the market today has reached over $47 billion in 2020, up again 9%, a 13-year high. So they're quite optimistic about where things are going. As Pete alluded to, backlogs continue to be a challenge for us as industry players in terms of, and that's expected to continue through 2023 at this point in time, with backlogs of 1 and 2 years in terms of boat orders. It's about managing the expectations of your dealers, ensuring that we don't disappoint consumers and that we bring quality product to market. Last but not least, in terms of global market insights, they're estimating that a 7.5% CAGR over through 2021 through 2027. So it really all bodes well for the future of our industry.
Yeah. And I would even add to that, Scott. I think EVCon, drilling down onto the segment as it relates to EV opportunity. Market Watch is projecting $5 billion market for EV. Current year growing to 10 billion next year. So that compound annual growth rate that you just talked about is 7.5 is great. But even the subsector that we're focused on, one of our pillars of growth being EV, that's something that's just a nice add-on demand curve for us. That's literally sort of doubling year over year there. So we're looking forward to the growth in EV for sure.
No, that's a very good point, Pete. Very good point. When we think about our product lineup, I alluded to at the outset, we've got a very strong product lineup in terms of not only catering, most importantly, catering to different segments of the marketplace from north to south here in the United States and North America, and we see in Canada, and we see that through our heritage brand of limestone, the introduction today of our new limestone 290 dual console in the upper left there. We have the Aquasport lineup from 21 feet to 30 feet with the new 30-footer, which is just in its final stages of prototyping and launch. And then we have the Boca Bay brand, which is 3 bay boats, which at this point in time we're slowing down production in favor of our larger, higher margin brands, and we're looking to bring the Boca Bay brand back with some fury, probably targeted at the commercial market in 2022, 2023. But the focus currently is on the limestone and the Aquasport brands. In terms of strategic priorities, as I alluded to earlier, we really have 3, or Pete commented on, we really have 3 pillars, one of which is environment and EV. The first pillar for us is, most importantly, to ensure that we continue and become a highly successful and profitable industry leader in the marine space. We've got the depth in terms of product offering, we've got the facility in terms of capacity, and we've got the distribution in terms of north to south from the Great Lakes to the Gulf in terms of diversifying opportunity and risk for the company. In terms of charting a course over the next 18 months, I might just pass it to Pete to just talk about our 7 areas of focus and then move us on to the next slide.
Yeah, and so thanks, Scott. This is something that we're very focused on delivering our next 18 months, and this is a phased plan that we're tackling in order to expand our footprint in Tennessee and really increase our manufacturing capability. And so you'll see here, EV is number 7 on here, but don't let that fool you. It's front and center in terms of our interest levels and getting that division up and running. But I think the other 6 areas are really focused on some of those fundamentals, those grassroots folks. I talked about the labor earlier, and really, developing the culture in our business and something we feel very strongly about to deliver on quality product. Production ramp up and sales growth, obviously paramount, top of mind for us. Scott will talk about the marketing in a second, but I did want to take us to the next slide, which is really talking about our growth plan and sort of how we're thinking about this. So we're looking for, I'm going to say a financial partner to help us with this expansion. We haven't really taken on any senior debt at all in our balance sheet at all. So now we're looking to invite on a financial partner to help us fund some of this growth, really take control of the facility and start to expand on the footprint and ultimately our production capabilities. This is something that we're going to do in a phase way, as Scott mentioned, a nice sort of smooth growth curve, nothing step function. It's going to be a very doable, very methodical way of doing this. And then ultimately the goal here, once we've got ourselves in a trajectory that we're comfortable with and that we feel is fairly controlled, we'll be providing some guidance to the market from a stock standpoint, probably early Q1 in 2022. And so, but more importantly, how do we continue to drive that demand? I think it's all about brand. It's about marketing. It's about PR. And so over to Scott to tell us how we're going to raise our profile in the marketplace.
Yeah, so since the relaunch of Limestone as a brand, and then the acquisition in May of this year in terms of Aquasport, a lot of our focus has been the reemergence of these brands and putting some money behind them to elevate the brand awareness in the North American marketplace and start to build consumer interest, both on the paid side as well as on the PR side. So we have a finely tuned marketing outreach program through our agency and marketing partners in Florida, with a lot of industry experience and following in terms of their 25 plus years in the business. And we really feel that they're a great partner for the Limestone Boat Company in support of all three brands going forward. On the public relations side, we continue to see the benefits as a result of the interest that and following that's been created, whether it be consumer media or the trade, as well as on the IR side in terms of we're starting to see the same level of traction in the investment media as well. That will continue to be a focus of the company as we go into 2022, as production and shipments continue to increase at a measured pace into 2022. We'll see our activities increased in support of the distribution on a regional basis in terms of consumer media and trade media. Pete alluded to it earlier. The third pillar in terms of our primary goals as a company is our electric, what we like to call our electric motor division. And we partnered with a company called Vision Marine Technologies to ensure that we can bring to our dealers the very best in EV engine options in terms of the appetite for outboard power. There's a photograph here on the presentation. We were excited just the week before last. We shipped our first prototype boats to be retrofitted with EV power to bring the quietness of the and environmental responsibility to the marketplace. But most importantly, it's not for us as a company in terms of being a leader. It's not just about EV. EV has been around for some time, but we typically equate that with small boats that put around waterways at 6 to 8 miles an hour. What we're talking about here is being a leader in bringing big water performance with EV power. So providing the ability for coastal boaters, for Great Lakes boaters to get out on the water for 3 to 4 hours of enjoyment at an average speed of 20 to 25 miles an hour, which is your typical cruising speed, to get out there, to run off to the beach offshore in Cape Cod, have a great picnic, play in the water, turn around and go back with safety and confidence in the quietness and environmental responsibility of electric power. So we're very dedicated to this as a company. We're excited about our partnership with Vision Marine in the early stages of their development and bringing that product to market throughout this year as they start to ship engines, and we look to ship product in 2022 with EV technology. I'm not going to dive into our team at great length, but you can certainly go online and learn a lot about us. But I wanted to highlight a couple of people. Pete's on the line with me here today. He brings a tremendous amount of rigor and discipline to the financial side of our business, as well as some great experience in working with startup companies and mature companies in terms of not necessarily in the marine space, but enthusiasm and experience, which will be a great asset to our organization as we go forward with our plans, as Pete alluded to, in terms of growth. Dave Grandin, who's our managing director in Tennessee, who took over that facility just prior to our acquisition, about 6 weeks prior to the acquisition, has done a tremendous job of creating structure and process and planning to ensure that we can optimize the capacity of the facility and ensure that one of the other things that's critically important to us is creating an environment and being a great employer that is not only safe and respectful to the employee base, but gives us the foundation to grow. And last but not least, our vice president of operations in Tennessee is a very experienced and tenured individual with over 26 years as a veteran in the marine business, working with some major manufacturers and running both on the design, engineering, and plant management side. So we're fortunate to have somebody. So in terms of key members of the team and the relevant backgrounds and the insight they can bring, I think is very powerful for the future success of the Limestone Boat Company. Back over to you, Pete.
Great. Thanks, Scott. So I won't spend a lot of time on the numbers here. They're all laid out for you to show you a couple of data points for us. I think sort of two important takeaways that I wanted to leave the audience today. The first one is, we are a new public company. We're trading at, I think 22, 23 cents today. This is, something that creates enormous upside. You marry up where we are today as a new company, new public company against the growth story that we've outlined. I think it suggests that there's some great upside for folks. And it's underscored by our, in comparison to the other peer group that we have that are publicly traded, we're trading at a discount to those peers. So I think, it's fair to say that, new entrant to the public markets, but a great growth story to match up with the industry.
Thanks, Pete. I won't go into this. You can certainly find this information on our website. I think we have a very strong and diverse board of directors in terms of the experience they bring and leadership that they bring to the organization. In terms of the competitive landscape, when we think about our peer group, both in terms of our family dayboat brand for Limestone or the Aquasport brand, you can see the likes of those that we compete with at retail. And we're proud to say that these are our competitors, but we are in good company at retail because many of our distributors also are distributors of these products because they see the value of offering both as an opportunity to the consumer market in terms of their relative benefits. In terms of the public company landscape, we really have four peers as we look at them. The Brunswick Corporation, which has many, many brands, including engines in terms of their offering. Marine Products Corporation, MCBC, as well as Malibu Boats, which again is at the higher end of the market with Pursuit, Cobalt, and Malibu. Somebody that we watch and take cues from in terms of what they're doing in the marketplace and in terms of as well as product development and distribution. So if I was to provide in a sort of a jumping off point in terms of giving you a summation and some highlights about the Limestone Boat Company, I would say that as Pete alluded to in talking about the financial sides, we have really favorable industry dynamics. Demand is outstripping supply. We have a massive order book within our industry, and we enjoy that as well at the Limestone Boat Company. As many of us are, we're on curtailments with our dealer partners and retail partners as we continue to grow the business and satisfy them and overcome some of the headwinds in terms of supply chain. In terms of market size, as I alluded to moments ago, we're really the addressable market for us is about 41,000 plus new fiberglass outboard boats in the 20 to 30 foot range. We're sold in the United States. So we're just scratching the surface in terms of success and opportunity currently. We are very respected brands within the marketplace, and we have 3 of those at our disposal currently in terms of the boats that we build. And that gives us diversification, both in terms of future opportunity, both in terms of positioning in the marketplace and price point in the marketplace. We control our own manufacturing facility, so we can determine our own fate as we go forward. We've got great distribution and diversification in distribution if and when we go into a change in market conditions, both in terms of product offering as well as in terms of geographic distribution. We have a great partnership with an opportunity to leverage vision to accelerate for our first mover advantage in terms of bringing big water performance with EV technology. We are an early stage company with some really strong upside in terms of potential. We're trading at a significant discount to our peer group currently. And I think as we start to demonstrate and our performance and deliver sales as a result of our manufacturing capacity and manufacturing throughput at this time, I think the market should start to look at us differently. And that, last but not least, I believe that confident that we have a team, we have a plan, and to become a top tier North American boat builder. And I think that's not just hope. It's going to become a reality over the next 12 to 18 months. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time, and we're open for some questions if time permits.
We don't have time for questions, unfortunately. We're going to have to move this on quick, and we're running behind, and I did it intentionally because I wanted to build up anticipation for our next speaker, who is here, Giulio Profumo. He's the CFO of Hellbiz, ticker HLBZ. Incredibly volatile stock the last couple of days. They announced a partnership. You don't want to hear me talk about it, though. Let's bring Giulio on. Let's have him talk about it. There he is. Giulio, thanks for joining EVCon.
Hi, Spencer. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining today.
How you doing? I'm going to bring up your presentation and let you get into it and tell us all about what's going on here in one of the most volatile stocks this week.
Great, thank you. So thanks for joining today. It's an exciting time for the company. We are just fresh out of the gates. So we listed roughly a month ago. As Spencer was saying, yes, our ticker is HBLZ. We're the first micromobility company listed on NASDAQ. And we are an exciting growth story. And I will now take some time to guide you through our progress and essentially our vision. So we started as a mobility company, a micromobility company. We have consolidated our market share both in Europe and here in the US. Let's say that in the past, I would say 18 months, although we did experience headwinds from COVID, but I have to say that these months have essentially demonstrated that micromobility is here to stay. We have continued our expansion both in the US and across Europe. Consider that just in the first half of this year, we were able to secure 10 licenses. And at the end of 2020, we had 29 licenses. Definitely things are now starting to open up. Now the headwinds of COVID have died down, and we see some strong progress and going forward, both in terms of usage, but also in terms of openness from the cities in order to assign licenses going forward. Having said that, our real vision here is we are a growth company, a growth story. We like the platform type of play. So we see that for us, it's quite easy to onboard customers in a considerably cheap way. And in this way, just by essentially positioning our vehicles on the street. Having done that, then what we really liked is the opportunity to offer additional services, both to our existing customers or to new customers by cross-selling different type of services. So this is why during the pandemic, we saw the opportunity of launching Hellwig's Kitchen. So this is our dark kitchen food delivery offering. We started out of Milan. We've seen some good traction on this front, and we definitely now that people are also coming back to the cities and to the offices, we see some strong opportunity on that side as well. In terms of offering always through our app, we also decided to get into the OTT type of play. So we launched recently Hellwig's Live, which is our video offering, our media offering. It's an exciting product. We actually purchased the rights to stream the second division Serie B soccer worldwide. We're actually we have this exclusive deal where we can offer this worldwide through our app. And we just recently announced two exciting deals, one with Fox Sports and with Amazon Video. So this is an incredible achievement, and we will be able to stream our content on many more devices, also on smart TVs, so not only through our app. We definitely fit into the ESG type of narrative. So this is something that we strongly believe in. Investors, which we are talking to, really like this type of angle that we currently have. It's not so much, it's not only about sustainability, the fact that we do run electric vehicles, we do recycle our vehicles. We also partner with other companies that help us to recycle the batteries. We do also purchase renewable energy. But what we also really like, and we are probably one of the prime examples of companies that can really explain at best how essentially the social, so the S of ESG, can be conveyed and can be explained, because we do have this social equity type of DNA. So we do enable people to move around easily. And this has been the case throughout the pandemic, when essentially the means of transportation were not so available at all times. So definitely we did become a reliable type of partner for the citizenships and for the cities as well. We have expanded, so we are continuing our growth, also our services within mobility. We are one of the prime players out there who are offering 3 types of vehicles, so the e-scooters, the e-bikes, and the e-mopeds. We do see this type of offering as complementary to each other, as we are able to essentially extend our services to different type of user profile. This really comes down to essentially the frequency and also the distance that these means of transportation are used for. They're all tied into one offering, which is a subscription called Elbit's Unlimited. And for barely $40 per month, you can have unlimited rides on any type of vehicle present in our cities. Definitely, we are in an extremely dynamic type of environment and sector. So micromobility, if we think about it, just over the past 3 years, has evolved incredibly. We do like the fact that we want to be a platform type of play. So we have always been forward-looking and open to integrating our service with also existing public transportation. So one interesting example that we currently have is that we're able to integrate our service with the public transportation. And we see that in a specific case within 2 cities where people essentially commute to work from one to the other, we see that people use our bicycles in the first city. They get to the train station, they can seamlessly hop on the train, already purchase the ticket, and before arriving to destination, they can essentially pre-book our vehicle. Is it the scooter, the bicycle, the moped that is waiting for them at the train station? So they can then just easily hop off and continue their ride and arrive at destination. So definitely this is our vision going forward, and we want to create our presence and partner together with the cities and also with different type of stakeholders. Our approach is different compared to some of the players out there. So we always had the idea to put the city first. We do operate in a regulated market, so licenses are awarded through RFPs. Companies like us then can operate for an extended period of time. And we have also a number of vehicles, the max cap that we can put on the street. Having said that, we run also our operations internally, so we are fully integrated on that front, both from the tech point of view and from the operational point of view. So this means that we are essentially able to streamline as much as possible our business. So we do develop our own technology. We're also extremely quick and efficient in terms of customizing the technology to the needs of the cities whenever they need to or they want to have specific features. At the same time, having our own personnel also helps us to be extremely I would say to give priority to the quality of service. So this is now a trend that we see among the cities, which are extremely in favor of companies like us who hire local employees, who give jobs to the local cities, and at the same time, also by having our own employees, for us is extremely quick to open new cities. We can streamline the opening of new cities, and scaling up for us is not an issue going forward. When it comes to safety and to parking as well, these are some of the key topics which are extremely important for the cities. Consider that technology has improved considerably in the past few years. Now we are able to essentially restrict where the vehicles, the scooter, the bikes, or the mopeds are parked. We can also limit through a geofence the area in which the vehicles can circulate. And the trend now going forward is that we see that it will always be pretty much a hybrid type of solution. So cities are in favor of a dockless type of solution. However, thanks to technology, cities also like the fact that we can assign specific areas, specific corrals where where our users can park the vehicles. Consider that we also use advanced image recognition, so we're able also to prevent our users to leave the vehicles in areas where parking is not permitted. Turning back to the vision and how we see micromobility going forward, expanding and evolving, we are, as of today, operating a micromobility service 2.0. So we have always been looking for ways also to monetize not only directly from our users by using the service, but also through advertisement. So we were one of the first ones to monetize on our vehicles through advertisement, but at the same time we have also been proactive in developing advertisement in app. So this is becoming an increasing important side of the business as we see that by collecting the data and by understanding also how our users are moving across the cities, there is a growing interest from advertiser to target specific profiles or also at specific times in specific areas. This then takes us to essentially how we are now integrating, I would say, these three different lines of business. So the mobility part, the food delivery, and the video consumption, so the OTT type of play. What we like is that we can offer an unlimited type of subscription, something similar to what Amazon offers. And through a single subscription and a single platform app, our users are able essentially to use different type of services that we offer throughout the cities. And in this way, we're also able not only to maintain and retain our customer base, but at the same time, also we're able to onboard customers who are not maybe specifically interested in the micromobility type of service, but can definitely enter inside our platform and then use different type of services. Everything then is also linked to the fact that our platform already, as of today, offers the opportunity to essentially preload a wallet. Through the wallet, the users are able to not only pay for the different type of services, is it mobility, is it the food delivery, or is it the video consumption, but what we have been able to do, given that a considerably growing part of our customer base is comprised of younger generations, we have been able to essentially bridge the gap between cash and a cashless type of ecosystem. So thanks to some specific partnerships, what we're able to do is that also for, I would say, the unbanked type of users who not necessarily have a credit card or a debit card, they can easily go in one of the shops of our partners, and with cash they can essentially go to the cashier and they can then have their wallet preloaded with the corresponding amount of cash. And this is something that we see as a growing type of offering, specifically in cities across Europe, but also in US. Considering that we do want to have our service as open as possible and allow people to use our service in a seamless type of way. I think we have now some time for some questions. So please let me know if you want to know something more.
Man, Julia, we do have a lot of questions. We're also running over, so let me just try to get to a couple, because we got the people in the chat. They want to know because they're interested. So wow, I don't even know which one to start. Let's go with the low hanging fruit. With the obvious run up in price in your stock, are you guys considering doing an offering anytime in the near term? Is that on your radar?
So definitely, we are extremely excited of what has been the reaction from the market. Today we are trading at 24.25. The market likes our story. There's still a lot to come. We are now definitely concentrated on fulfilling our business plan, our expansion. We do have the funds available now to continue our expansion. So to your question, not a secondary in the short term.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit on the profitability of your deal with Amazon and also the Fox partnership? And are there other major broadcasting companies that you're in talks with?
Yeah, so we've been able to sign these remarkable deals. So by starting to offer our soccer type of content, this will help us to, as I was saying before, reach out to more and more customers. So this is a first step to something definitely bigger going forward. We do look at also additional content in the future, and for us is a great opportunity to enter also inside additional platforms on smart TVs. So not only through content that you can consume directly through our app.
What percentage of your business is the media unit?
Yeah, consider that we just started. We just launched the media in late July, in August. So we're just starting now to ramp up this side of the business. Considering that is very much linked now to the soccer league, which just started in late August. We are still in the initial phases of it.
Why do you think your stock has been so volatile this week?
So we are a new player. We are definitely a new player on the market out there. We are strongly a believer in the platform type of play. We like the idea and the story, the equity story of onboarding customers through micromobility. Scooters are still extremely disruptive. Just by positioning them on the street, people love them. They download our app. For us, is a cheap way of onboarding customers. And then we're able now through different type of services to keep them essentially inside our platform and offer additional type of service. We are the first type of player out there that is doing actively this type of strategy, and I think the market has did understand that we are a strong growth opportunity company, so they are supporting us on that front.
What about local transportation laws? These are all from the chat, by the way.
Yeah. So I have to say that when it comes down to micromobility, so scooters, e-bikes, and e-mopeds, as I was saying, we do operate in a regulated market. So we do go through RFPs. We are vetted, and the licenses are awarded then on a recurring basis. So I have to say that throughout the markets where we operate, there's not too much difference. So we do see a flattening in terms of regulation on that front. However, having said that, we do see that the market is consolidating. So there are less players now on the market. There's a high barrier, specifically in the US. So this is a strong opportunity for us to continue expansion, both in the US, but also across Europe.
Got it. Giulio Profumo, he is the CFO of Hellbase, ticker HLBZ. If you haven't seen it by now, Giulio, thank you so much for joining EVCon today.
Thank you, Spencer. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, let's keep it rolling here. Let's bring on Michael Moe, the CEO and co-founder of KULR Technology. There he is. Michael, how are we doing on this Wednesday?
Hey, Spencer. Thank you for having us on the show today. We're doing great. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Let's get the presentation rolling here. Actually, Michael, I think you can share your screen, or let's bring it up. Let's go into present mode if we can.
All right.
And the floor will be yours, sir.
Is this? Are you seeing my screen? Okay.
I see your screen. Can you just put it in presentation mode on PowerPoint so we can?
Actually, you know what? I think it is on.
Here.
I'm sorry. Let me try to do this.
Sure. Guys, while Michael is figuring that out, it's been too long since I've groveled for likes. So smash that like button for us. I haven't even looked at the like counter in a hot second. Let's take a quick look. We're at 290. Get me to 300 while Michael gets his slides up and gets the presentation going. I need to see 300. All right. I see your slides back, but can you put there's like a present button on? It should be. Whoa, that's weird. Hold on. Well, that's very strange. I've never seen that before. Hold on one second. That was really weird. Your slides are here, but they're not here. Here, Aaron.
They're in space.
If they're in somewhere in cyberspace. That's kind of bizarre. Here, let's try.
Should I try it again? Or
yeah, why don't you try it one more time? Try stopping.
here.
Yeah, stop your screen share. Start again. That was very bizarre because I saw them, but nobody else could see them. That was weird. Here, third time's a charm here. There we go. Okay, so there's a button there. Should be on the bottom right of your PowerPoint present mode, and then it'll go slideshow mode, whatever.
Is it okay?
Oh, you know what I bet it is? Do you have more than one monitor? Is that why?
No, I disconnect the other monitor, so there's only one monitor.
You know what? It should be okay as is. Maybe let's just zoom in a little bit. But I just wonder.
Let me do it one more time. I apologize. Let me share the whole screen. Share screen.
Well, we had it up before. We just had to get it in PowerPoint from the slides to the actual to be in presentation mode. So
how about
look at that? Yep, I think we're good now. There we go. We're good.
We're good.
All right.
All right. Sorry about the little technical glitch there. My name is Michael Moe. I'm the CEO and co-founder of KULR Technology Group. And thank you for everybody taking their time this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are, joining us. First of all, it's the safe harbor forward-looking statements. So quick introduction about KULR Technology Group. We come from over 30 years of heritage in developing carbon fiber thermal management solutions for space applications and DoD applications. Our products are trusted by NASA and to be used on the Mars 2020 Perseverance rover. We're on the International Space Station and numerous different aerospace and defense applications. And our mission is to take these space-proven technologies and apply them to the world of lithium-ion batteries and electronics to keep them cooler, lighter, and safer. And our customers include the likes of Lockheed Martin, Airbus, Raytheon, and other commercial customers. And our technology target multiple billion-dollar markets, which we will talk about. In our management team, in our management team have decades of experience in the technology product development, marketing, and public company finances. As excited as we are about the space mission and programs, we're more excited about some of the opportunities to apply our technology to multiple billion-dollar commercial opportunities such as energy storage, EV and 5G cloud computing infrastructure. Some of the markets, global lithium-ion battery market will hit $100 billion by 2024. We believe that battery safety is a critical aspect to enable this $100 billion market. Lithium-ion battery recycling industry will grow to about $18 billion by 2030. And we believe that transportation safety is a critical component to enable that. And then there's the EV market, which is forecast to grow to about 30 million units by 2030. And on top of that, the global thermal management device market is forecast to reach over 16 billion by 2024, driven by the proliferation of cloud computing, AI, 5G deployment, where more data and faster network and smaller devices are really driving the need for better heat management. Here is an overview of our technology portfolio. Our core technology is a carbon fiber matrix material that's very lightweight and conduct heat more efficiently than other materials. Now, on the battery safety side, we have the Hydra Thermal Runaway Shield, we call the TRS, and that's used to produce passive propagation resistant PPR battery systems. It's used on the International Space Station to safely store the astronauts' laptop batteries and also tablets without the risk of fire and explosion on board. We have our KULR Tech Safe Case. That is a battery storage and transportation solution that has recently received U.S. Department of Transportation special permits to ship batteries up to 2.1 kilowatt hours for recycling, prototype, and DDR batteries. DDR stand for damaged, defective, and recall batteries. And then there's a LAZR ISC device. That's the technology that NASA invented to test for battery safety for space applications. KULR is the exclusive licensee and commercialization partner for that since 2018. And now it's used by EV customers, electric aviation, and energy storage companies to test for their battery safety. ERA, it's a thermal capacitor, is the technology that's on board the Mars rover 2020 in the Sherlock instrument to keep the eyes and ears of the rover operating ideal conditions on Mars. Here are some of the lithium-ion battery projects that we have been working on. We've designed a battery cell screening and testing automation system for our DoD and aerospace customers to serve the strategic battery reserve initiatives. We've sourced the critical test and automation equipment to build out this proprietary test system. We anticipate the system to be capable of processing up to 1.2 million cells per year for 18650 and 21700 cylindrical battery cells. The test pilot system is expected to be fully operational in the first half of 2022, with the expected annual revenue run rate about $5 to $10 million. This will serve the aerospace defense customers as well as commercial customers in the electric vehicle, electric aviation, and electric submarines and other mission critical applications. On the storage, on the energy storage side, we expect our energy storage customer to pass UL certification as well as new state battery safety regulation certification to enter volume production by the end of this year. During the Q2, we successfully secured 3 separate US DOT special permits to allow for the safe transportation of lithium-ion batteries. These special permits allow for up to 2.1 kilowatt hour in capacity. This technology was tested by NASA on board International Space Station and has been used on there to store the astronauts' laptop batteries and tablets since 2019. We believe this is the only product in the market that has DOT approval for storage transportation of lithium-ion batteries that can manage up to capacity of 2.1 kilowatt hours for recycled, prototype, and DDR batteries. So now we're working with battery recycling, e-mobility, and power tool companies to deploy this solution for commercial use. This is a snapshot of our product development roadmap. We are going to unveil a safe battery pack. Over the last couple quarters, our team has been working very hard to develop our first generation smart and safe battery pack platform with inherently safe cells integrated with our proprietary thermal management solution. to create a higher performance battery pack. We're targeting the drone market is the first vertical application for this product, and we expect to announce the customer in Q4. We are also developing a smart battery system. Actually, yesterday we held our battery solutions day, and we showcased that product called Cell Check, which integrate both hardware and software into one platform to monitor the health of battery cells. Integrating the software and service with the hardware would enable a much better control over the data intelligence. Our long-term vision is to provide a completely integrated hardware and software platform to manage battery cell safety and thermal stability with intelligent sensors, active software, managing it, upload into the cloud, and using AI to do preventative as well as predictive measures for health, the safety of the battery pack. That this all sit on top of our proprietary thermal management architecture. So if you're interested in learning more about it, please contact us, sales at KULRtechnology.com, and we're signing up beta customers right now. We've also started a research and development initiative using carbon fiber structure to produce cells with higher energy density and faster charging capabilities. We believe that fast charge will be the killer app for next generation batteries. Right now, overheating is a key limiting factor in advancing fast charging battery technology. We think there might be a way to solve that problem by using carbon fiber inside a battery cell to reduce the thermal and electrical resistance, and therefore can dissipate the heat more efficiently. To address this need, we are developing thicker cathode to host the NMC and LFP materials, as well as working on a anode technology with both silicon and lithium metal anode to complement that. And the goal is to have that architecture to work with existing chemistry, such as LFP, NMC, as well as have a roadmap to be future-proof, working with solid-state batteries as well. We take a multi-pronged approach to serve our customers in different markets. Most of our engagements start with engineering services and testing services. Once we've developed a customized solution for the partner and customer, we offer them the product for sale or as IP license for high volume customers. This allows the customers to be more flexible in integrating our product into their supply chain. And then with the goal of making it more scalable and potentially lower costs for everybody. It's important for our shareholders to know that KULR's business model continue to evolve from our traditional component supplier of carbon fiber materials or architecture-based solutions more towards the design and testing, and all the way to the next phase of our evolution is to be a total system solution provider to address these key markets. To scale up as a system provider more quickly and efficiently in markets such as EV, energy storage, hypersonic vehicle thermal systems, we're actively seeking partners for joint venture, technology licensing, and other strategic partnership models. The goal is really to leverage our thermal design expertise and portfolio of IPs to create market-leading products, which we can take to market directly and capture more value for our shareholders. Some of the government and the DoD clients, we supply FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, with the ISC technology to evaluate passenger lithium-ion battery malfunction that may cause fire and explosion incidents aboard aircrafts. The most exciting event that for 2020 was was the launch of Mars rover Perseverance in July. Our heat-sink was part of the Sherlock instrument to keep the optics and sensors on the rover in optimum operating conditions. They're literally the eyes and ears on Mars looking for signs of life. And then obviously on in February this year, the rover successfully landed on the surface of the red planet. We work with NASA Marshall Space Center to build 3D printed battery systems. Those are fully safe for manned and robotic space mission. The goal is to be able to 3D print a fully safe battery solution on the moon as part of the Artemis project by 2028. Obviously, we want that technology to also be applicable on Earth for mass market applications. We work with DoD prime contractors such as Lockheed Martin, Leidos, and others on direct energy and hypersonic programs. On the commercial side, we've announced a number of commercial customer engagements that's listed here. We believe that the near-term commercialization opportunity is to bring the thermal runaway shield, the TRS technology, to energy storage and for electrical transportation, and also for the battery recycling and transportation market. On the energy storage side, we've announced our partnership with Volta Energy on the grid and enterprise energy storage product. We've been very closely with them to meet safety regulations. We're excited about this, and we want to, we expect to see great ramp into end of the year and throughout 2022. And recently, we announced a partnership with a customer called Heritage Battery Recycling. That is the first of the battery recycling opportunities that we're targeting with the DOT special permit products. KULR is also the official thermal management and battery safety technology partner for Andretti Technologies. That's the advanced technology arm of Andretti Autosports, founded by Michael Andretti. As part of the alliance, we're building a thermal management testing and design platform for high-performance battery solutions. We'll focus on co-developing and co-marketing battery safety, high-performance thermal management technologies to serve the motorsports, and eventually taking that to the broader EV market. We're literally trying to take a page out of the playbook from industry leaders such as Tesla and Lucid Motors, where they all started out with high performance, roadsters and Formula E platforms. We would try to do the same with our partnership and start with the high end performance curve and then go into the mass markets. Since inception, our growth strategy has always been to co-develop cutting-edge technology with, alongside, government entities such as NASA, Department of Energy, and DoD, and then also work closely with regulatory agencies such as the international testing bodies, FAA, UN, UL, and etc., and then incorporate these technologies for mass market applications. So as we deploy these technologies into mass market applications such as energy storage and EV, we look to leverage our IP across multiple verticals, capitalize on multiple revenue streams to accelerate our revenue growth. Overview of our financials. So as we accelerate our investments into new technology development, such as the smart battery platforms, the battery cell screening and testing automation, and also the fast charging battery architecture, we continue to grow sales in our foundational aerospace and defense world. Our Q2 revenue increased over 200% year over year as we continue to make investment in all sides of our business to sustain this kind of growth throughout 2021 and beyond. In May, we raised $6.2 million in equity capital, which has really strengthened our balance sheet and allows us to be uplisted to the New York Stock Exchange, the American Exchange, on June 7th. In addition, the company also received $3.7 million in Q2 2021 from the exercise of warrants on purchase in aggregate about 3 million shares, and another approximately $1.5 million dollars received from exercise of warrants of 1.2 million shares in July. So now we have approximately only 5.2 million shares of warrants outstanding, but we have a very strong balance sheet of $12 million in cash at the end of Q2, and virtually no debt. We are in the strongest financial position in the company history to execute on our business model. Quick introduction about the management team. Again, my name is Michael Mo. I'm the co-founder and CEO. I've been in the semiconductor and technology industry for over 25 years. I received my undergrad and master's degree in electrical engineering and computer science from University of California in Santa Barbara. Keith Cochran, our president and COO, joined us at the beginning of the year. He has spent over 24 years at Jabil, most recently as a senior vice president responsible for their $3.7 billion smartphone manufacturing business in Asia. He comes from a very rich background in business operations, supply chain management, and manufacturing automation. Greg Provenzano, our VP of Sales and Marketing, he joined us about a couple months ago with over 35 years of leadership, worldwide sales experience in electronic components, design services, system solutions across multiple industries. Most recently at Advanced Energy and Aero Electronics. And at KULR, he will be play a crucial role in developing our sales channel strategy as we pivot into our large volume applications.
Michael, I'm going to jump in here and just cut you off because we are unfortunately out of time. But everyone, Michael Mo, KULR Technology, ticker, company name up on the screen. Michael, thanks so much for joining us today at EVCon.
Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Let's keep it rolling here. We're going to do next a fireside chat with Benzinga, one of our editors, Dustin Blitchock, and let's bring him on as well as Raymond Wang, the CEO of Greenland Tech. There's Raymond. There's Dustin. Guys, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, Dustin, I'll let you handle it from here.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to EVCon. I'm Dustin Blitchock, an editor here at Benzinga, and today I have the pleasure of speaking with Mr. Raymond Wang, the CEO of Greenland Technology Holdings. That company trades as GTEC on the NASDAQ. We're here to talk about his company's role in the electric vehicle sector. Good afternoon, Raymond.
Good afternoon, Dustin. Glad to be here.
Me too. I guess I'd like to start by saying I know that passenger cars are often the focus of electric vehicle investors. We see that with the popularity of stocks like Tesla. Could you tell us about the particular industry segment that Greenland Technology is targeting?
Of course, of course. So Greenland Technologies, we're a market leader in the development and manufacture of drivetrain systems for forklifts and other material handling vehicles in the Chinese market. And that market is the largest consumer of forklifts in the world with over 650,000 sales annually. Now, in recent years, we have seen a significant increase in the electrification of these vehicles that have historically been powered by internal combustion engines or ICE. Now, currently, 25% of all forklifts sold in China are electric. And we support this transition towards clean, sustainable energy and embrace the trend towards electrification with two new product lines. The first is an integrated drivetrain system specifically catered to support lithium-powered forklifts. And the second is our own line of electric industrial vehicles.
Let's talk about that first one for a minute. So what is Greenland's current product line, and how are your electric transmissions and powertrains being used?
Of course. So we manufacture over 40 series of transmissions and drivetrains for material handling vehicles that vary based off of vehicle size, weight, and application. With our 650,000 square foot facility outfitted with state-of-the-art equipment, we're able to produce high-quality, complex products at scale to be able to meet our clients' needs. That's actually how we support our clientele of over 100 vehicle OEMs in the market, including many of the top names in the industry. And our manufacturing and research capabilities have allowed us to develop the world's first integrated drivetrain, specifically catered to support lithium-powered forklifts. Now, by incorporating the electric motor, the speed reduction gearbox, and the driving axle into a single component, it allows an OEM to quickly design and introduce their own lithium forklift vehicle to enter the market faster and jump on the trend of electrification. Now, this is great, not just for our clients, but it also supports the trend towards electrification by encouraging industries to adopt electric vehicles that are better for the environment. And this product is currently powering some of the largest lithium-powered forklifts being sold today for use in warehouse and factories around the world.
Okay, so this, I mean, you learn something new every day. This seems like a really important segment that maybe is not getting talked about enough. what are some of the environmental advantages to using electrified equipment in factories?
The main environmental advantage electric-powered forklifts offer in factories is zero operating emissions. These are indoor settings, and you don't want the buildup of harmful pollutants such as nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrocarbons within that facility that internal combustion engine forklifts produce. And this is a benefit not just for the vehicle operator and the facility, but the surrounding community as well. As for the business, they will no longer have to support fuel procurement, storage, and garaging procedures to accommodate proper safety mandates or investing into facility modifications such as gas detection systems or ventilation systems. With electric, you just use the vehicle to complete the job you need, then plug it in to charge when you're done. The business is also saving on maintenance costs that are very commonly associated with internal combustion vehicles. Things like filters and regulators or valve replacements, you don't have to worry about with electric forklifts at all. In fact, the advantage has even gotten better with the advancement of lithium power. You get more power, operation time, and longevity out of a lithium forklift with even less maintenance requirements than a lead-acid powered forklift. Right now, we truly are entering the next evolution of electric forklift trucks and other material handling vehicles.
Let's focus on that for a moment. Is there some sort of a market shift occurring right now just in terms of lithium power?
Oh, you bet. It's actually a major swing that we're seeing. And I anticipate we're going to see it spread across many, many industries, not just material handling vehicles and passenger cars. I mean, Tesla has truly shown the world what lithium power can do by creating passenger cars that can drive up to 400 miles in a single charge, yet still offer the power to compete with high-tier sports cars. And this market that they have created has not only demonstrated to the world what lithium can do, but has spurred significant investment in innovation that continues to grow the foundation of lithium power in everyday life. I mean, we've seen governments committed to expanding the charging infrastructure around the globe. We've seen a wave of new entrepreneurs and companies improving the supply side of lithium batteries, and research institutes uncovering new methods to recycle battery components to further improve their longevity and impact to the environment. And this investment and growth, it paves the way for new and innovative applications for lithium power across many industries. I mean, in the near future, I would not be surprised to see boats operated by lithium batteries that reduce the risk of oil spillage in our lakes and oceans, or electric airplanes and drones in the sky that reduce the greenhouse gas that aircraft produce today. And we at Greenland, we are excited to do our part by pioneering the adoption of electric power in the industrial sector with our line of lithium-powered industrial electric vehicles.
Okay, I know that this is a part that's really going to perk up investor ears. When we met last week, excuse me, you were telling me that Greenland has a major market expansion that's ahead coming in the fourth quarter. Could you talk about what kind of new products your company is developing and what we can expect to see here in the North American market? Because I believe you told me that up until this point, most of your sales have been in the Chinese market.
Yes, that's correct with our core product line. But we've leveraged our manufacturing expertise to develop our own line of lithium-powered all-electric industrial vehicles. Now, this product line includes our own series of lithium-powered forklifts, an industrial-sized all-electric front loader with a rated load capability of 1.8 tons, and an all-electric excavator with a rated load of 8 tons. And these vehicles will be launched in the North American market starting on the East Coast of the United States, and buyers will not have to wait long for these vehicles to become commercially available because they're going to be arriving in the fourth quarter at the end of this year. In fact, our first batch of lithium-powered forklifts will be available for sale in the next 2 weeks. So it's a really exciting time here at Greenland.
Quick follow-up question on that. What kind of a sales model are you using now that you're coming into the North American market?
Absolutely. So we are deploying a direct sales model. The reason being is because the industrial vehicle sector is a market that's entirely dominated by traditional internal combustion engine systems that deploy the traditional dealership model. And this model is not something that we can leverage and take advantage of, because a dealer has no incentive to truly push our electric vehicles. Let's say, for example, a customer goes onto a dealership lot, says, which loader should I buy? And that dealership has 200 ICE vehicles on their lot and just 5 electric. They're going to point to the ICE, and with good reason. Plus, the electric industrial vehicles have significantly less maintenance requirements than a traditional ICE vehicle. And this is a very important revenue stream for dealerships that will not be really available for our products. So for us as pioneers, not only do we have to create and deploy this emerging technology, but we really have to establish the market directly with the businesses one by one. We're going to be in the trenches.
So something's got to give if the uptake is going to increase of electrified equipment, basically. Let's stick with this theme and talk about sort of electric power versus internal combustion power in an industry setting. You know, how can products like yours be used in segments like agriculture, which of course is a place where we're used to seeing internal combustion equipment all the time?
That's right. That's right. Electric power, it really offers 3 key advantages when compared to an internal combustion engine. The first, of course, is its reduced impact to the surrounding environment. With 0 operating emissions, that leads to a safer environment for the operator, the facility, especially indoor locations, and to the local communities as well through improved air quality. Plus, you eliminate the risk of fossil fuel spillage and contamination, which can have a significant environmental impact to the surrounding area. Now, number 2, electric vehicles are significantly quieter to operate than an ICE vehicle, thereby reducing complaints and quality of life for nearby residential and commercial areas. And that can make all the difference for a property developer that's trying to gain approval for work near sensitive areas where noise concerns from the local area can be greater. And lastly, number 3, the reduced maintenance needs compared to internal combustion vehicles. Like we said earlier, the electric drivetrain eliminates key maintenance pain points such as the fuel filters, oil changes, belts and hoses, just to name a few. Add the lower cost of electricity versus the rising price of diesel, it just results in a greater return on investment for the company per vehicle. And these advantages make our electric vehicles perfect for work in sensitive areas such as urban environments or near hospitals, parks, or schools. In addition, agriculture will be a key market, especially the livestock industry, because that's where, like you said, loaders are commonly used. You see them there, they're cleaning barns, they're providing feed to the livestock. And currently, these loaders are constantly generating harmful emissions inside the barn around the livestock. And they also add the risk of fuel spillage and contamination that can get into the livestock, which can negatively impact the quality and yield of their assets. All of these risks, they're mitigated by electric. They're gone because it produces no harmful operating emissions, especially indoors, no fuel to worry about, and they're quiet, which reduces the overall stress to their livestock. Plus, these farms tend to be in more rural locations that can make buying, transporting, and storing fuel on the farm a hassle. With our vehicles, the farmer just plugs the vehicle in when he's done, and it's ready to go the next time he needs it. It's super simple, and it just makes sense. So this scenario can be replicated across many other industries, such as property maintenance or waste and recycling centers, and transportation hubs like airports, shipyards, and train stations, just to name a few.
That's pretty amazing. And like I said, it seems like a sector that maybe just has not gotten the eyes on it that passenger cars have, but what an environmental impact this could have. Okay, so here's I saved this one for last because I know I hesitate to always make Tesla comparisons, but it really does sound like, after talking to you, that Greenland Technology is in a position to pioneer electrification in its industrial sector. How would you compare your company to Tesla in terms of your market position and timing here in this segment?
That is a great question. And the key word in your question is pioneering, because that is exactly what we have to do and what we saw Tesla do in the passenger vehicle market. Now, currently, the industrial vehicle market is dominated by a handful of market leaders with traditional ICE vehicles that have been around since, I don't know, the usage of steam power since in the 1900s. It's been a long time. So some of these market leaders, they have their own electric versions of their products. But these vehicles are only for marketing purposes and will not be pushed for commercial sale. The leaders just have no incentive to really bring these vehicles to market because all they would end up doing is cannibalizing their own business. They need a company like Greenland to establish the adoption of electrification and capture market share before they have incentive to truly enter with their own products. And this is exactly what we saw with Tesla. The big car manufacturers like Toyota, GM, Ford all had electric vehicles well before Tesla existed that they would showcase at car shows and expos to show their missions towards sustainability, but they never really pushed them commercially with earns because they had no incentive to. It wasn't until Tesla having to come in to establish the electric passenger car market, capture some market share before these auto leaders really began to act on it. And we've only recently begun to see them enter the market with their own electric vehicles. Tesla had to capture 3 to 4% of the auto share market to really get these leaders to start moving. And this is a journey that we hope to replicate on our side in the $30 billion industrial vehicle market.
Does that comparison hold true? I mean, even who would your competitors be as you enter the North American market in the fourth quarter? Would it be companies like Caterpillar?
Yes, Caterpillar, Volvo, the true market leaders. There's actually only a handful that are sold. And you can see based off of their last quarter, Caterpillar has a $30 billion backlog, and they're doing very, very well. As you asked earlier, this is the mission and challenge that Greenland has to take. We need to be pioneers to showcase the world that electric is an option to a consumer base that all they've ever known is operating diesel power. But our mission is a strong one because for each electric vehicle that we can sell, that's one less emission producing vehicle on the market. And hopefully we can start that trend to build that out for the future. And that just leads to a better tomorrow. That's what we're all here for.
All right, Raymond, Dustin, got to cut you guys off here, but great conversation. Thank you both so much. Raymond Wang, again, is the CEO of Greenland Tech, GTEC. Raymond, thanks. Dustin, thanks.
Thank you. You always have to cut me off.
I know. I know. Story of my life, Dustin. I got to cut you off. Let's keep it rolling here. Our next piece of content, next up on EVCon, we're doing another one-on-one interview. This one with, and I see them both here right now, so let's bring them on, guys. Taylor Ogun is the CEO of Snowball Capital, and Tom Fenimore, the CFO of Luminar, one of, if not the biggest name in LiDAR. Tom, Taylor, welcome to EVCon.
Thanks for having us, Spencer.
I'm going to see myself out, and Taylor, I'll let you take it away.
All right, thank you. So we've followed Luminar for many years now, and it's been a fascinating company to watch grow from a $50 million, $100 million, $200 million company just exiting stealth mode to now a $6 billion company that went public just last February or December, actually, under the ticker LAZR. Here we have Tom Fenimore, the CFO of Luminar. Tom joined Luminar in May of 2020. He was previously head of global automotive and co-head of the industrials group at Jefferies. Before that, he was at Goldman. And a bit about his company before he introduces more of it. Luminar is a global leader in autonomous vehicle solutions, namely LiDAR. I'll let Tom explain what LiDAR is for anyone that doesn't know, but LiDAR is a necessary component for autonomous vehicles, these robotaxis that are a lot are ending up on a lot more streets these days. And the technology is recently being adopted by automakers that want ultra-safe cars with a human being still behind the wheel. Only a few years ago, LiDAR cost between $25,000 to $30,000 per unit, but Luminar's brought the cost down to below $1,000, which is crazy, especially as it's going after an industry estimated to be worth over $150 billion by 2030. Luminar's partnerships include Volvo, SAIC, Audi, Pony AI, Daimler Trucks, Intel's Mobileye, Airbus. And you're going to start seeing Luminar's Iris LiDAR come standard on the new Volvo Electric XC90. So Tom, maybe you can give us a quick introduction to Luminar, what LiDAR is and what differentiates your technology.
Sure, and Taylor, happy to do that. And let me start off first and kind of describe in a technical aspect, a brief technical aspect, what LiDAR is. And so for those that are familiar with radar, radar uses radio waves to basically survey the surroundings in front of the actual unit. LiDAR is similar, but instead of using radio waves, we use lasers or light waves. And there's three critical components in any LiDAR. You actually have the laser, which basically emits the light. You then have some type of scanning mechanism, which basically then takes that light and uses it to direct it or scatter it to survey the surrounding in front of it. And then you have the receiver, which then captures the light that returns after bouncing off the multiple of objects in front of you. And what that allows you to do, a lot better than radar or any other sensor out there, including camera, is get a real ground truth of the surroundings in front of you. And so for our LiDAR, we see at least 250 meters out. We have 120 degrees field of view horizontally and 30 degrees vertically. And so within that frame, you're able to get with high resolution, practically zero margin of error, a real-time 3D map of every object in front of you within that cone of visibility. So that's what LiDAR is. Now for Luminar, the foundation of what we do is make LiDARs. And I'll come back a sec and talk about why we believe we do this better than anybody else out there. But that's our foundation, and we'll talk more about this later. But on top of that, we also have just as many software engineers as we do hardware engineers. And while we have multiple series production wins with our LiDAR hardware, we actually have multiple series production wins with our software as well. And so we're really building an ecosystem and a solution where our LiDAR is the foundation. And what we want to do is become a major player, not only in LiDAR, but in providing solutions and systems to enable autonomous vehicles. Now, going to a little bit more detail of what our LiDAR is different, and our founder, Austin Russell, he started working on this when he was a teenager. And instead of buying off-the-shelf components, which mainly operate at a 905 wavelength, and 905 is just outside the visible light spectrum. And the easiest way to make a LiDAR is you buy 905 lasers, 905 receivers, you put them all together. We operate at 1550 wavelength. And so that's well outside the visible light spectrum. And the biggest difference between the two from a performance perspective is 905. And this is actually regulated by the FDA in the US. There's only so much power you can put through a 905 laser. And if you put too much through it, you can blind and do real damage to the human eye. You don't have those limitations at 1550. And because of that, you can effectively see further with a higher degree of resolution and do a better surveying of the area in front of you. Now, the downside of 1550 is historically been the cost. And in order to have a receiver that can receive the light at that spectrum, you need to use a very expensive material called InGaAs, where one wafer of InGaAs can cost almost $10,000. And what we've been able to do is build our receivers with only a fraction of the InGaAs on it. And with that, we're able to get the performance that is necessary at a cost that is only a few dollars per chip. And so we solved the cost equation with that breakthrough. There's two critical components you need to do that. One is you need great ASIC design. And 3 or 4 years ago, we bought a business called Black Forest Engineer. There's about 20 engineers globally that know how to do ASIC for in-gas receivers, and they all now work for Luminar. And then you really need to know the secret sauce in terms of how to take that in-gas and put it on a chip. And there's probably less than 10 engineers that can do that with the robustness and the strength that is needed. Some of our earliest versions of this several years ago, right? You can, if you actually put too much sensitivity on the receivers and you don't bind them the wrong way, they break. Earlier this year, we bought a company up in Boston called Optigration, which makes our receivers and chips. And so we now own all that talent in-house. It expands our competitive moat, helps get our cost to where it needs to be, and allows us to scale up with less risk for what we need for our series production launch by the end of next year.
Yeah, great. And Luminar is definitely the most vertically integrated company, and especially amidst a global chip shortage, it's great that you make your own. But something that really separates Luminar from its competitors in the LiDAR space is that the rest really only have one impressive spec. The rest is kind of just noise. And we've seen it, and we've been on pretty much every robo-taxi you can name. And the top ones are using Luminar's LiDAR, which is, there's no coincidence about that. But there's a reason that your competitors aren't getting deals with these major OEMs, whereas Luminar is. And that's something that we especially like about Luminar, is that Luminar is not just a sensor company. I mean, you're expecting software to contribute nearly half of the $837 million in revenue forecasted for 2025, even though almost all your current revenue comes from hardware. Can you talk more about Sentinel and then the full stack package? I mean, you're essentially becoming a one-stop shop for automotive safety technologies, right?
And that's the way that we really approach our customer relationships. And when we are in conversations with them, talking about what we're able to do, we really have an a la carte menu approach. And if you want just the LiDAR and you want to do all the software yourself because you have a great team of software engineers that are able to deliver the level of functionality that's required, that's great. We'll give you the hardware, and then the software team can then take everything else that's necessary from the software approach. The next layer on top of that, and I would say one of the first critical components of our Sentinel package is what we call perception software. And the output of the LiDAR is something we call the point cloud. And basically what the LiDAR gets back is a bunch of 3D dots or points of lights. You then need to translate those groups of points from the light into objects. So this group of dots over here is a car 50 meters in front of me. This group of dots is a pedestrian on the side of the road 75 meters away. This group of dots is a black tire on the road at night 250 meters in front of me. You layer onto that also with our perception software, object tracking, where you can get the velocity. Is this object changing its path, its velocity? And so that is the perception software that our team does entirely in-house today. And when we're in discussion with the OEMs, a lot of them, their software engineers are focused more on the robo-taxis and the full stack solution, less on creating perception software from the LiDAR side. And because the data from our LiDAR is so rich, our software is very efficient and requires less compute. So that's the second offering in our call it a la carte approach. The third, and this is where we actually partnered with Zenseact, which is Volvo's autonomous software arm. So we're working hand in hand with Volvo and Zenseact to develop what is called the full stack offering for the highway autonomy and the proactive safety feature that Volvo will start putting on their vehicles around the end of next year. And once you get the input from the perception software that basically tells you where the objects are in front of you and doing a good job tracking everything, you're also then going to have the input from the sensors, the other sensors on the vehicle, the camera, the radar, ultrasonic, what have you. You then need to have the vehicle do the decision making and path planning and basically react. And so this is the brain of the autonomous feature. And so a lot of companies are actually spending billions of dollars to develop this. And you need a lot of software, you need a lot of basically data to train it. You need to build a lot of development vehicles to do this, to get this right? I think everybody who follows the autonomous space, solving the first 99% is easy. It's that last 1%, which is the most difficult. But here, because we're partnering with Volvo, we have the ability to then take that software package and sell it to other automakers. And so if you're a small to mid-size OEM that doesn't have, several hundred software engineers, has not spent years investing in this, but at the same time, you want to get a vehicle on the road with this level of functionality quickly, because Volvo's out there with it and other OEMs are out there with it, you can come to Luminar, and we can not only provide you with the LiDAR, but the perception software and the full stack software, and really sell you a system bundle that is used and approved by Volvo, right? And we all know their safety reputation. They're not going to put anything on the road that they're not comfortable with. And we have the ability to basically deliver that same solution. Now, it's going to be modified for each OEM, but the underlying foundation has been proven to work, and we have the ability to sell that to other automakers as well.
Yeah. Great. There's a lot of noise in the autonomous vehicle space, as I said, especially with all these recent SPACs. Yeah. Luminar is real. I mean, Luminar has been granted more patents than almost all publicly traded LiDAR companies combined. You have over 50 partnerships, 8 of the 10 major global automakers. You have a seasoned team of these industry leaders. You're basically on a hiring spree. Quite recently, Al Prescott, this was a big one. He was Tesla's longtime vice president of legal and acting general counsel until he left Tesla to be Luminar's CLO. He said that he left Tesla for Luminar because Luminar's technology is safety critical and is powering the autonomous future. That was big news. I mean, that right there is telling of where Luminar is versus a company not using LiDAR. Really, the only company not going the LiDAR route is Tesla, who is always the elephant in the room in these kinds of conversations. And I won't get into it, but you can see the shortcomings of its approach in many YouTube videos. Can you tell us more about LiDAR's role in automotive safety? It's not just for robo-taxis, right?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. And a few weeks ago, we unveiled and we shared some videos, and I think the team actually provided the host here a few clips, if they could start to play those now. We unveiled what we call our proactive safety feature here. And if you actually look at all these ADAS systems and these safety enhancements that have been implemented into vehicles over the last 10 years, the reality of the situation is, if you measure in the US, the vehicle death rates per mile driven, up until last year, it has effectively been flat. And then last year, even in the midst of the pandemic, where miles driven dropped 13%, absolute vehicle deaths increased by 7%. And so vehicle deaths per mile driven increased by over 20%. And so these systems aren't making any real impact on the level of safety out there. And you can actually see in the background here an SUV that's parked right behind my office. And Taylor, if I asked you, based upon just the camera, how far that SUV is, you really can't tell. It's a two-dimensional feature. Now, if I had several cameras pointing at that, and I had an amazingly high level of compute power and a very smart AI intelligence system, and we were actually moving, you could do a lot of calculations by looking how the size of that SUV changed with each frame rate, looking at it from different angles to try to guesstimate how far that vehicle's away. But at the end of the day, it's just an estimate. If you have a LiDAR and had a laser pointer right here, I could know precisely where that vehicle is, how far it's away, and measuring that 10 times a second, get amazingly high level of precision where that object not only is, how far it is away, but where it's tracting and thus where its path is. And so if you looked at the video that the team just played, where you have two cars driving side by side, one with our proactive safety system on it, the other without it, and then you have the child dummy come out into the road. What happens here, because you're guesstimating where the object is, and if the environment in front of you changes quickly, the system doesn't have enough time to precisely estimate how far that object is away. And so that forces the system to basically choose between two things. One is you just can't recognize it in time, car hits the dummy, bad outcome. The other is you can actually build in a high level margin of error where it thinks something could happen, then the vehicle stops. That's going to create a miserable driving experience. And what LiDAR enables, remember, we see 250 meters out in front of us, 120-degree field of view, 30-degree vertical field of view. And so that allows us to know precisely, with a de minimis error rate where everything is in front of us, real-time object tracking, and allows the system to stop when something's going to cross the car's paths without having a false positive that creates a miserable driving experience. And that is the heart of why our proactive safety feature, that's why Volvo is standardizing us on every XC90 electric vehicle that they're going to make. You know, the highway autonomy stuff is cool, but the proactive safety feature drives standardization. And here's the beauty of this business model, Taylor, which is the same LiDAR on the vehicle, which enables proactive safety, is the same LiDAR which enables highway autonomy. So if every Volvo XC90 electric SUV has a LiDAR on there with proactive safety as the default, if you want to upgrade to highway autonomy, either at the time you purchase the vehicle or afterwards by electing that option, you can do it with just a software upgrade. And so with OTA or over-the-air features, it gives the OEMs a new value and profit stream where the consumer has actually showed, and I think this is one of the thing that Tesla did very well, which is convincing people to spend a lot of money on a car, but then spend, right now, $10,000 for the, full self-driving feature that, is probably a little bit of aggressive naming on their side.
Yep. Wow. Whoop. Yeah. I mean, you guys really take the guesswork out of it. When it comes to safety, I mean, no one wants to be guessing. And also, Tesla even uses your LiDAR on its test vehicles to test for ground truths because it's real, right? Whereas this is not. Just maybe a quick overview of your financials, just so.
Let's get to that, and then we got to wrap it up, guys. So just
okay. Thanks, Spencer. This will be the last question.
Yeah.
So you've raised revenue guidance this year from 25 to 30 to now 30 to 33 million. You're saying you're aiming to be profitable by 2024. In 2025, you expect 90% of that year's nearly $1 billion in revenue to come from existing partnerships, just to give the audience an idea of how significant the current partnerships are. But looking forward, more recently, you've been talking about expanding the business into a subscription model and even getting into insurance. Can you tell us anything more about these businesses and how they may take form in the future?
Sure. And it all goes back to LiDAR is our foundation, right? Amazon started off selling books and then came to dominate the online retail market, and then even expanded into stuff like Amazon Prime. We have LiDAR. We talked about software. We're going to be talking more in the future about insurance and really capturing the safety improvements and how that will drive lower insurance costs, and capturing those savings to subsidize the cost of our technology, rapidly increase its penetration rate, as well as create a new potential value stream for ourselves and our customers. Tesla got into this business. We recently hired the person who set up that business. We're partnering with Swiss Re, the largest global reinsurer. And so that's something we're going to talk a lot more about in the future here, but it's something we're actively working on.
That is a tease. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Tom, Taylor, thank you both so much for joining us today at EVCon.
Thanks, Taylor. Thanks, Spencer. Thanks, everyone.
All right, let's keep it rolling here with our next. There he is. Next fireside chat. Justin Roberti is talking to Daniel Burrell, the CEO of REE Automotive, ticker REE. Let's get Daniel on here, guys.
Fantastic.
There he is. Justin, the floor is yours, sir.
Hi, Daniel. How are you?
Good, Justin. How are you, mate?
Good. So it stands for reinvent, reimagine, and what is the third one? There are three, and restructure. That's correct?
That is correct.
You have an interesting approach to things. First of all, is the idea that you've essentially change your designs in such a way or innovate within your design that you can have kind of like a one corner technology so that you can manufacture things from like a flatter starting point. Why don't you tell us about how you're designing your vehicles to be able to fold down that way and save space in the vehicle overall?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we've developed is a concept called the corner. We understood that, when you build a platform, which is the basis of a vehicle today, right? It's very complicated. It's very costly. It costs about $1 to $3 billion. It takes about 8 to 10 years to develop. And then after you've done this, you understand that the market wants it a little bit different. Then what do you do then? You either go back and spend another billion or so in another 8 years, or you try to convince the market that whatever you've got, that's the way it is, and they have to cope. And up until 10 years ago, that has been the case. OEMs used to build vehicles the way they decided to, and all of us had to conform. But we see a major shift now towards what the industry call a more of a modular approach, a custom design requirement, a mission-specific vehicle, if you'd like. So how do you cope with something like that? Are you able to build so many different permutations? We understood that the basic limitation of that is that you put everything on the chassis, right? You've got think about it, when you pop up the hood of the car, right? There's so much stuff cramped into that, and this is what makes the car go, right? The drivetrain, the suspension, the steering, the braking, the motors. And if you look at an ICE electric compared to electric, right, the conventional versus electric, just the motor is different. They've taken the ICE engine and replaced it with electric motor, but everything remains the same. So every time you try to shift it, there's a major change. There's a ripple effect. You change the wheelbase by 10 inches. You have to change the drivetrain and the half shafts and the center of gravity and so on and so forth. It's a nightmare. So we said, okay, let's take them out. Let's take all of those components off the chassis. Right. Okay. So where do you put them? First thing is you put them in the wheel. Not a good idea. You put them in the wheel, you mess around with handling, with safety, you mess around with durability, not good. So we put it back, said, not good. Let's find somewhere else to put it. There is literally nowhere else. It's just, chassis and a wheel. And then we came up about 10 years ago with a funny idea. Let's put it in between the chassis and the wheel.
Okay.
And the guy said, okay, where? It's like over there, right between the chassis and the wheel, and like you see behind me. Huh? And they said, how do you call that? I said, I don't know. It's in the corner. And ever since we call them corners. And those things have everything you need in order to make the car go. It has the suspension, the drivetrain, the steering, the brake. And why is it so important? It allows us to be completely agnostic to three major trends. It allows us to be completely agnostic to dimensional change. We can now take out the corners and change the platform as we want. Both in terms of length, width, height, weight, anything you want from under 1 ton, sub class 1 categories, all the way to class 7 and up.
Right.
It allows us to be completely agnostic to battery technology. So we can adapt to whatever the battery technology takes us to. And because we control them by wire, there are no mechanical connection between those corners.
Right.
We're agnostic to the driver, right? Can be a person driving or an AI. And that allows us to put vehicles on the road in 2 years as opposed to 8 to 10 and at a fraction of the cost.
Interesting. Yeah. So you're achieving savings essentially by putting it in an area in the design that you can, change the dimensions of the vehicle, not necessarily have to affect that area. You can change the style of the body. You can change the size of the wheel and so forth, and have it all tie back into that one place. You take a similarly innovative approach toward the sourcing in your actual supply chain. So you've got this fully flat modular construction thing, but you've also got a particular approach to working with your vendors with a horizontal manufacturing approach. The motto, from what I understand, being complete, not compete. So when you're talking about other OEMs and manufacturers, how is that working for you, especially when you're coming with something that's potentially so disruptive? How do you work harmoniously with the entrenched players, especially when you're talking about combustible engine manufacturers?
Yeah, see, Justin, in order to become a market standard in the industry, in order to have a really main effect, honestly, you can't do it alone. I mean, you have to raise, I don't know, a few tens of billions of dollars and spend, 10, 15 years and hoping you're going to be in the right trajectory.
Right.
Or you collaborate with people. And we took a model that is very known to everybody, which usually people call it the Intel Inside model. Right? Intel works with Dell, Lenovo, and HP and all these guys, and each one of them can build whatever computer they want, whatever, let's say, laptop you want to buy. You want to build one with a large screen or a business stream or whatever you want, but it has that Intel Inside sticker.
Sure.
So regardless to whoever wins in the market, Intel wins, right? Same with us. We're providing that platform. We're providing a very modular approach based on the RE corner design, powered by RE. And we're not competing with the other OEMs or the newcomers to the market and the new mobility players. We're actually supporting them. We're completing their offering because we're not building full vehicles. So they can take our platform, similarly to how Dell takes the Intel chips, and build whatever product they want on top, whatever service they want on top, which is custom designed to what they need. And they can play with that dimensions and requirements as they see fit. And by doing that, we're powering and enabling them to move faster to the market at a fraction of the cost. Right. So if you're an OEM, like our partnership with Toyota through Hino, the Toyota's truck arm, Hino presented back in 2019 a single platform for their future of mobility called the Flatformer, which is powered by RE. And guess what? It's completely flat and fully modular. And earlier this year, a couple of months ago, we announced an upgrade to that relationship where we signed a strategic alliance, a business alliance agreement between us to take this to production. And that's major. We also are doing business now with, which is public now, Magna, that we're signing a collaboration agreement where we're going to do the platforms, and Magna are going to complete the top hat on that. And, most of the new players are coming to Magna all the time, and they're an amazing partner to have. And the recent one that we announced, I think a month ago, with collaboration with the JP Poindexter Group, which is more than 50% of the North American walk-in vans, right? So more than a half of every UPS, FedEx, Amazon food truck you see out there the body is built by the Poindexter Group, Morgan Olson, Morgan, Jack, etc. And so you see major players coming into this technology with us, adopting it and moving faster to the market.
So Toyota has been working on smart vehicles and electric vehicles and hybrids for some time. Are there vehicles on the road right now from Toyota or from other partners that are already using RE technology in the manufacturing?
No, not yet. We're going to start manufacturing by 2023. We are currently testing our prototypes with our partners, and there's quite a lot of footage out there of us playing with the toys and the platform running around and testing durability and safety. The model that we're providing is basically a three-layer stack. We like to look at ourselves as a one-stop shop. So if you're the Toyotas of the world or you're a large OEM, you can go out and just buy those corners, and you'll do your own chassis and you'll do your own body because you're more than capable of doing so, right? We're not going to compete on chassis with Toyota. It doesn't make sense. But if you're, Morgan Olson or somebody like that, or anybody who's used to buy chassis from one and building the top hat on that, then we'll give you a full running chassis with batteries, with thermal management, so on and so forth. And if you just want to buy a vehicle and you say, guys, I'm not in the vehicle business, I want to run a service, I want to run an autonomous shuttle, I want to run a delivery, etc., we're also able to give you a full vehicle together with our partners such as Magna.
That's great. That's really interesting. I mean, you can get the sense we've all been waiting for EV to kind of take over. I mean, honestly, they've been talking about it since since I was a kid. I mean, like we've been kind of and feel the feeling that we're somehow on the verge of this happening. There was a slight step back, if anything, in terms of EV adoption in 2020 for the pandemic. It's picked up again. You get the sense that people are really looking to carve out space at this point. Is that how Reese sees? I mean, by coming in and doing sort of a strong OEM partner play, the Intel Inside approach, which I totally understand. I've seen that in other industries as well. Are you hoping to sort of carve out your space through partnership, or like what are your other differentiators? Being that a lot of people are charging into this.
Yeah. So first of all, yes, absolutely. Our ability to complete and not to compete, to partner is key. Instead of wasting time, energy, and resources, fighting with everybody else and competing out there, we're completing. We're moving faster. We're bringing everybody together with us and moving faster. And it's a major differentiator, I think, for us and for everybody else. Because, I mean, think about what we can accomplish with the likes of Toyota and Magna and Poindexter and Navia, which is the largest autonomous shuttle in the world, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's endless, and the numbers are just growing. And yes, we did see a slight slowdown due to the pandemic, but I think that also there is the silicon shortage that we are all aware of. But I think everything is going to be bouncing back by end of 2022, beginning of 2023, which is surprisingly exactly when we're going to start mass producing.
Well, and accelerated, if anything. I mean, one gets the feeling that the technology adoption that the pandemic has pushed goes well beyond screen time and what's available online.
I agree. And unfortunately, we're still in it. And every time I think we're seeing the end of it, there's yet another wave. I lost count of those. Good. And, God bless everybody. But we are going to come out of it, I hope, soon. And we're getting ready to push forward on that.
So what are your top priorities, rounding out 2021 going into next year?
So naturally, we want to sign more agreements and more collaboration and more revenue projections out there. Second, I think it's very important for us to start nominating suppliers for specific programs. The way automotive works is that you have a VVN, a vetted vendor network. So it's a pool of amazing suppliers that we've been working together on great technology. And if you think about it, it's like a basketball team. So you've got a whole basketball team of tons of talent. Right. And then you've got a match, you've got a program, you've got a vehicle to build, and then you need to decide out of that amazing pool of talent who you bring out to the court to play, right? And this is your team for that program, and that's called nomination. And we are, I think, very close to being announcing nomination of our first programs, which means that these programs are moving from the development side to the production side. And that's an important milestone for people to watch for. And I think the third one you want to be looking out for is private road tests at customers. I mean, we're running private road tests at our facilities, in multiple facilities now, and it's great. But I think it's a different ballgame when you do it at the customer, with the customer, and they're literally being able to experience the technology, the product. And I think this is something everybody should be looking forward to as well.
So how far out are we from being able to, look at an EV solution? I guess we'll stick with for enterprise or for fleets, and be able to say, at least with a certain economy of scale, that it's comparable to a combustible engine fleet. At what point are people going to be able to make not only the long-term benefits, but having something come out? Like, it seems like a lot of your manufacturing is about like controlling supply chain, is making everything as compatible as possible, being able to manufacture different kind of vehicles. So you're kind of looking for that economy of scale. What's the tipping point where it isn't an extra, a taking on of something future oriented for a corporation to go with an electric fleet?
I think there are two factors for that.
Uh-huh.
One, if you're looking for fleets, it's TCO, right? Total cost of ownership, which is a formula that takes into account purchasing price, residual value, operating costs, et cetera, et cetera. It allows us to compare apples to apples,
right,
on the operating side. And today already, we're able to show a significantly lower TCO than not only ICE, but also other on the market and soon to be on the market EVs. And that's a major factor when you look at adaptation rates of new technology, especially with fleet owners and those kind of places. Second, not less important, is the ability to scale. When you want to bet on the technology, you want to make sure that it's sustainable, not only on the durability side, but also on the scale side, that we're here to stay, that we're able to produce, we're able to go further. And I think our partnership with our amazing suppliers that at the end of the day are manufacturing the subcomponents for us, guys like American Axle and Musashi and others, is key for that success, because they're building vehicles for decades now, right? And they're doing that day in and day out at the highest quality, and they're working on a very special and exclusive basis with us to ensure that whatever they produce and we assemble is at the highest quality, at the highest scale, and able to meet the customer's requirements. I think those two are the main factors for adaptation, and we have clear line of sight on both.
So last question. I understand that you're also looking to expand into the U.S. So tell me about that. What is your plan for breaking into the U.S. market, not only in terms of sales, but also possibly in terms of operations?
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. is a huge market for us, and it's our primary market. We are very active in the U.S. So we've decided recently, and we've announced that we're going to open our North American headquarters, as well as our first assembly line, our first integration center in Austin, Texas. It's going to be up and running by next year, and going to be ready for production by 2023. And that's super exciting for us, because not only that it gives us, and we've been active in the US for a while now. We had boots on the ground there for a while now, but having a proper North American headquarters and our first large-scale integration center is very exciting for us.
Is it just a matter of looking for a greener solution? Is that ultimately what's pressing it? Because the users, and companies in particular, will keep using whatever they're comfortable with for as long as they possibly can. That seems to be human nature. You kind of have to, pry it out of their hands. What's pushing this? Because it does seem like something's pushing the issue now.
Yeah, my 7-year-old daughter asked me a couple of weeks ago the similar question. They said that we watched a clip about global warming and stuff. I said, "Daddy, what are you doing about that?" I said, "Well, we're building electric vehicles and going to be zero pollution." She said, "Yeah, but why would they buy?" And you look at the 7-year-old and go like, "Oh wow, that's where's mommy?" Maybe you go there. She was not, so I had to answer, and the answer was, I said, "We're better, we're faster." Meaning, I'll give you just 2 examples. Our volumetric efficiency is second to none. So think about it. We can give guys like UPS, FedEx, Amazon, all these guys 30, sometimes 36% more volume on the same vehicle. So we can make every delivery far more efficient. You can deliver more on the same CapEx requirements, same driver time, same footprint of a vehicle. You make things more efficient. Now, why is it important? Yes, it's greener. Yes, it's better for the planet, for our children. That is true. But it also improves significantly by 30% your top line.
Right.
And it improves your bottom line, because there's no added CapEx required to that, because we're aiming to be at the same price as ICE. And with that, I mean, that's key, right? That gives you the incentive to do this today and not wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, you have to be cheaper and greener and better in order to break into the space, because the interest, boy, especially in the U.S., we sure love our current vehicles. Well, I see Spencer with us, so I believe that our time has come to a close.
Yes.
Like a grim specter, Spencer sees me off stage. But thank you for spending the time with me, Daniel. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Justin, and hey, Spencer. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Justin. Daniel Burrell, CEO, co-founder of Re Automotive. Let's bring on William Trainer here, the president and CEO of Vicinity Motors. There he is. William, thanks for bearing with us. How are we doing today?
Very well, thank you. Thank you for having me today.
All right, we've got your slides up. I see them. There they are. Go ahead and take it away. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is William Trainer, President, CEO, and founder of Vicinity Motor Corp. I'll roll through. So our corporate overview here, we'd like to say we're in business already. We're producing products. We started off in Canada here up in 2008 with really a need in the marketplace. There was really a need for a mid-sized bus that didn't exist in the industry at that time. If you look at the transit market, primarily they're 40-foot buses. So what the industry really needed was a true 30-foot bus that could actually go into the neighborhoods and pick up the people and bring them into the higher routes. Because if you pick the people up in the neighborhoods, they tend to leave their cars there. If they get in the car and drive to a park and ride or something like that, they just tend to carry on. So we established ourselves up here in actually British Columbia with a strategic partnership with the province of British Columbia to develop a true mid-sized product. And it's been really, really successful here for us up in Canada. We have over 90% market share. And we'd like to say we're an industry leader in our space. We've got an established brand. We run a very capital light market. And we've given guidance of 150 buses or 55 million in revenue. We've had a very strong Q1 and Q2, and we've got a strong backlog behind us. And the industry, when we look at the industry today, it's just incredible what we're seeing. We come through the pandemic here, and the infrastructure funding that's come in place is just amazing to support the green initiatives. We've taken the product that we've had, electrified it, and then took the same technology and actually entered into a small truck as well, which I'll get into as we progress here. So the market today, when we look at the market for our bus market, it's roughly around 25,000 units sold per year. And we're really seeing the EV side of it is really what's on fire right now. All the agencies and the government states and whatnot are all trending and looking for electric vehicles. And as I go through the deck here and get you into where ours is, it's just we've created what we think is just the best vehicle in the market today. And what's driving all of this business, as I started to say earlier, it's really when we've come through the pandemic, the infrastructure funding that's come out and the strategic funding that's been allotted both on the Canadian side and on the US side, it's just unprecedented what we're seeing. There's billions of dollars being allotted into greener vehicles, billions in Canada, trillions in the US, and that relates to actually funding for these transit agencies to purchase these vehicles with these funds that are in place today. So, we started off with really an ICE vehicle. Up here, like I said, in Canada, we have anywhere from really a 26-foot all the way up to a 38-foot vehicle. We've really been conscious on the price point that we brought these vehicles to market in. And really, what we want to say is we've really developed something with a clean sheet of paper. So the vehicle, when we actually originally developed it, it had to go into those neighborhoods. So it had to be smaller. What a lot of the OEMs at the time were doing is just taking their 40-foot unit and cutting 10 feet out of the middle of it. And it really didn't get into the neighborhoods or give any cost savings or total operation savings on the vehicle. But really, you know, what we're talking about today is the electric vehicles, and where do we sit in it, and you know, why do we think we got such a great vehicle? I think you start with, you know, again, when we took a look at the, you know, mid-sized vehicles and developed our vicinity lightning vehicle, and then of course took the same technology and put it onto a small electric truck. We looked at it and really wanted to hit the market. And the market, what we see in the U.S., and that's where the big market is, it's 50% private and 50% public. So we wanted to develop something to come to life and really made sense to the operators to actually operate this. This is what I'll do, and I'll get into what we are. So our flagship, this is just telling you the flagship, the initial vehicles that we have is close to 600 vehicles in operation today. And we have over 90% market penetration in the US, in the Canadian market, and now focusing on the US market. Part of what you have to do when you bring these vehicles to life is in order to qualify for a lot of the funding that's available in the US, you need to meet three criteria. You need to meet, first of all, it has to have over a 70% US content. We tick that box very well. You need to test the vehicle in the FTA testing ground, and it's called an Altoona test because it's performed down in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And all of our vehicles to date that we've tested have tested best in class. So that's structural durability, maintenance, total cost of ownership. It's tested best. And this is really what we say is a testament to our engineering capabilities and what we've actually brought to market. The other thing that you need when you're actually three things is you need to manufacture the product in the U.S. So as we go through the slide deck, we've enhanced our positioning in the U.S. to really capture a lot of what's out in the marketplace. And we're putting a factory down in Washington State. We had a groundbreaking ceremony there, I don't know, 4 to 6 weeks ago with Governor Jay Inslee. He was very excited to see that we're actually bringing an electric vehicle manufacturing plant into Washington State, and he's been very supportive. He granted us a $300,000 grant from the Governor's Select Fund for actually training our employees. The factory that we have down in Washington State is well underway. It'll be completed before the end of this year on a structural basis, and then we're just outfitting it with the specialized equipment to produce these vehicles, this electric vehicle down in Washington State. So we see we got strong support down there. But now I'll get into, what is our electric vehicle, and why do I get so excited, and why do I think the market should get so excited about this vehicle? Is that when we looked at our mid-size vehicle, we wanted to bring something to life that was right around that 30-foot mark. So it's a mid-sized vehicle, and it had to be able to get in and sail into the FTA funded, which is the transit authorities, and also the privates. So we brought this vehicle to life to actually come in and sell at a price point of about $350,000 to $400,000. And I think that is key because when you're looking at this, there's a lot of funding out there right now for the transit authorities on the federal side. But when you're a private operator, you either have to look at what subsidies are available and incentives in your state or your area that you're operating, or you really have to do a business case. And that's where I think this thing really shines, because when you look at the total cost of ownership over an 8 or a 10-year period, and you're paying $350,000 for this vehicle, or you're paying $250,000 for a diesel vehicle, for the $100,000, you're going to more than save that over the life of the vehicle. And that's where I say this makes business sense. And I think, when we look at the competition out there, there's a lot of competition. A lot of the companies are a lot larger than us that are bringing some of these vehicles to life, but they're bringing it in at a very high price point. We see our competitors bringing these same vehicles, say a 30-foot vehicle, to life in the $600,000 to $700,000 price range. Now, that's good if you're a transit agency and you're funding for that. But if you're a private operator, it doesn't make business sense. So now you ask, how could we bring this vehicle to life at that price point? And that's where it gets really interesting. So when we developed this product from the ground up, we really aligned ourselves with more of what the automotive industry was doing and looked at what their technology was. And one of the flagship vehicles that we looked up is a Tesla vehicle. And the success on the automotive side is they stay to a 400 volt architect in the battery and in the voltage, and that seems to be what the automotive industry says do. So we want to develop this with a 400 volt battery pack. We chose a BMW battery pack. Tesla would have been our first choice, but they don't provide batteries to the open market. But BMW is the second largest battery supplier in the world for cars. If you look at what they've done, they've got over 500,000 battery packs in service today. So they have an extremely high safety rating. But the other thing is that the batteries are very thin. They're only 7 inches thick. So this allowed us to incorporate it and build it into the low floor section of the bus. And if you get off and on buses at all, or have traveled on your public transit, you want that low floor. You want to be able to get on and get off. And if you have disabilities, you want to be able to roll on and roll off. So if you have a high floor with steps, it's not as convenient, and it's just not as desirable. So the battery packs we put into the low floor, we see our competitors putting the batteries on top of the roof, because what they've done is they've aligned themselves more with the commercial technology, which is 600 to 800 volt technology. And that technology requires specialized charging. Usually they operate and charge on 3-phase power, where ours, following with the automotive industry, we put a onboard charger on this vehicle and we sell it with the plug. So exactly like a Tesla car, you plug it into a standard grid, which is 240 volt single phase power. And I think this is going to really what's going to separate us from the competition that's coming out to life right now on these bigger vehicles, is that it's ease of use. The other thing that we did is we looked at what the school bus industry was doing, and they have hydraulic brakes on theirs. And there's a cutoff point to the weight classifications you can have. Usually it's 22,500 GVWR. So we kept our vehicle in that class range and below, and it allowed us to put hydraulic brakes on it. This is another ease of use situation where if you're a private operator and you want to hire drivers, they don't need a commercial air brake ticket to drive the vehicle. So we think we've come to life with a vehicle that really, really makes sense for the market today, and it's priced extremely well. And we've done that by actually developing the electronics that go in our cells. The brains of these electric vehicles, what they call a power distribution unit. And we developed that in-house ourselves, and that's what allows us to go out to the industry and buy these automotive, high-quality items at a considerably better price. Just walks you through a little bit about the vehicle. Purpose-built, low floor. Some of the items that I'm just touched base on. But the other thing that we did is we said, okay, we're developing electric vehicles. Where else can we take our technology, and what can we do with it? So we took the same technology that we put on the bus and we put it onto a small truck. This is a VMC 1200. It's a 12,000 pound GVWR. This vehicle competes in a class 3 to class 5 rating vehicles. And it's just tremendous volume. They do 400,000 annual sales in this vehicle range. So we're just developing our dealer network now for this vehicle. We finished up all the testing. The testing went extremely well. And now we'll be putting this out through a dealer network. So it's quite exciting. We've also, when we've looked at our electric vehicles, we're looking at what can we do with that technology. We're also looking at chassis and other items that we can actually develop with our technology and get some vertical growth in there. So this is the U.S. factory I was talking about, and this is key for what our objectives are in the U.S. This factory is 30 minutes from our headquarters up here in Vancouver. It's what we want to say Buy America compliant. It has a capacity of about 1,000 units a year, and we have other contract manufacturing capability for another 2,000. So we're very scalable with this factory and with our production. And again, this is key for our growth in the U.S. is having that factory in there. When we look at where we see the company going, it's my goal to build this company up to $1 billion in sales over the next 5 years, and this is really going to be key, one of the key parts of it. In the U.S., when we're marketing the bus, we usually market this through what they call state contracts. There's the state puts out an open contract, and you bid on, or you put your tender in on that, and then you're qualified as a vendor for that state. I'm proud to say that we are a vendor on the Washington State contract. We recently were a vendor on the California contract. The Washington contract allows Oregon to buy off of it. And then we've had some other wins as well through the U.S. state contracts. But we're positioned extremely well. We've gone ahead on the Canadian side, we sell direct. On the U.S. side, we've aligned ourselves with a very large sales force, the ABC group of companies, which is really nationwide. They have 3 mega locations in California, which was really key to us being able to get on that California state bid as well. So I think we're positioned extremely well for the growth that we want in our U.S. expansion. And like I like to say is, we're on a very early stage of our growth. We're positioned ourselves extremely well in the U.S. market, both with the factory and our scalability, and our partners that we have to help us sell the vehicles in the U.S. We're in business already, so we have a lot of incremental reoccurring parts business as well. We have relationships in place with a lot of the transit authorities, both on the Canadian side and on the U.S. side, and I think that's really going to help us in our growth here. As we sit right now, we've had a couple of great quarters, our Q1 and Q2. We are actually sitting right now with 0 debt and no warrants or anything outstanding. So we have a very clean balance sheet and a very clean share structure. We've recently listed on the NASDAQ. I think that goes back probably a month or so ago. We trade on the NASDAQ under the symbol VEV. And when you look at a company, you have to look at it and say, can they achieve what their growth is and what they want to achieve? And I would say yes. We got a very strong group, a management group here. Myself, I'm 30 years in import export. I've owned and operated heavy construction dealerships in the Pacific Northwest for many years. We've got a strong team behind us. We got a very strong board that's engaged on a day-to-day basis. So key takeaways before we open up for questions is, what I'd like to get across is that we are an existing company. We're not a SPAC that's coming in. So we're in the market and we have sales as we're progressing. We did 27 million in Q1. We did 19 million in Q2. And we just see our growth continuing on. We're established brand, 90% market share in key products or core products here in Canada. We're positioned extremely well on the US side. We run a very capital light model. We're positioned for strong growth. We have what we consider to be the best mid-size EV in the marketplace today. And we see government incentives at unbelievable levels. This has never been seen before, the levels of funding that's coming into the market today. And we're positioned to really grab an awful lot of that. And we've taken the EV design that we have and we're putting it in other vehicles, much like this VMC 1200 that I talked about earlier. So with that, I want to thank you, and I want to open it up for some questions and answer period right now.
We do have a couple questions from the chat here, William. Let's go with this one. What are your plans going forward to attract institutional investors?
Well, we are. We will. We just got to get our get our name out there and get some eyes on us. We do plan to do some road shows coming up to get some institutional investors to look at us. We don't have any coverage to date. We're working on that right now to see if we can get some coverage, but we're really a undiscovered little gem here. We have virtually no coverage, analyst coverage at all as we speak. So we're working to get that addressed.
Have you participated in the Run on Less cross country demo? This is from the chat as well.
The Run on West? No,
Run on Less. Okay.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Something I always like to ask every executive who I talk to is just, especially ones of public companies, is what is the next immediate catalyst that we need to be aware of?
Well, I think, for us, you just stay focused on our news releases. I've been saying this for quite some time. We've been working extremely hard here to get orders booked and orders out there. I just like to say, just keep your eyes on us. I think we're just starting to get into the position that we want to be in with our growth.
All right. William Trainer, President and CEO of Vicinity Motors, ticker VEV on the NASDAQ. William, thanks so much for joining EVCon today.
Well, thank you for having me.
All right, let's keep this rolling here. My next guest is here backstage, and let's bring him on. We're talking to American Battery Technology, ticker ABML. There is the CFO, David Corsell. David, welcome to EVCon.
Oh, thank you. It's great to be here.
Do we have a presentation or a deck from you?
We do. Let me share my screen.
And while David does that, I am going to once again grovel for likes and remind you all to check out our Slido, answer questions, participate, and you can win a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. Let's bring up.
Can you see my screen now?
Nope, I cannot. You got to click the share screen button on the bottom and select whatever slides.
I'm trying to get there. I do not see a share screen.
This should be right in the bottom in the middle here of the page. It should say there's a monitor icon. It should say share screen. Whoops, you can click on that. No, next to where it says, or it should maybe it just says share. Right next to where there's also a plus sign. I don't know if you see that.
Yeah, see, okay, hang on one second. Yeah. There we go. Share screen. Share screen. Is that it there? Maybe.
And while David does that, we're at 324. Let's get to 330 likes in the next 5 seconds. I bet we can do it.
Okay, can you see my screen now?
I can, yes. So let's get.
Okay, good. So all right.
You just have to remove the browser, the StreamYard. There we go. Yep. So now I'm seeing a PowerPoint, and if we can just go into present mode or PowerPoint mode, slideshow mode, and we'll get that up.
Okay. So sorry about that.
There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you, and it's great being back here with Benzinga. The first slide that everybody's seeing right now is just a architect's rendering of what our pilot plant facility will look like in Fernley, Nevada. And we have made all of the filings necessary, and that process seems to be coming along. It is a bit of a bureaucratic process, but one that we're familiar with. So we are in the resource recovery business. And so the first few slides here, I'm going to talk about differentiation, and then I'll move into issues and opportunities and demand. and then kind of go to the points of pain and in our niche and how we propose to address those. So at this point, we are a leader in the critical material and lithium-ion battery recycling space. We do recycling. We have recycling technology. We have extraction technology, and that allows us to be a good steward for Earth resources. And I'll get into that in just a minute. There we go. Hide that. So this screen is about our differentiation primarily. So as all of you know, there's a huge growing market for battery recycling. 15 million tons of lithium-ion batteries in 4 years will be worth almost $1 billion. Our technology has been affirmed in multiple areas from global leaders as well as U.S. significant partners, and I'll talk about that.
Hey, David, can I jump in for a second? Can you just hit that use slideshow button on the top of the screen there?
Sure.
It'll make it much easier to read.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
There we go. Thank you.
Seems like every presentation I do, the forum and the portal is a little different, so apologies to everybody. So, okay, so award-winning processes, I'll talk about that in a minute, but our technology keeps being affirmed by the likes of DuPont, BASF, U.S. Department of Energy, and others. We hope that our technology is disruptive as we think. It's certainly clean, and again, it's been affirmed by the companies I just mentioned. One of the really cool things about what we're doing is we will have the first non-thermal lithium-ion battery recycling plant in the U.S., just outside of Fernley, Nevada again. Our annual capacity is 20,000 metric tons per annum of feedstock. So that is what we'll be able to process through our pilot plant. We got a great team. Many of the people on our tech team were responsible for building the Tesla Gigafactory and the R&D that went on at Tesla. Again, many of you who are following this market understand that the demand for EV cars, electric vehicle cars, and the associated batteries is going to be huge, especially in the next 9 years. You can see how it jumps from a very small portion of global electric vehicle sales to pretty substantial, and then by 2040 it becomes dominant. So the part of the point of pain here, and we all go through that as business leaders and analysts, problem solvers, is that only 1% of the global battery materials that you need, critical metals to make EV batteries and consumer electronics for that matter, are produced in the United States. You can see where else they're produced. So by having a robust recycling program and presence in the United States, we can recycle many of these critical metals rather than shipping them back outside the United States and have them treated in various forms and then come back to the US. It shortens the supply chain dramatically. So this is, again, in brief form, this is the problem. So as you can see, majority of batteries in the US that are, in parentheses, recycled are actually exported to Asia. The majority of those batteries are melted at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And there's all kinds of problems with that, including pollutants, and then what you lose in terms of those critical metals. And so you've got a recovery percentage that's less than optimal. So the catch is every battery exported to China just exacerbates what we're trying to do in the U.S., even to the point of it maybe being a domestic supply chain and domestic protections for what we want to do in the U.S. Maybe it's a little bit analogous to when the petroleum reserve was created in the United States back in the late 40s, because the U.S. wanted to become petroleum independent. We look at our industry and the folks that are becoming prominent, not necessarily as competitors, but sometimes we try and learn from them. We think that there is a time when we may be doing business with many of these companies that you see represented, by their icons. So there is a differentiation here in how we all go about the resource recovery process. So as you can see, the predominant method in the world right now is this thermal process, where the batteries are smelted. They're melted at very, very high temperatures. And you can see along the bottom of the slide here, on top there, what's lost. It also is a polluting process. So more simply, if there is a hydro process, which involves solvents and waters in a separation process, you just recover less, and you spend a lot of money on really expensive solvents. So again, one of our differentiations is we have a 90+ recovery rate on when we look at our key metals, cobalt, nickel, lithium, and manganese primarily. Our process discharges very, very little pollutants. We do capture them because it's an automated process. Our recovery is high, and we don't use a thermal process. And it's very friendly in terms of getting the materials that are pollutants and then processing them. We can use our water over and over again. The other magic about our process is that the key metals, nickel, cobalt, lithium, and manganese, again, are almost infinitely recyclable. If you have the right process, you can use them over and over again, which has a huge economic benefit. So we've all heard about and talked about a closed loop economy. This is why that closed loop is actually open. There's not good end-of-life options right now. Probably at least 40% of the lithium-ion batteries in the United States that are thrown away, become waste, end up in, waste management and all kinds of places like that, end up in a landfill. And so you have lower recovery, and then you still have a lot of pressure on mining to create and recover those virgin resources. So our difference is twofold, really. We have a really high-speed disassembly process. So again, our engineers, many of them worked where they were tasked with building EV batteries, so we understand how to take them apart, and we do that without a thermal process. It's very clean. We can quickly recycle tons of battery waste, consumer electronics, and end-of-life batteries, and then quickly get them back out into the marketplace. So we also have an effective management of electrolytes, dissolved species, water, and volatile vapors. Having been in the manufacturing business in several areas globally, our water treatment systems, the one that we will put in our pilot plant, is amazing, works very well. So again, back to resource recovery. You can see the Tesla Gigafactory there in the screen, and our CEO and CTO, Ryan Melsert, was a former engineer at Tesla, created their battery program, was involved in R&D, and is very well known in the industry. And so what he's created with his team is a very elegant recycling process that, again, can take feedstock, and we can run it through the recycling process and go from feedstock to refined critical metals in less than a day. So I mentioned earlier about how our technology has been affirmed, and so I'll give you a couple examples of that. So in late 2019, BASF, which is the largest chemical company in the world and also one of the larger cathode manufacturers in North America, decided they wanted to run a contest to see who had the largest clean technology for recycling lithium-ion batteries. Over 100 companies globally participated, and we were named the sole winner. So what that did is it helped us form a close relationship with BASF, and we work with them now daily on the refining of our metals, showing them what we can do, and we believe we've lined up a great customer for when we begin full production. This dual track just is the closed loop again, but what it talks about is the fact that our technology also lends itself to extraction of these primary metals. And so recently we won a grant. We were awarded a grant from the DOE and DuPont, where we're going to do a demonstration facility in Western Nevada, extracting lithium from clay samples. And this is talks about that. So we gained DuPont as a partner. Again, this is a demonstration project that'll take 3 years, and it doesn't compete with our recycling process and goals at all. It just is a further demonstration of our technology and how in the US we can actually extract lithium from claystone and brines. This is the executive team. Ryan, again, is the CEO, CTO, and it's a great team. All of us have a lot of mining, manufacturing, even software and logistics background. So what does all this mean? There's a huge growing market for battery recycling, as all of you know. Again, our technology has been affirmed in multiple ways by some global competitors. We can both recycle and do metal extraction from virgin resources. Again, the industry leaders, we think this gives us a real differentiation. Our pilot facility will begin construction, and when fully constructed and equipped with the capital equipment for processing, 20,000 metric tons per year of battery feedstock will be produced, can be consumed and processed. Again, a really highly experienced team. So I ran through this rather quickly because I know, like the rest of you, it's easier to have a conversation rather than a presentation. So if everybody's good with this, maybe we can just move into the Q&A.
Thank you so much, David. Hey, we have time for just like one question. So let's see if we have one from the chat. I'll give deference to you because I feel like I ask too many of my own questions sometimes. So let me hop in here. Okay, David, let's go with this question. I see you're on the OTCQB, ABML. Give us an update. Plans to uplist, timeline, anything on that front?
I believe it's public knowledge now. We have made an application to uplist to NASDAQ,
right?
And we're going through that process. We have filed and are awaiting response from NASDAQ. And as everybody knows, it's just a process, but we think we're in good shape, and we think that eventually that'll happen.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess there's no update. The answer is no update.
No, we're in the we're in the queue. We're in the process.
Fair enough. Okay, wait. Let me just check here the chat. They're asking for an indication as to when construction can start. I don't know if you can speak to that.
Every indication is that we will be engaged in that. I can't exactly say when, because it's also a process that is within the city of Fernley. We have given them all the information they need, so we're just waiting. We're just waiting.
Have they given you any indication as to when they're going to even tell you, or no?
Well, back in July, we had a unanimous, this looks good. Let's move to the next step. We've then made the required successive filings. We believe they have everything they need. So, this is a touchy thing. And then, if you say, I think we'll have it pretty soon, and then it becomes extended, then, I didn't tell you the right thing. But we believe it's all on a good track.
Okay. David Corso is the CFO of American American Battery Technology Corporation, ABML is the ticker. David, thanks so much for joining EVCon today.
Oh, it's great to be here. Thanks you again for hosting us.
All right, let's take a step back from the individual companies for a second here, and let's just do some broad general education on the EV market. For that, let's turn to Matt Timpane from Schaefer's Investment Research. Matt, hey, there he is. How are we doing today?
Not too bad. How about yourself?
Doing okay. We are going to talk, so far today we've heard from 15 companies. We've heard from the companies themselves, but let's get a third party's opinion on companies they like in the space. And for that, we'll turn to you. So we've got your slides here. Let's bring them up on the screen. Let's see what opportunities you can find for us, Matt, in the EV market.
All right, wonderful. As you said, my name is Matthew Timpane. I'm a senior market strategist over at Schaefer's Investment Research. We've been providing options research, education, and news to retail investors for the past 40 years. We're based out of Cincinnati, Ohio, and we kind of take an exceptional analysis look at opportunities, whether it's other sectors or EV markets. As you know, as a trader, we do like volatile markets, so the EV market is right up our alley. We're in and out of the sector or the industry on many trades, upside and downside. So today we wanted to kind of give you a trading perspective from this. So we're looking for electric opportunities in the EV market. One quick thing that I would like to just kind of go over quickly, these 2 weeks that we're in kind of right now after September's options expiration week is one of the most volatile periods of the market throughout the year. When we look back on a 10-year horizon, we're roughly down about almost 1% through the end of September. But it really shouldn't scare you in the long run, because through October, we're actually up almost about 1%. So, what we kind of like to look at this is it's volatile, but it's an opportunity possibly for areas of the market to be able to buy. So the EV market, in specifically even the speculative EV space, we actually aren't seeing that much volatility in that area, because they've kind of been through a consolidation and correction phase throughout most of the year. So we're actually seeing strength in some areas there. And on the sell-offs, they're not selling off as much as other things that have appreciated this year. So we could be seeing possibly larger term bottoms in these stocks, where we could get some of those big rallies that we're seeing last year prior to 2021. So just kind of a broad, quick market overview. I'm sure a lot of people know a lot of this information already, but for those of you that don't, governments, are across the globe are just making a major turn towards fostering low carbon societies. So the EU actually has announced on July 14th a proposal that will effectively end the sale of all passenger cars except for EVs from 2035 going forward, with a gradual phase out of internal combustion engines and hybrids over the following 10 years. Biden also signed an executive order on August 5th to target and make half of all new vehicles sold to be in 2030 emission free. This is really kind of consistent with his goal of building more than 500,000 EV charger stations throughout the country, along with 7.5 billion earmarked in an infrastructure plan to make electric public buses and transportation as part of that larger infrastructure plan. Japan is also targeting 100% electrification by the year 2035. And the UK in the past year has accelerated their sales ban on internal combustion vehicles to 2030, and hybrids will be in 2035. These are the type of goals and legislative maneuvers that are causing many of the Wall Street's investment banks to raise their EV demand forecast by as much as over 20% for years 2025 and 2030, as they now kind of expect the EV uptake to advance quicker than previously expected. To me, sometimes it's the personal interactions that can really make you see that adoption of certain technologies will be much greater than most expected. For me, this is actually when my father, who's a Vietnam War veteran and a miner for over 50 years, who's amazingly still working, kind of grew up during that classic muscle car era, the 50s and 60s and 70s, leans over to me and goes, "That new electric Ford truck looks badass." I mean, that's kind of just a big signal to me. One thing I would say out there that I just kind of put as like something that you might want to put on your horizon for a concern, we're going to expect a really tight supply for batteries, I think, with demand increasing possibly, to the hyper adoption scenarios, that supply could get pretty tight. So while the cost of making battery cells has declined 97% over the last 3 decades, there's still a small risk that, commodity inflation, if that's really here to stay, it could be the first time in a very long time that you actually kind of see some increase in battery prices. I wouldn't worry about it too much, though. This possibility, I would just put this as an outlier that something just always keep on your radar. Let's get to the charts. One of my favorite ETFs to get into the space for longer term accounts, IRAs, or long term, even individual joint accounts type of thing is Autonomous and Electric Vehicles ETF, DRIV. It already has over $1 billion in total assets. It's up 67% year over year. Tesla is the top holding, but in my opinion, it's a very well diversified ETF for long-term exposure to the EV industry. Companies include major auto companies, semiconductors, battery and fuel cell power, plus material and other component providers. So you even have companies in there like Apple, Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, Freeport-McMoRan, that can help keep the ETF stable when the EV specific companies kind of hit a rough patch. But you're still going to be able to gain exposure to speculative EV stocks like Geely or QuantumScape. So as you can kind of see, it kind of moved far away from like a technical perspective from that 200-day moving average. That's exactly where it kind of bottomed recently. So this consolidation was really warranted over the past year as it's moved so much from those pandemic lows. If for some reason we do get a move lower as we go through this volatile period, I would probably target the 10% year-to-date area here on this chart. It's the $25 to $26 range area. As you can tell, it's found support there multiple times. So that's where I would do it. Probably put like a stop down at $24.50 because if for some reason we do kind of break below this area, there's a good chance we probably go to the $20 level. That's that old 161.8 Fibonacci extension level. It's a 50% kind of retracement level from trough to peak here, from those lows to highs. So it makes really sense that that'd be an area that you would go to if for some reason we broke down. Looking at it from like a relative basis, you can see it's been consolidating as the S&P 500 has been outperforming. But it's in a classic, lower high pattern. If it kind of breaks out of this is where I think the ETF once again will start outperforming the broader market. If we head over to another ETF, the lithium ETF, LIT, this is up about 25% year to date. It's another great ETF for that long-term exposure that you want to the EV industry. It has about $5 billion in assets. Two of its largest holdings being Albemarle and BYD are two companies I'm pretty bullish on in the long term. So LIT recently found support, oddly enough, at its 20% year-to-date level. That just happened to be that 80-day moving average. Throughout time, this has been a significant moving average for the ETF. So you can see that it kind of caps gains here when it's kind of going through little bearish phases, and it's also marked plenty of bottoms throughout time when it's in a bullish phase. So this could be the spot right here. Could have just been it, and we could be going higher. But if we did break down, the next area I'd be looking for is the 75 mark. It's kind of in that longer term uptrend from that pandemic low area. You'll have a rising 150-day moving average there. And it's kind of that 361 Fibonacci extension level. So it'd be logical. We already found support there once earlier in the summertime. And so that could be a good area to add exposure to this ETF. Again, just pulling up a relative chart. Many might call this double top. I don't really like doing chart patterns really on relative charts. I look more for like horizontal support and kind of resistance levels, but you saw it kind of form this big base area here. So even if it pulls back a little bit, you'll perfectly fine. If it breaks out over this level, you'll start seeing that outperformance once again in this in the lithium ETF. As I don't think this is a move it's going to be going anywhere shortly. It's going to be around for a long time. So I know I probably missed a few companies here on the EV automotive returns. I think Lee Automotive, a few others, but I just kind of want to give you an idea of what every company's been kind of doing that are specific to the cars and in the automotive industry. So on a year-to-date basis, another thing is, GM is targeting selling only emission vehicles by 2035. And then Ford is targeting, I think it's 40% of new vehicle sales to be fully electric by 2030. Volkswagen is 20% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. So, you don't want to ignore the old dogs that are out there. So the new kids on the block are really attractive since there's so much more upside in the EV space. But you can't forget about the stalwarts. They have capital and the ability to ramp up infrastructure and be able to supply the public the demand that they want. So diversification, in my opinion, on longer term portfolios and even shorter term is a way to go when playing the EVs. The real standout this year has been Lucid, as they are targeting a production rollout by end of year and is now up 167% year to date as of yesterday. I believe that's kind of closer to 150% year to date today. Ford also kind of stands out to me as, they're going to be the first truck to market, as you know. That's something that my father loved, and for somebody like that to say something like that, you got to kind of take recognition of that. And we know America loves trucks in general, so I think that's something you want to keep on your horizon when you're looking for building a portfolio around EVs. Battery and fuel cell power year-to-date time frame is kind of sitting here. Some are up, some are down this year. It's kind of been a mixed bag. Last year's big winner was Blink, which was still up 270% year over year. But this year it's kind of struggled, and we're seeing other winners emerge in the space like Albemarle, Livent, Lithium Americas, ticker I believe is LAC. So you're seeing some movement around. What you'll probably likely want to do is towards the end of the year start looking at the dogs kind of this area as funds may try to get back in after a year's worth of consolidation or pullbacks in some of those ones that aren't doing so well this year. And then I want to throw this quick slide out here because EVs, when they're in, a bear market, whether it's cyclical or secular, you can always still look for exposure to the industry through semiconductors to at least gain a little bit of that exposure that you want in your portfolio. It's not something I'm going to elaborate too much on, but the standouts to me would be NXPI on semiconductors, Skyworks with a recent acquisition of SLAP, and TSM, as they're going to likely be needed to provide more low-cost chip manufacturing. As the automotive end markets will grow, their management actually recently stated that their segment is on pace for 20% year-over-year growth. So get some charts up here of some companies that we like. It wouldn't be a conference without looking at Tesla's chart. it's kind of sitting here in this channel, going back and forth after finding this base here. Oddly enough, from a trader's perspective, what we saw was this was minus 20% year-to-date level. Now it's just kind of riding this channel up and down. Finding support will break through the 200-day level, but right now it's at year-to-date break-even. It's kind of been holding that even amid this volatility the last few days. It's also got the rising 20-day. As we know, it does love to hold on to that in bull rallies. What we really want to see is a breakout above the 70-80 level here. That would really probably get Tesla going again. But there is good catalysts. I mean, you have a buy to open 10-day put call ratio at 0.92. That's in the 89th percentile. Options are pretty cheap. They're being priced in the 6th percentile. And we have a massive peak put level down at the $700 level right here, which is right in this channel and with that 200-day moving average. If we did for some reason break below that level, that's when you'd want to kind of just get out of it, stop out of it. You do have significant downside risk then when it breaks those peak levels. So, we could easily see 560, 580 range or even 500. But, analysts are very still mixed on Tesla because it is outperforming and it's an expensive stock, but it's expensive for a reason. So those are our thoughts here on Tesla, and let's look at a few others. One of my favorites is Lucid Motors. Obviously, it's been in the news a lot lately. Wall Street Bets is kind of getting on this now. So unfortunately, they beat me to it before I could get to you guys. I had this planned, but it recently broke out of its downtrend after finding support in its base of the $17 range area here. Now it's back above all major daily moving averages. And today it's kind of pulling right back into this 150% year-to-date mark, around 25, 24. If it continues to hold this, that'd be very constructive in the short term. We could see a continued move up to at least the $30, $31 range area. That would coincide with the $20 billion market cap, which is a round number. You can kind of see kind of always hesitated here on those levels as you kind of move up. But, I also wouldn't be surprised if you kind of just see a little snapback down here, this 200-day and 50-day moving average, fake a lot of people out before it goes higher. So I'd be nimble with it. But, I think over, the longer term and even into the first half of 2021, I don't think $40 is not out of the cards. It easily could go right back to $40 by the first half of next year. Green hydrogen and fuel cell technology company Plug Power is another one that we like. It's kind of riding this 8-week moving average, finding support there. It's at the 100% year-over-year level. It's got this little wedge breakout for technicians. Short interest is almost about 10%, 9.5% right now. And it's kind of at its summer highs. If it rolls over again, it easily could create a nice little buying opportunity for everybody. We use a volatility scorecard that tells us how options are outperforming like straddle plays. That's actually in the 100th percentile. So that means it's always outperforming the expected volatility. And then options are pretty cheap too. They're in the 9th percentile and our open interest ratio is also in the 99th percentile. So there's a lot more puts out there than calls. Another interesting thing is this $25 level is kind of a massive peak put level that should be supportive going forward. So I would probably target a move in the short term to 33, 34 area, which is the $20 billion market cap level, where you could probably see some hesitation, but it definitely has the ability to go much higher than that. And then finally, an additional company that I threw in here last minute as a bonus, something that we're kind of looking at. It's extremely speculative from the standpoint from a trader's perspective right now, but QuantumScape is finding kind of support level where it gapped up and ran to when the SPAC announcement, what company it was. And it's kind of just, kind of now been consolidating there now for about 3 months. I would look for a signal for a move above that 20-week moving average that I put on here. That would kind of give you the go ahead to buy this, I think. It's got a volatility scorecard of 86. Oddly enough, right here, we're at like a very specific pivot point. It's at plus 50% year over year level and a minus 50% year to date level. These are areas stocks like to kind of stall, hesitate, find support, find resistance. Short interest is near its all-time highs at 8.9%. And options, for an options trader, if it did break out, options are cheaply priced. It's not the most cheapest option in general, but In its range, it's priced in the 13th percentile. And you could easily see a move, I think, back to the 40 range area. So that's it for me. Thank you for your time. Feel free to come over to schaefersresearch.com. Check us out. We always got good material being put out there regarding the options industry. Give us a follow on Twitter at Schaefer's and at MTPN. We're always willing to engage, and we're always trying to put great content out there for everyone.
Thank you, Matthew, for the thoughts and the analysis. Guys, drop a like in there. If you haven't already, hit the thumbs up button. Do it for Matt, and it would make me and him feel a little bit better. All right, let's keep this show rolling, everyone. We've got our next panel is here, and this is a big one. We're talking micro mobility. Some names you know, Arcimoto, which you saw earlier, Hellbiz, you saw earlier, and Lime. And to wrangle everybody in, let's bring Justin Roberti back on the stream here. There he is. Justin, I'm going to let you introduce who is on this panel.
All right, absolutely. Well, we've got a great lineup today. We're going to talk about micromobility. We've got Andrew Savage, who is head of sustainability with Lime. We've got Mark Frohnmeyer, who is the founder and president of Arcimoto, and Gianluca Spiano, who is director of international business development with Hellbiz. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Doing well, Justin. Good to see you guys.
Oh, good. Good to see you too. On a little bit of a backstage conversation, Gian pointed out to me that it is Global Car Free Day, apparently, for everyone to take a day away from their vehicle, which is, as Gian pointed out, an interesting way to start talking about micromobility. But welcome, everyone. Has everyone been celebrating Car Free Day? I had no idea until Jeff told me.
Just picked my kiddos up via bike from school, so it's
really
a good day to be car free.
I try and celebrate Car Free Day every day.
Well,
yes,
fair enough.
No exception.
That's true. Yeah, unfortunately, to pick Zach up, no, Zach's as big as I am now, so I can't imagine picking him up on a bike. That'd be a problem.
But still scooter, Justin.
Welcome everyone. It's really good to see you all. We're going to go ahead and go up and down the row with our questions in order to get some conversation going. Micromobility. Obviously, we are at an inflection point in time in terms of tech adoption in lots of different areas, not just on-screen adoption. It seems like a lot of things have been pushed forward by the pandemic, by socioeconomic news that kind of went along with that, of course, by the continuing course of technology. Andrew, what makes micromobility a relevant conversation to be having right now? Are people looking for more? Are people looking for more options?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, to put into context, a quarter of global carbon emissions come from the transportation sector. The majority of that comes from the private transportation sector, and the majority of those come from trips that are under 8 kilometers. So from a carbon perspective, you have this incredible problem, this incredible opportunity to solve this climate crisis through new modes of transportation. And we see that consumers are looking for that. We founded Lime to help solve the first and last kilometer transportation challenge that cities face. And what we found is that if you make mobility, in this case, micromobility, convenient, affordable, accessible to people, they're going to use it. So it's appropriate. We're talking about this on a car-free day. Our goal here is to create the future of mobility that is shared, is electric, and carbon-free. And the way you do that is you have more shared resources, you make them available on the street, you make them electric, so then you can then decarbonize. And whether it's governments that we work with all the time to help solve their climate challenges and their ambition for being carbon neutral, to consumers that are just looking for convenient ways to get around and that's consistent with their values. And what we're finding is electric vehicles and micromobility are doing just that.
Mark, what would you say? What options is micromobility giving people, or giving, if we want to talk about it from an enterprise perspective, giving fleets that they didn't have before?
Well, I would just say, sort of amen to what Andrew said. It's this is, and I think what we're seeing.
Well done, Andrew.
Your point about the sort of what the pandemic has changed. You got a lot more people working from home, so many fewer people taking long distance commuting trips. When you're in your local area, then getting around the neighborhood, getting around your community becomes a more important piece than going long distance. And that has also moved into the big surge in last mile delivery, where people are ordering food, people are ordering meals, people are ordering packages rather than going out themselves to shop or whatever. And so as we look at it, Arcimoto's purpose is really rethink the basic footprint of transportation, and not just the shift to entirely different modes, but how can we the typical car pattern is one or two people inside of 4,000 pounds of steel. So our first platform is really just about right sizing that footprint of kind of everyday trips. And then as we look down the road, we're now working on what I would consider a true micromobility solution, still within that three-wheel vehicle space that is yet another order of magnitude more efficient and more affordable. And I think, to the point of shared mobility, it's if we can right size the footprint, electrify it, and better utilize it, share it, then we've got a shot at getting to an actually sustainable transportation system, which is sort of the whole point of the Arcimoto exercise.
That's great. And Andrew is back with us as well, so that was good. That was dramatic to suddenly disappear after your answer. It's kind of like a mic drop move.
Virtual mic drop there. Sorry, guys. I'm back.
Exactly. Like I've said it. I'm done now.
Yeah, exactly.
So Gian, I'll take to you, despite the fact that Andrew has changed the order by disappearing and reappearing. I'll go to you next because you're the one I haven't gone to. You do get the feeling that there's been a change in the wind, that people are looking for new solutions. What do you think is the opportunity here? Who are going to be the first people to get on board with an EV self-contained micromobility solution? Who do we expect to see as our early adopters, or who are we seeing?
Well, as you're correctly saying, there will be for sure a new adopter, and especially with COVID, we saw a big change from the cities that wanted more and more the inclusion in the transportation of each market, the inclusion of micromobility. Helbis helped a lot, for example, in Washington, D.C. At the beginning of the pandemic to put electric bike and electric scooters available for citizens. And it touched everyone. We saw not only young people using them, but even businessmen going around for their daily commute to work with electric scooters. So it's something that is literally touching every kind of person.
And in your work that you had mentioned when we were talking earlier that you're working with municipalities. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? I mean, it seems like, especially at least the United States, it's very, very forward thinking. Since we don't share anything or don't tend to provide anything at all for our citizens wherever possible. So, it's very forward looking to have any sort of shared transportation solution. Where is that starting out with, like city fleets, people who are, municipal workers, and then branching out from there? How are they approaching it?
Well, actually, seeing these vehicles on the ground in other cities, we see medium, big, and medium small cities that literally connect with us and ask suggestion on how to implement inside the market electric scooters or electric bike or also electric moped. So it's literally the municipality that come to knock at our door and request more information. What are the solution available? What's better for a specific market? The safety structure, of course, what do you suggest what we suggest to the cities for like having more people using helmets, for example, or having safety events for trying the scooter, because it's funny, but a lot of people never tried an electric scooters on an electric vehicle, so they have to be kind of formed on using this new way of moving around in a safe way, in a sustainable way, of course. And every time we enter in a new market, we are more than happy to be part of the community, showing them how to safely ride the scooters and all the measures that they have to follow, the local rules for driving safe.
Really, I mean, of course, Italy and all sorts of parts of Rome, all sorts of parts of continental Europe are already famous for their affiliation with their appreciation of using smaller vehicles, partially because I imagine all of the streets are very narrow and winding. So in some urban areas with older streets and in traditional cities, it would be absolutely necessary. Are you having the opportunity of kind of like bring that idea that you kind of bring something new to an audience that's maybe not as familiar with it over the United States? We had quite a love affair with our gigantic vehicles not that long ago. I remember in the 90s when we were making we embiggened our SUVs as much as we could up until the nth degree, and then everything started flooding. I mean, are you finding that you're teaching people about something new that they haven't kind of used before in order to change their thinking?
Absolutely. Is the pivotal things to do. Like sometimes European people copy from the United States, and sometimes United States see how European people react to new technologies, to electric scooters. So absolutely, yes. I think it's important to basically cultivate this use of micromobility vehicles.
And Justin, I was just going to add quickly, you mentioned COVID. I think what's interesting is that micromobility and shared micromobility in many ways went from a disruptive new transportation source about a year and a half ago, and the pandemic hit, and overnight, virtually, micromobility was deemed an essential service, and in many markets, literally deemed an essential service with proper designation that it bestowed. And I think what's interesting is you saw cities around the world, one, seeing clear skies for the first time in a long time and saying, hey, this is novel, maybe we can keep this. Right. Two, needing to have a socially distant form of transportation when people didn't want to be riding next to someone that they didn't know on public transportation. Right. We're big advocates for public transportation and integrate with public transportation, but there was a role for micromobility to emerge in this pandemic that I think was really interesting, and to see that evolution goes very quickly from disruptor to essential service. I think one of the signs that it's here to stay is just how quickly utilization has come back post-pandemic. And Lime is now in over 200 markets around the world. And the reason we're in so many markets is because cities across the globe need transportation solutions. And that's exactly what we're there to help provide.
And is that the balance that we're thinking of, Andrew? I mean, like, in other words, it remains private or semi-private. I mean, specific to the user. So not on a big bus, for example, but at the same time, gives you more options, something a little bit smaller, that uses a little bit less energy. Is that the balance that people are looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we poll and survey our riders, which we're doing all the time, we find many riders, and I think it's up to over 40%, use micromobility, our shared scooters, e-bikes, e-mopeds, to integrate with public transportation in a given month. So they are using multimodal trips to get to where they need to go faster, more efficiently, more cost effectively. Now, some people might take just a scooter or a bike to work or to a meeting, but what we're finding is that the sort of multimodal nature that we can provide, we're filling a niche. We're filling a niche where services haven't always been available ubiquitously across cities. And that's been the major challenge around transportation in cities. And these micromobility devices paired with something so simple as a smartphone make it so that we now have the technology to be able to get people around more efficiently, more affordably, and in a low carbon way. So I think what we're seeing is people are adopting this because it works for them. And the nice thing is it's also working for cities as well.
Yeah, the other piece on the city puzzle is that, at least here in the US, it's really been the local level that has been pushing on the climate problem. When we've had, sort of inaction at the federal level, we have all these cities around the country setting very aggressive carbon reduction goals. And the transportation dominant paradigm has been, pave over more land, add more lanes for these giant machines we call cars. And it just doesn't scale. We pave over half the city and still have gridlock on all the roads. So that downsizing of the footprint's absolutely critical. And when you have cities that have this pressing need to meet their own carbon reduction goals, the micromobility avenue opens up, and it's a real win.
So are you saying, Mark, that you won't spiritually support me a few years from now when I finally get my hands on one of those lane and a half wide like bright yellow Hummers? Because I want to be able to take them down the road to the store a mile away, and
every tool has its appropriate job. I think the argument from our side is that giant machine, which is well suited to carrying 7 people hundreds of miles, is really not the right solution for carrying 200 pounds of dude to go get a cup of coffee.
Right. Or if they're 200. Yeah, a few years ago, maybe.
On a good day. On a good day.
200 now. But, what if, logs roll across the road? I mean, we badly need all of these off-road vehicles. Now, obviously, I was having some fun with that. I remember the mania of it not all that long ago. And then sort of the sticker shock around gas prices. And, it's never been as fun again as when we had 94 cent a gallon gas, back in the 90s. What do people fail to appreciate, in your estimation, Mark, about micromobility when they're visualizing this, particularly if you're talking to somebody on the fleet side of things, municipal enterprise? I imagine that since, at least here in the U.S., we have limited context for this in a lot of ways. I heard you talking about, trying to make a car-free day a regular thing. I mean, in terms of seeing the bigger picture, how do you describe this to people?
Well, what I've noticed is just that the electrification component of it has been just a massive driver. If you think about e-bikes, the adoption and then utilization of e-bikes. If you own an e-bike, you use it all the time, versus a normal bicycle gets parked most of the time. So electrification is a big piece. And then the more of them that there are on the road, the more people that choose that mode, it makes it safer when more people are using smaller things. I think the safety factor has always been a major barrier to smaller form transportation. So
sure.
This, as cities, you go to New York City now, there are many more protected bike lanes, many more lanes being taken over for the use of micromobility devices. That it's that kind of joint effort of the ongoing pace of technology, what companies like Lime are doing in terms of making the devices very ubiquitously available, and you just find them on your phone in order to use them. So the convenience factor, the technology factor, and then as that tipping point gets closer and closer, it just opens it up for more and more people to adopt. And then I think as we begin to, as cities begin to sort of like ban large vehicles from core areas, ban gas-powered vehicles from city cores, that's going to continue to accelerate that trend.
By the way, someone mentioned that they like your hoodie, Mark. Is that available on Arcimoto.com?
It is. If you go shoparcimoto.com, you can get all sorts of fun Arcimoto swag.
It is a nice sweatshirt. So John, in terms of building up that infrastructure, is that sort of one of the most difficult parts? I mean, obviously, getting humans to change their behavior in any way is probably fundamentally the most difficult thing. But when you're talking to municipalities and so forth, is it a matter of creating those bike lanes where, I'd say 90% of U.S. cities, they probably don't exist at all, really?
Well, that's an important part, but not the only part. Like there is still a space for the cities to close certain areas and make it available for micromobility. So even if I see more and more around multiple cities investing a lot in bike lanes and protected bike lanes for moving around with a personal vehicle or a shared vehicle. I think it's just a small part. Like it's the mentality. I think it's already there. Like everyone are focused on moving around in a free way, but at the same time in a safe way. So having a scooter available close to your door that is cleaned and with the battery full, and it's basically it's happening. It's happening, and it's the future. And everyone are in that mentality. So I don't think we are very far to see also the cities embracing this micromobility, and yeah, everyone basically can move better and easier.
Andrew, is this a matter of people trying to look at a more nuanced way at transportation? I mean, I guess maybe the heart of my super hilarious joke about taking a Hummer to the store a mile away is to say that, like, as you know, in the U.S. we have a tendency to use the same hammer for every situation. We use the same tool, which is usually a massive tool for every situation. Is that kind of opening up our mind around that? Part of what is going to create this change.
Well, your joke is actually more appropriate than you think. I think Hummer is now creating an electric vehicle, so you can do that and drive over your logs.
That's true.
Your logs on the way to your coffee.
That's true.
I mean, I think what you're finding is that people are thirsting for different tools. I mean, just take for example the generation that we are now in that could be getting their driver's licenses, and they're choosing not to. Right? Vehicle ownership is vastly changing now. I think we've seen some post-pandemic surges in vehicle ownership to the point I made earlier. People are worried about public transportation. They're jumping in their cars actually at a rate that we wouldn't want them to be doing. And that's sort of counter to the efforts that many of us have been working towards from a climate perspective. But I think what you're seeing is there is a desire for the shared efficient service, and micromobility is filling that niche, as we were talking about. And I think to Mark's point, people feel safer when more people like them are out on the roads. And
right.
Lime has actually introduced like a group ride feature where you can actually all sign up at the same time, with the app, and 2 or 3 at a time, and go ride to your destination, because we actually found people feel safer when they're with others. And they feel safer when they're in protected bike lanes. And it's an interesting chicken and egg question. When we started Lime back in 2017, I was going around the country. We're obviously now global, but initially started in the United States, talking to city officials saying, hey, we have this service. It's not going to cost you, city government, anything. We think consumers are going to like it. And often what we would hear is, well, we just don't have the infrastructure for it. We just don't have the infrastructure for it. Now, when are you going to get the infrastructure for it if no one's going to use it, right? And so what we have found is that there's a lot that we can do on the safety front that is critical. There's a lot we can do on the city partnership front, which is critical. We can share with cities, and we do share with cities, data on where people are riding. So we know if people are turning left at a given intersection. We know if there's a major thoroughfare that should be and justifies a protected bike lane. And one what's been great is to see cities use that data to justify using federal funds, using transportation funds to make those infrastructure improvements. And we've seen that in the pandemic, that cities were willing to sacrifice more space to micromobility in the face of the pandemic. We're working with cities every day to try to keep that infrastructure that was put in place in an emergency and make it real life every day, and continue to expand that. And we've seen amazing things happen in Milan. We've seen amazing things happen in Paris, where they have carved out not tens of kilometers of bike lanes and scooter lanes, but hundreds of them. And that is how you change behavior. That's how you change transportation for the future.
So, one of the questions we had from the audience was, what about tax credits? I mean, like, I noticed even now, even with combustible engine, Vespas are really kind of nice, actually. But not all that cheap because here they are because here they're not as widely distributed. I know that most of you are dealing with working at a municipal level or working at enterprise level, so fleet level. But if I'm just a guy who has a passion to get in on something, if you have a friend asking you, wants to get in on something, doesn't want to drive, wants an electric bike or wants some sort of electric scooter, transportation to have something smaller to do local runs. Are there tax credit offsets to these kinds of purchases? What's available right now for someone who wants to get on board with that? I guess as a consumer or as a business owner.
So right now there's this is a discussion that is actively happening in the nation's capital right now. There are proposals in the new tax bill for electric bike credits, for electric vehicle credits, and as we advocate, it's really if the goal is carbon reduction, then carbon reduction should be what's incentivized in the credit. So, and that really just means the more efficient the thing is, the more credit you ought to get.
And I think what's really interesting also are commuter benefits. I mean, the commuter benefits have traditionally been a tax deduction that you can use, and to expand that to micromobility service, I think is incredibly important. You've also seen some governments, particularly in Europe, where they have had programs where you can trade in your car and use essentially a credit towards the purchase of micromobility. So I think there's a lot of creative things that could happen. In many ways, at the business level, we don't necessarily need it, but certainly it's always nice to have wind at your back to be pushing more folks in the direction of new modes of transportation.
Well, and that's
So go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, just thinking about it, for the credit structure right now, at least on the EV side, is all about individual purchase or fleet purchase. But I think, Andrew, to your point, if that credit could be applied towards utilization of a service like Lime, then that would make a ton of sense.
So, Gian, when are we looking forward to seeing our first use case here in the U.S. in terms of something that's like a really functioning ecosystem using EV micromobility?
I think it will happen pretty soon. Everything is on that path. Like everything we are saying right now, it's talks that already started. So I'm pretty sure that we are on the right way, on the right direction. In Helbus, we are doing as much as we can for giving the best service ever every single day in every market where we are. So we push a lot on giving multimodal transportation options to the many city we can.
Are we? What would you say, Andrew? In terms of when are you looking forward to this not being? I've seen this as a future concept in Walt Disney, shorts when I was a little kid. Like we've been talking about the advent of, the city of the future, electric vehicles for 40 years now, 50 years. I mean, so even before I was a kid, frankly, but you get the idea. When do you think it's really going to happen in that kind of Jetson sort of way, looking out and seeing little pod vehicles and so forth?
I mean, yeah, I think it's happening. I don't know if, Justin, if you've been to Tel Aviv or Paris or London, New York City or LA lately.
I haven't been anywhere in 2 years.
There you go.
You would stay at home.
You need to get out a little bit.
I go to the park. There's been a pandemic going on.
I know. It's difficult. It's happening. And, we, for example, have 5,000 scooters, and I'm not sure how many e-bikes in Paris right now. And they're zipping around the city, and people are getting to and from work and meetings and their daily lives. And I think what's happening that is really exciting is more users are using it, but also cities are adopting it. And that is really the critical piece, right? If you can get cities to say, look, we want this stuff. We're actually going to carve out some space for this stuff to allow for parking. You can fit 10, 12, 20 scooters or e-bikes in a space used for a car. And just imagine a city where we weren't using so much space for parking vehicles that sit idle 96% of their lives, right? Think about the amount of space that is used in parking garages that could be used for affordable housing, so people can actually live and afford to live near where they work or want to go to school. Or think about a future of a city where the two almost entire lanes on either side of the road, which are usually used for parking, is actually used for greenways, parks, restaurant seating. It's all actually happening. It's not as widespread as we want, but we're seeing all the seedlings of the things that we want for the future, and we just need to keep pressing forward.
What do you think, Mark? Utopian ideals, the order of magnitude changes in our society for the better, coming out of the use of EV, coming out of the old models, which are, some of the old models are 200 years old. They are extremely wasteful in their own way. What do you see in this brighter future using EV, incorporating micromobility?
Well, we're seeing all of these trends accelerate and converge, which is super cool, right? Battery costs are coming down, electronics costs are coming down, really new interesting micromobility devices are hitting the market. And at the same time, I think the pandemic has been a major accelerant, right? As restaurants have needed to go outside. Here in Eugene, we've got streets that have been closed off. Lanes that used to be parking are now parklets and seating for restaurants. Sort of what Andrew was talking about. That's happening now, and it's happening in tons of places. And I think as people begin to really enjoy that, then even in some hypothetical post-pandemic world, hopefully that arrives sometime soon. That I think that change is going to still persist. So I think we're seeing it now. And then it's just incumbent on all of us on the vehicle development and service development side to continue to push on the innovation front to drive down costs, make the solutions more better over time. But it's something that I think is inevitable, and it's just a matter of can we do it quickly enough to really make the impact on emissions that we absolutely have to make. If we're going to avoid the worst effects of climate change.
And of course, climate change being the 800-pound gorilla, we now have 100-year weather events that seem to happen every year and a half, which by definition is I used to work for a weather company a while back. Yeah, we have we have 100-year weather events all the time, disturbingly often. But putting the green thing aside, another ugly truth, of course, coming out of the pandemic is that it has really hurt most people economically globally. Not the top 1%, of course, or the top 10th or top 100th of a percent, but most people, I think, have yet to experience sort of the long-term impacts. Is that another reason why people are kind of looking for other solutions, John? Do you think it's a matter? Both for businesses, because certainly a lot of SMBs have struggled financially or gone out of business since the pandemic. Are EV micromobility solutions also an opportunity for them to maybe do things differently, more efficiently?
Well, absolutely, and I'm sure that not just the share mobility, but even owning electric vehicles like electric scooters, electric bike, and having their own device, it's something we are going through. Because, for example, at Helbits, we just presented our Helbits One e-scooter that will be purchased soon. Is designed by Pininfarina, that is a big Italian design brand. So we think that everyone will point on EV vehicles and especially medium small one to move around and go where they have to go. So the impact it's happening, and we want to be part of this progress.
Well, okay, that's great. And I think we're actually just approaching on wrapping things up. Because we were asked that question, I gave Mark the unfair advantage of giving the URL for his merch. Do you guys have a URL for merch that I know it's besides the point, but maybe people want a Helbits sweatshirt too. I don't know. That is a smart sweatshirt, Mark. People responded to it.
Handmade by robots.
Do you have URLs that you guys want to drop or share with us in terms of merch, anything like that? Okay. Well,
sure. I'll take the opportunity to go to go to li.me and check out what we're offering at li.me and jump on a scooter or bike next time you get a chance.
Right. Very cool. Does anybody else have anything else to add? I think that it's been delightful speaking with you all, and thank you so much. It's a fascinating subject. I guess I will. There we go. We're waiting for Spencer to appear. Hello.
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Gian. Thank you, Andrew. We saved this to the end of the day because we thought it would be like one of the most interesting parts of the day, and we just wanted to make everyone wait for it, and it lived up to the hype. So thank you, all of you, for joining us today. Fascinating stuff. Seriously, interesting stuff. We've all seen and heard of all of you guys, and it's great to talk to you and hear about what you're doing. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Gian. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Justin. Justin, stay with me though for a second. I'm going to bring you right back here in a moment because our very next speaker here is someone that you saw earlier. Scott Hansen, you heard from him. He's the CEO of Limestone Boats, and Bruce Nurse from Vision Marine. So let's bring them on. Let's bring Justin back, and let's go to this interview with Limestone and Vision Marine.
Thank you, Spencer. We look forward to going into the next session. Coming up now, we have a fireside chat, which is going to be between Scott Hansen, CEO of Limestone, and Bruce who is Bruce Nurse, who's head of investor relations with Vision Marine Technology. Hello, Scott and Bruce. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Good morning, Justin. Thank you.
Good morning, Justin. Thanks for having us.
Oh, my pleasure. So we're talking about a pretty exciting, area in the space right now when it comes to boating, looking at EV craft, and it seems like everything has, of course, like at this point, you'd be hard pressed to come up with something that isn't impacted by the pandemic that happened in 2020, and definitely the trajectory of the adoption of electric vehicles were impacted. There was some suggestion in 2020 that people were slowing down in their technology, but they also, the overall industry for electric boats is set at $5 billion for this year, but they're projecting $10 billion for next year. What do you think is driving all? Obviously, this is a place where you're putting a major focus right now. What do you think it has changed about user needs or behaviors that's helping to drive this demand?
I can take that question. Again, Bruce Nurse with Vision Marine Technologies. Justin, as you indicated, we're seeing a tremendous increase in electric technology, not just for the electric vehicles. And we're all aware of Tesla and what Tesla has brought to the marketplace. But you're looking at the Biden-Harris green energy bill, the infrastructure bill. We're all talking about electric, and it's really a consumer mindset. It's that environmental consciousness that the consumer is driving the demand for electric. There is really no one out there that is providing electric technology in the water space, in the marine industry. And that's what Vision Marine Technology is providing through our battery technology. And we're fortunate to be partnered with Limestone Boats to provide that technology for their product.
Mm-hmm. And Scott, in terms of what Limestone's doing, can you explain for our viewers what it is that you're bringing to electric watercraft that wasn't possible before?
Thank you very much, Justin. We're excited, really, and I was about the opportunity because I've always been a believer as a yacht designer and engineer and a head of Limestone Boats is that we need to bring not just electric power, which has been around for many, many years, to what I want to call parasol boats and boats that move around the pond at 3 to 10 knots. But rather, we needed to bring it to big water performance. There's a huge percentage of our industry that is out on the lakes, the rivers, the oceans, and coastal boating. We're not talking about electric power for those guys going 50 miles offshore just yet, but we'll get there. Was how can we bring reliability and confidence being the most important thing in terms of safety, security, and confidence? If I'm going to go up and down the waterway with my kids and my grandkids, I need to know that I can do it with confidence, not only in terms of my power source, but also in terms of the boat that I'm in. And so our excitement was looking at the evolution of Vision, the power technology and their outboard, because outboard is the preferred choice of power in recreational boating today, as we see from the statistics every day and every year, pre-COVID and within COVID, is that our quest as a company, it is the third pillar in terms of our strategic goals as a company, and has been for some time, is to embrace and bring EV technology to big water performance with confidence and reliability, and an average speed and an average play time, if you want to think of it that, on the water.
So is this meant to bring more sustainability to boating as essentially like a hobby activity in order to control what we expect to be increasing costs? Is it meant to address carbon emissions? What's kind of the immediate goal for the technology you're rolling out now?
I think the reality is you're going to, like in automotive, you're going to get your early adopters that have a mindset, as Bruce talked about, that are more conscious and concerned about the environment that we play in. There's certainly those of us, that our customers that are on the water, are always cognizant of that. And so if I can do that and have less of an impact on the environment in which I play and create memories, I mean, it's all about creating memories in the boating and lifestyle industry. And if I can do that and feel better about how I'm doing that and my impact on the environment, there are those that are going to adopt it. As long as we can give them a product and an experience with confidence and safety and security, then they'll embrace it. Yes, is it going to come at a premium just like automotive did in the early stages? Yes. As battery technology improves and as battery density or power density improves, then we're going to just increase and improve on the offering that we have for the recreational boating market. It's just important, I think, to be on that curve, not behind it, as a company and as a manufacturer. And as a manufacturer that has 3 heritage and legacy brands that cater to the recreational boating public from the Northeast to the South and to the Gulf Coast and here in the Great Lakes, is that, I shouldn't say that I'm sitting in Vancouver today, so I'm sitting on the Pacific Ocean, but is that, I think Vision Marine as a partner, for me, what was exciting is that they see it as the total holistic thing. It's not just about an outboard engine. It's about the outboard engine. It's the integration into the systems. It's the performance of that lower unit. It's the performance of the battery. The challenge to us as boat manufacturers and designers is operationalizing and building arrangements around it that support the lifestyle of recreational boating, but they're bringing battery power into the environment in a safe way that gives the boater the confidence that they can go where they want to go and get back.
And Scott, if I can add to that, and that's fantastic. And one of the things that at Vision Marine is doing is we're educating the consumer that there is a solution to the fossil fuel engine. And electric power on the water has been around for many, many years. You look at Duffy boats down in Newport Beach in Southern California, where, as Scott mentioned, 3, 5, 6 miles an hour, just a little putt-putt, in essence, a golf cart on the water.
Sure.
And what we have found out, it's an educational process to the consumer that there is power with electric, and that's what we're providing to the consumers, and through products with limestone boats, where they're going to have the power and speed. The consumer is going to be able to get out there and run that motor at 50, 60 miles an hour, be able to bring up that wakeboard or water skier. So again, it's an educational process. It's the environmental consciousness from the consumer that's driving electric to the waterways.
Well, of course, that makes sense. I mean, certainly a lot of people are on board with the idea of wanting to, treat the environment more carefully. But what is changing, Bruce, in terms of the user experience? I mean, going back to the late 70s, early 80s, I remember there'd be like magazine format TV segments that would show somebody's electric boat. And what you see is essentially somebody's little concept boat, vehicle taking on a course. I remember them because I'm super old. I remember so we were talking about it for a long time. It's not exactly a new disruptive idea in and of itself. But what has changed about the overall experience, about your ability to charge, about your ability to use these things? I mean, what's making it, in terms of technology or even regulation, is making it a newer experience that more people can be open to?
Well, good points, good questions. It really comes down to the cost of these batteries, right? For many years, the cost of lithium was expensive. So it was difficult to bring the cost down for batteries to put into these electric vehicles or outboard motor. So what we have done, of course, with lithium prices coming off, being agnostic to batteries a lot more efficient and effective today, that allows us to provide that product to the various manufacturers. But But from the user experience, as we all have experienced on any power boat, whether it's inboard or outboard, that's fossil fuel driven, you've got the sound of it, the noise associated, you've got the smell associated to it. With electric technology and what we're providing to the industry is it's noiseless. So you and I can be having a conversation on the back of a boat going 20, 30 miles an hour as we're having the conversation now. And more importantly, from what I've heard, is the smell. We don't smell any gas or diesel. We're not seeing anything going into the water at all. So those are experiences that the consumer is going to find, in addition to the power and speed that a lot of the consumers want.
Do you find that consumers actually want the vroom vroom noise? Because it wouldn't surprise me. I don't think they'll miss the smell, but I know that early electric car manufacturers experimented with adding a noise to it because it was too quiet.
Right. I disagree. I think from the environmental standpoint, a lot of people are looking at ways of reducing the sound, reducing the noise. I've talked to folks from the Pacific Northwest all the way down to Florida, and they're concerned with the noise associated. And it's not just the noise that's out there and affecting the consumer or the individual on the water itself. It's the marine life. And, you know, we've spoken to people in the Pacific Northwest that have said the noise associated to these fossil fuel engines are causing environmental damage to the marine life.
Sure.
So beyond the erosion to the shorelines, beyond the oil and gas in the waterways, it's that noise that's affecting the marine life. So I think you're seeing individuals, consumers wanting a reduction in noise.
Okay, sure. So Scott, you know, are we seeing with advances in electric boat technology, are we seeing is this more accessible to a wider number of users? Do we see it going that way? How are we making it easier for people to be able to participate? How are we making it better for them?
I think the technology that Vision offers overcomes some of the barriers to sale. And I mean, what are the expectations on the consumer side in terms of recreational coastal boating? You know, if we look at their behaviors, they want to know that I can come down to the boat. It's easy, just like I might historically pull up to the gas dock and fill my boat with gas and know I can go out for 2 or 3 hours of boating. I want to know that I can plug it in. Well, you've got infrastructure, unlike automotive, in many, many marinas around North America already have power at dockside. Then not power just at a station like you might go to your Tesla supercharging station. No, there's power at dockside right at my boat. It's there to provide shore power already in many environments. So the infrastructure is there. So that obstacle's taken off the table for them. You know, the next thing is okay, I've got my kids and my grandkids, and we're going to go out. We're going to go out to Block Island in terms of the Northeast, and I want to know that I've got the necessary power to get my boat up on plane, that I probably want to cruise at 20 to 23 miles an hour. My actual operating time in the boat, it might be an hour out. We're going to picnic at the beach. We're going to play. We're going to do some things. Maybe we're going to tube and wakeboard with the grandkids, and then we're going to jump in the boat and we're going to go back to the marina. And I can plug my boat in. It's quiet, it's safe, it's reliable. I can go with confidence, and I've got, you know, reserve power in the tank, so to speak, in terms of my batteries. So for us as a manufacturer, it's giving the consumer the option. Yes, they're going to be required to pay a premium. You know, that's that. But there's a cost benefit over time. It's about, I think, as Bruce said, it's a responsibility on the part of us as an OEM manufacturer, whether we put an internal combustion engine outboard in the back because that's what the market wants today, or tomorrow in greater numbers, we're starting to put an EV. We're bolting one or the other. The challenge for us is educating the customer, equipping the dealer with what they need to educate the customer, doing it at retail, doing it at shows, continuing to do those kind of things so that they see the cost benefit of the upfront investment, not unlike 20 years ago, those of us in the boat business that drive diesel trucks. You know, I've got to put a lot of money up front and I get it over time in terms of the diesel truck. It's educating them to understand that and instilling the confidence, because it's a little different than, you know, running out of power on the side of the highway versus running, as I've heard from consumers, running out of power 10 miles offshore or 10 miles away from home. There's a little uncertainty. Yes, we have the equivalents of CAA and AAA on the water, and they're there to help us as boaters and the boating public. But it's education, it's confidence, but there certainly is appetite and demand. When I talk to our 50 plus distributors in North America, i.e. retailers, and you talk about there's a lot of excitement behind our partnership with Vision and looking to see that outboard power, which in electric, as for the reasons that Bruce has talked about, recognize I'm going to pay a premium, but the proof's going to be in the pudding in terms of us demonstrating that confidence to them and instilling that confidence in them.
So how common are these charging stations, though? I would think if you look at some of these individual docks, I'm influenced by knowing the shoreline along Massachusetts pretty well. A lot of the filling stations are really relatively small. Are they equipped and ready to let people charge, or if they let you plug it in charge, are they set up to bill you for that? I mean, one thing that Tesla undoubtedly did, which is as much a marketing move as it is an infrastructure, is by creating all of those only for their vehicle charging stations, which they caught a little bit of criticisms for, but they created certainly a lot of them, enough that you come across them. What, in terms of infrastructure, what's there in terms of where people can charge now? How common is this?
Scott, would you like me to take that?
Sure, if you want, Bruce.
Yeah, and then you can jump in because as well. Every marina has an outlet, whether it's a 110 or 220. With our unit, our outboard motor, which we call E-Motion powertrain, has an onboard charger. So unlike Tesla, unlike most of the EVs out there where you need a special device to plug in, ours is just plug and go. So it's a 110, 220, you're going to charge a lot faster, but every marina has a outlet because most ICE engines on any boat out there has battery to run their communication system, to run their entertainment system. So you do need to recharge that battery. For us, you plug in 110, 220, and you're ready to go the next day.
Going back to the pandemic, there are a lot of supply chain issues that have been created by the pandemic that have come about this year, including access to the materials that make lithium batteries, for example. Has this slowed down production in any way? Has this impacted the EV boating world?
Well, supply chain has impacted everyone, and I'm not going to say that it has not impacted us at all. Fortunately, it hasn't been extreme or severe for us. It has delayed us some, but we're agnostic to batteries. So we utilize 5 different battery companies. So we know that there is enough product out there when required that we can utilize the various batteries. I don't, lithium and cobalt and all the minerals that are put into these batteries. There is an issue there, but it hasn't slowed the demand, and it hasn't slowed our requirement for the batteries at any time.
So, Scott, who is the ideal user? Who are we envisioning? Who is this especially for? Obviously, it's not for the longshoremen. It's not for commercial fishermen or somebody, taking steel from Japan to the U.S., for example. We're not there yet. So who is it for?
It's your recreational boater, weekend warrior. It could be a coastal fisherman, which is one of the products that we've shipped up to Vision for retrofitting is a very conventional one of our brands in terms of a coastal center console type 21-foot fishing boat. That's the sweet spot in terms of volume in the marketplace, as well as other things. So it's whether I'm a recreational boater, I'm a trailer boater, whether I'm somebody that I think the primary market in the short term, those that have the appetite and the capacity financially to invest in the long-term benefit of EV technology and outboard, is going to be probably your waterfront property owner, your cottager, those kinds of people that get tremendous use out of their boats on a day-to-day basis, that their behavior is such that they're looking for 2 to 3 or 3 to 4 hours of operating time at an average reasonable speed. They're not looking to, they are power hungry and they are speed hungry in North America. So we're obviously cognizant of that, but your coastal boater, your lake boater is going to cruise at an average speed. Give them, 3 to 4 hours of operating time so that the recharge needs are not impeding their behavior. But they're early adopters of automotive technology. I mean, if I look at some of our, top 10 dealers in North America, they look at their clientele, they've put in chargers for their Teslas and their EV boats. So those are ideal distributors of ours who probably are the early ones that stepped up and said, hey, we'd like to be knowledgeable and we'd like to market this to our customers because they've got their Tesla sitting in the parking lot.
Right.
And or to go out to their lake house or to go out to their beachfront home. And I think those are going to be your early adopters in the curve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they're adding Tesla charging stations next to their boat charging stations.
Well, your marine operators are putting in their own independent charging stations. I think, as Bruce said earlier, one of the things to really keep in mind here is that I don't need a supercharging station. In most cases of marinas today, whether it's a small marina along the coast or a large operation with thousands of boat slips, is that at dockside, where I park my boat, I already have 220 or 120 power sitting there to plug in, because in most instances in my boat of 25 plus, I'm already have shore power going to my boat. The nice thing about Vision technology is there's an onboard charger. So I simply have to use existing infrastructure to connect my boat to it, and it's going to charge my battery pack. So next time I want to go boating, I'm ready to go.
Okay. So are we all looking for who is going to be the Tesla of the water? Are you guys looking to be are you looking to create that phenomenon? And what does it take?
What does it take? Well, the beauty of Vision Marine Technologies is we're the only electric technology company on the water that is well funded. So we were fortunate enough to do an IPO last November, raise $27.5 million. So we're well capitalized. What it's going to take is you got the manufacturers like Limestone that is more progressive than most. You've got all manufacturers looking at ways of bringing electric to their consumers through their dealer network. But more importantly, from an environmental standpoint, if you look at what's happening in Europe and take that and see what's going to happen here in North America, you've got states, municipalities, cities that are looking at banning or at least restricting ICE engines on their waterways. So I think that movement here in North America is going to continue. And I believe it's going to actually increase tremendously over the next few years, where you've got the restrictions of ICE engines. So really the only option is electric technology through Limestone boats or Vision Marine Technology.
Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. We're actually just slightly over time. And thank you to Scott Hansen, CEO of Limestone Boats, and Bruce Nurse, Business Development and Investor Relations for Vision Marine Technologies. I really appreciate both of you taking the time to speak with me today.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you for your interest.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Actually, Justin, stay with us. Again, I keep doing this to you, but stay with us because we want you back for one more our last presentation of the day. But before I bring Justin back and before I introduce our last speaker, I just want to give everyone one more chance to do the Slido. As a reminder, here's a Slido. Scan the QR code on your phone, answer the question, and we are going to randomly pick someone that answered the question, and that person will win a free 1-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. So there it is. The QR code's on the screen. The question's on the screen. Random person. We don't know who. We're going to just do it out of a virtual hat. And I'll announce it after this. I'll announce it when we're done. But I want to give everyone one last chance to do the Slido before we randomly pick, because we're going to draw the winner during this next presentation here. So that being said, let's take that off the screen. And we have arrived, everyone, at our last presentation of the day, our last interview. Justin, come back to me, and let's bring on Kristen Helsel, the CRO, Chief Revenue Officer of IDEX. There she is. Kristen, Justin, welcome to EVCon. Well, Justin, you've been here, but Kristen, welcome.
I'm always happy to be welcomed anyway, Spencer.
Okay.
Hi, Kristen. How are you?
I'm great, Justin. Thank you, Spencer.
Thank you for coming on.
Good to see you again. So I wanted to follow up, but thank you so much for joining us. You had mentioned in the talk before we just started today something about Gretchen Whitmore, promoting wireless charging stations. That seems to speak rather directly to something that Ideanomics is in for. Are we really looking? Are we really looking at a turning point of sorts, particularly for the Detroit market, which I know is where much of Benzinga is originally stationed?
Yes, I brought that up because Benzinga is at the home of a very forward-thinking governor, Gretchen Whitmer, who is reported to be putting out a RFP for inductive charging at the end of this month. I think September 28th. So we're very excited about that. I think that shows where the world is going. I mean, plugging in is so last year, and we're going to move forward and look at the wireless world. And I think that has something to do with autonomous too. So as you think about an autonomous revolution, there's not going to be anybody to plug in those autonomous vehicles, and most of them are electric. So in getting ready for that, we're going to need wireless charging, and we have a company, Wave, based in Salt Lake City, Utah, where we have a Made in America product that it's part of the Ideanomics ecosystem, and it is absolutely the right solution. So we're very excited to see that kind of activity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. What do you think here? I'll lean back because I think I'm being loud. What do you think has changed? I mean, you can see our relationship to technology changing a lot since 2020. Obviously, there's been a pandemic. What do you think has really kind of paved the way for adoption at this point?
Well, I think what we have to remember is, I was in electric vehicles back when they launched the Leaf in 2010. Mm-hmm. So, Nissan and BMW, Ford, all of those companies have been putting out EVs, Tesla, vehicles that people have been buying in small numbers. But I think there's a confluence of things. People want to change the world. People want to be mission aligned. People want to be part of the solution to our climate problem. And you couple that with the terrific looking and performing vehicles that are out there. And then you add into that, all of the fleet needs, which is really where Ideanomics comes in. Fleets also need to make this transition, whether you're making a street sweeper, which our US hybrid company supplies propulsion systems to, an electric street sweeper, all the way to, a mid-mile or last mile delivery vehicle. All of those vehicles need to change too. It's not enough just to change the passenger cars. And so what we're trying to do is figure that transition out to electrification. So all of those trucks and buses and things that are IC engine that you see, internal combustion engine that you see on the road, all of those have to be switched for us to be successful. And we're really very, very laser focused on that transition at Ideanomics.
So you spend a lot of time working with municipalities as well as enterprises?
We sure do. I mean, we work with municipalities, we work with commercial customers, we work with governments, we work with anybody who wants to look at fleet electrification. And, some just want to put in charging, and we're happy to talk with them about that. We're also happy to help them finance it. We have in Kate Lamb at Ideanomics, a managing director who has, all of the history and knowledge about banking, and is able to, make this transition, help us make this transition by financing it. Most people, whether you deliver pizzas or you're Amazon, you pay for your vehicles, one payment a month. And so it's really important that we're able to do that, with this electrified transition as well. So, we have people internal within Ideanomics who are trying to solve that, and vehicles and charging, all that infrastructure, we're trying to make that, on a payment basis so that people can, continue to pay and grow their own businesses without having to worry so much about how to make this transition. And that goes for your municipalities, whether it's your city or your airport, wherever you are, that is necessary. We're even talking, we have an e-tractor that we think is terrific for vineyards and for hobbyists and for farming. Okay. But airports are asking us to say, can it be a tug? Can it move airplanes around? So we have all of these, varied applications. And so we're trying to solve these problems today and also set up to solve for these problems in the future, because what we're doing today is not going to be enough. So we're looking at fuel cells, and we're looking at the things that are going to come, in the next 5 to 10 years to make this transition successful.
Mm-hmm. Your focus really is on end-to-end solutions, Ideanomics. It's one of your differentiators. So you have the distinction of coming in and providing or describing, pitching fleet solutions to businesses that maybe don't have a great deal of experience with this. What do you regard as, it seems to me, I've written about technology for a long time, smart cars a decade ago and so forth. And it seems like the adoption barrier is always, getting people to change their thinking is really one of the biggest challenges. What do you think is a major misconception municipalities or enterprises have about EV fleets that you have to dispel kind of right away in order to get the conversation going?
I think that's a great question. I think there's two things that really worry them. How much is this going to cost, which we've talked a little bit about, but more, are these electric vehicles up to my duty cycle? Is it going to be robust enough to carry the equipment or do the job that, my internal combustion engine or diesel engine is doing today? So one of the big things we have to solve for is, what is that duty cycle, and how do we, make sure that the right charging infrastructure is in the right place to make sure that these customers are successful? Because no one wants to, everybody I think is worried about running out of energy, in those last few miles and not being able to get a charge. So, one of the things that we have to do is make sure that there's, a lot of charging infrastructure. It has to be ubiquitous. It has to be everywhere. And, that's what you see with the gas station. But the good news is electricity is almost everywhere you need it. And so it makes it really easy for us to make this transition. And what we have to do is walk people through it. We have to talk about the total cost of ownership, and how often electric can be the same price or even cheaper. And then we have to talk through, what are their choices that they can make about infrastructure, about vehicles, about how to do it, about how quickly to do it, about how to finance it. So we take all of those pieces and walk them through and then get them to start, whether it's 1 vehicle, 10 vehicles, or 100 vehicles.
Is it helping in terms of the burden of the upfront infrastructure costs? So whether you are a municipality or whether you are an enterprise, to the idea of wireless charging, is that helping to alleviate that? I know that's a strong focus at this point for you.
Well, certainly that's a focus, but we also, if customers want it, we'll put in plugged-in chargers. We want people to make the transition at the speed that they can make it. We just believe that wireless charging is a way to help future-proof in the future. I mean, when I talk to big companies, what they are talking about is the autonomous future. And so wireless charging helps to do that. It also helps bring a comfort level. If you look at, we have a very large deployment of wireless chargers in the Antelope Valley, north of LA. And what those chargers are doing is every time someone gets on or off a bus, that bus is getting a little bump charge from the Wave system. And what that means is that those vehicles are usually more than 80% state of charge wherever they're running. So, they're delivering thousands of people every day to and from work and to and from where they need to go. And, they're staying at the optimal state of charge that makes the battery companies happy. And so because we're able to put all of that together, we took an order from them just today for a follow-on order because they want to expand that network. And I think that, what they're trying to do is say, this is not only today's solution, but we're ready for the future.
So you referred a couple of times to autonomous fleets now. I mean, honestly, if there's any idea that maybe makes traditional enterprise more nervous than telling them that they're going to give up fossil fuels. It's to tell these AI-driven vehicles, a totally autonomous fleet. Are they going to need some sort of, obviously there are all sorts of intermediary solutions where you've got vehicles that are semi-autonomous but still require an operator and so forth. How far away are we from a truly autonomous fleet doing logistics, at least on like maybe a local or regional level?
I certainly am not an autonomous expert, but I can say, we're talking to autonomous companies every day. They're thinking about, this will be a transition too, right? We won't wake up tomorrow and everything will be autonomous. But as we make that transition, what you have to think about is, you have to think through the process of, these vehicles have to go home or they have to go somewhere to rest and charge. And so there isn't going to be somebody standing there saying, oh, the vehicle's here, let me plug it in. So we have, those companies are thinking about how to be ready for that too. So these things go hand in hand. And I think the electric revolution is around the corner. I'm participating in it happening right now. And I think, the autonomous revolution is a little bit behind, but just in case, we're ready for it.
Right. It is, by the way, no car day or no driving with your car day, whatever the official global word for that is. No doubt the show organizers intentionally had it coincide with our show, but so happy using your vehicle today. I did with mine, so I kind of blew it. I hope that you did better than me. I had to go pick up kids from school.
Well, you'll be happy to know my EV is charging in my garage.
That's good. That's good.
But I do want to say too, while I love Wave and I think it's a great company, what we also have are lots of other companies that are thinking about this future. Everything from US Hybrid, which I think I mentioned, who's thinking about these propulsion systems and fuel cells and where that's going to go. We have Selectrac and electrified agriculture. We have VIA and Energica who are making vehicles. VIA is making last mile delivery vehicles and mid-mile. We have Energica who today, if you want to go out to Energica dealer, you can buy one of their terrific Italian, beautifully designed motorcycles. And what we're doing at Ideanomics is putting our capital side to work to expand the number of dealers they have. They're in, 10 or 15. We're going to double it by the end of 2021 and double it again, we hope, by the end of 2022. So if you like that exciting, superhero driving a motorcycle experience, that is the motorcycle for you. So, we have a lot of things that are both exciting and sexy and also, are going to change the world.
So you've been working with this technology for a while now. In terms of use cases, I think the thing is, certainly I see it when I go to any sort of physical trade shows, when that used to happen before the pandemic. People want to touch the vehicles. People want to get in on it. They want to be able to buy one if they're running a business. They want to be able to use it for their business, or they want to be able to use it for their home. What's a use case that you see really coming to fruition maybe in the next 5 years that you feel excited about in terms of something that's not only going to happen near term, but it is really kind of like exploring the overall potential of the space in EV?
Well, what I think is coming is, we're certainly working with these, mid-size fleets and mid-size trucks and, but what I see happening at the ports, you don't really think about all the vehicles at the ports, the vehicles that move, the big, containers off of the ships and, move them around and get them on trucks. And that whole electrification, that port electrification is something that we're seeing just starting now, and we think that that's going to be a revolution because if we can keep the air clean at the ports and then keep it clean all the way through, that's going to be important to a lot of people. And you see I spent a lot of time in California. You see at Port of Long Beach and Port of LA, trucks idling, waiting. So we also have to electrify those great big huge trucks, and that's where fuel cells might come in, and that's sort of the future that we talk about. So I think passenger cars, we've sort of solved that. I think companies like Ideanomics are solving the fleet situation, and the future is going to be these big trucks and these harder things like ports and, garbage trucks and street sweepers and things like that, things where, US Hybrid is having to try to, come up with solutions to make sure that those work. So those are the things that I'm excited about, because those are the last boxes that we're going to have to check, and we're already thinking about those.
It seems without a doubt that the desire for a greener solution has to be part of the underpinnings of what's driving EV as a movement. But I imagine you must encounter clients and potential clients that are on all sorts of receptiveness to that issue. Some of whom it might be primary, and to others don't want to hear about it at all. So, there is an argument to be made, of course, about total cost of ownership. To those who are maybe on the fence about it right now, to I don't know, whoever's not doing this out here, Unilever or something, who could be making I have no idea. So I'm sorry, Unilever. Maybe you're making brilliant use of EV. I don't know, but just guessing. What would you say to them? To make the point that it's not only maybe the right thing to do for the planet, but also sort of the right thing to do economically.
I would say that this is a journey that we're going to all have to take. And, I think this journey starts with that first step. So, that's where we start everyone, with that total cost of ownership analysis. How can we make this successful with your duty cycle? How can we think this through? And whether you want to start with one vehicle as a proof of concept, if you want, however small you want to start, we're ready to start with you there, and we're ready to take you on this journey. And, whatever you need, we're going to source, we're going to find the solutions, whether we make them or not, because, one of the things we're doing that we haven't talked much about is we're launching an infrastructure company called Turn On Installation Services that we're so excited about. And we haven't talked about it much, so I'm glad to talk about it here at EVCon. And one of the opportunities there is to say, we're going to be agnostic to products and things like that. And we're going to say, what do you need and how can we make you successful? And whether it's battery storage to reduce the demand costs, or whether you want to integrate renewables because that's the right time for you, we want to bring solutions to the table and help solve these problems, and not have, whether you're, I don't know, if you're Unilever or you're making pizzas, whatever you're doing, that takes all of your, we want you to spend 99% of your time on that and just a few minutes with us so that we can help you make this transition.
Right. But it's certainly become more mainstream. Obviously, every decade that we've been talking about it, it's becoming something that's much more present, or it seems like it's much more in the near future. Are there any immediate sourcing problems coming out of the pandemic? I know obviously there's been problems with electronics and anything's related to lithium batteries.
Oh, yeah. We're facing the same challenges that the car makers are facing with chip shortages and, long waits at the port. But, that doesn't, I think that's a temporary thing. And so, we're trying to work around that. We're trying to, plan for the future. And one of the reasons that I think, I'm really proud of Ideanomics is because, we have the financial wherewithal, as a public company with investors who believe in us to, make it to that future. This thing isn't going to happen tomorrow or next week or next month. This is a transition that's going to take many years, and it's going to continue to grow here in North America, but worldwide. And so, we're in it for the long haul, and, the companies that are in it for the long haul are going to have, really great products, really good solutions, and a strong balance sheet. And we have all three, and visionary leadership, which I think we're really proud of.
Right. Well, that is fantastic. Is there anything else you'd like to add? You would direct us to a URL, direct us to a demo, anything like that?
Well, I'd certainly direct you to our website, which you can find at ideanomics.com. And I would certainly say, look at our solutions, look at our partner companies like Wave, certainly Selectrack, Tree Electric makes two-wheel scooters in Malaysia, Energica, Via. Look at our partner companies and, our operating companies and see the exciting things they're doing. They all have their own dedicated websites. And I think you'll be really impressed with what you see. And, we look forward to talking with anybody, anytime about this transition to electrified vehicles. And we appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, Justin.
All right. Well, it's great talking to you.
And thank you, guys. Thank you, Spencer.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Justin. That was Kristen Helsel from Ideanomics. And also rest in peace to any future Unilever sponsorship of a Benzinga event. All right, everyone, it's 5:25, 5:26 now. We've made it to the end of a day. I just want to announce the winner of the free one-year subscription to Benzinga Pro. I have it on my screen here. We had the Slido running all day. If you scan the code and you answer questions, you were entered to win. Edwin Godin. Edwin Godin, we have your email, sir. You will be hearing from us. And if you don't, check your spam, maybe. I'm just kidding. Or not. I don't know. You'll be getting an email from us, Edwin Godin, about that free one-year subscription of Benzinga Pro. Congratulations. If you missed it, you have to wait till next week with our very next Benzinga event. Yes, the Benzinga Small Cap Healthcare Conference. If you want to know more, just go to bzevents.com. That's where I am now. It's up on the screen. You got a full slate of events upcoming September, October, November, December, including our first in-person event since COVID. Very exciting in New York in October. We pumped. So everyone, that's a wrap for me here. Thank you for watching EVCon today. How many likes are we at? We're at 384. Get me to 400, people. Get me to 400, and I will. I haven't thought this through. I don't know. I will do something. I don't know. I'll wear a popcorn bucket on my head for the full show, for the full pre-market prep tomorrow. Actually, I'll do that if we get to 500. How about that? We're at 387. Anyway, smash the like. Thanks to all the companies who came on with us today. The presentations, the interviews, the chat. Thanks to all of you in the chat for dropping. There was a ton of questions. We knew there was interest, and that was proven correct because there was a lot of questions going on in the chat all day. So thanks to all of you for their participation. Thank you to the Benzinga events team for putting today together. And I think that's it for me. We're going to end it with a video. And I think I'm ready to go. I think we're ending with a video. I don't even really know. Are we ending with the video, producer AT? I think we are. Yeah, we are. He's nodding his head. We are. All right. Let's roll the video. I'm going to get out of here. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Christopher Ewell is coming up live right now. And let's go with that video. Thanks for attending EVCon, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.